work, make it clear that there is no equivalence, and never was, between the actions of terrorists and the conduct of our armed forces and the police in trying to protect life, and ensure that coroners and the Commission take proper account of the circumstances in which our armed forces were operating. All of those will be consistent with the joint framework and with the government's human rights obligations, and I hope the opposition would welcome all of those things.
Chair of the Select Committee, Tony Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During our inquiry on legacy, we heard serious concerns from victims and survivors about the government's approach to information disclosure. In Dillon, the Supreme Court showed a significant degree of deference to government on national security grounds. What reassurances can the Secretary of State give to families and survivors that national security will not be invoked to withhold information simply because it is uncomfortable for the state, rather than its disclosure would present a genuine risk to the public?
Well, as my honourable friend, the Chair of the Select Committee, knows only too well, ultimately responsibility for national security rests with ministers, and Dillon and indeed the Thompson judgment confirmed that. But as I already indicated, I have proposed in the bill changes to the disclosure provisions that were contained previously, including requiring the Secretary of State to conduct a balancing exercise when considering each case, and also to give reasons. And the Supreme Court also made it quite clear that the Secretary of State does not have a veto, because any decision can be subject to judicial review.
Sir Secretary of State Alex Burkhardt.
The Secretary of State will have seen reports in the Belfast Telegraph that prior to 1985, a very large part of the gelignite used in IRA bombs was routinely stolen from a single factory in the Republic, from County Meath. The supply amounted to many tons of explosives, and it took the lives of many hundreds of people. At the time, British intelligence repeatedly raised concerns with Dublin. Nothing was done, despite the factory allegedly being in receipt of Irish state subsidy. Following these revelations, will the Secretary of State commit to writing to the Taoiseach to ask him to hold an urgent public inquiry into the Enfield explosives factory?
Well, I have indeed seen the reports that the honourable gentleman refers to, and one of the reasons for the Troubles Bill, as I've already explained, is to facilitate cooperation with the Irish authorities in relation to all of these matters. We cannot undo the past, but what we can do is to provide information for those whose lives were lost as a result of the use of those explosives, by full cooperation taking place between the Irish authorities and the Legacy Commission. We require the bill in order to make that happen.
With all due respect, the Secretary of State did not answer my question. This is an extraordinary missing piece of the puzzle in the story of the Troubles, in the story of how the IRA obtained weapons which killed people in our country. The Secretary of State is perfectly within his rights to raise this with his opposite numbers and to ask them to conduct a full public inquiry. On behalf of the victims, will he do so?
I undertake to the honourable gentleman and to the House, since he has raised the matter directly with me, to raise it with the Irish authorities, because they will have seen the exchange that he and I have just had.
Paul Cole, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The May review into the ICRIR describes a toxic, divided and disrespectful senior culture, along with structural weaknesses in the governing legislation. It also raises concerns that the government's forthcoming Troubles Bill will make matters worse. However, in his response to the review, the Secretary of State appeared to suggest it's simply up to the ICRIR to sort this out. Even though the ICRIR is sponsored by his department, the review was commissioned by his department, and his department is now legislating to rebadge the failing body as the Legacy Commission. So will the Secretary of State tell the House whether he accepts he is ultimately responsible for Peter May's 19 recommendations being followed, an update on whether the NIO plan is still on schedule, and how the Troubles Bill is to be amended to remedy the structural shortcomings exposed in the review?
Well, it is, I say to the honourable gentleman, it is a joint responsibility between the independent commission established under the legislation put in place by the last government. Some of the things that have been uncovered are evidence of why we need to reform the way in which the Commission works, which is what the Troubles Bill will seek to do. We have a joint plan that we are working on together. I have made my displeasure very clear to every single one of those who sit on the Legacy Commission board. It is not acceptable what was found, but we also have to acknowledge the report also said there's a lot of committed staff and nothing must get in the way of them carrying on with their work to find answers for families.
Mr. Speaker. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 8 and 9 together. Public service reform is needed, and that's exactly what we're doing. Just last week, we announced a £42 million package to invest in digitising prescriptions, because with 45 million prescriptions issued every year, the service is inefficient, expensive, and we're changing that.
Kevin.
I'm grateful to the Minister for his answer. Thanks to this government's investment in public services, Northern Ireland received its record funding settlement and spending review. With this in place and the extra transformation funding, does my honourable friend agree that it is now up to the Executive in Northern Ireland to deliver the changes that are so clearly needed in Northern Ireland's public services? Yes, but as I've always said, it's not just a question of cutting a cheque and walking away. Of course, we have given more money to the Executive than ever before in the history of devolution. I'm glad that's welcomed on our benches, but we also bring partnership working to ensure public services can turn the corner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents in Luton South and South Bedfordshire have close family ties to Northern Ireland and understandably take interest in health outcomes in Northern Ireland and the UK. Does the Minister agree with me that when it comes to public health, all parts of the UK can learn something from each other, and can he update the House on conversations between the UK Government and the Executive on respective successes in improving patient outcomes?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. No person has a monopoly on good ideas, and no government does either. I want the best for the whole of the United Kingdom. Where Northern Ireland leads the way, we can try and roll that out across the rest of the UK. But where it needs support, like on digitising prescriptions, we'll do that too. It's about working with the Executive to improve patient outcomes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland won't thank me for saying this, but whenever we're having these discussions about transformation of public services in Northern Ireland, you can either have good public finances or you can have an unreformed Stormont, but you can't have both. Now, with 3 parties in Northern Ireland supporting reform proposals in the last number of weeks, when is this government going to get serious about giving Northern Ireland the means in which to govern itself and get round the table and start discussions on reform of Stormont?
Well, those are conversations that are ongoing. We've had those. We had a Westminster Hall debate recently on there, and we'll have further conversations with party leaders. But I would also gently say that it can't be a substitute for improving services now. Improvements can be made. We've talked, myself and the honourable member, about cancer waiting times. We can do things now. It doesn't have to wait for conversations about reform as well.
Question, Robin Swan.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Transformation needs to be embedded by a recurrent budget. We're 3 months into this financial year in the Northern Ireland political speed. We still don't have a recurrent budget. So what steps is the Northern Ireland office taking to bring about a recurrent financial budget in Northern Ireland?
Well, not only have we given a record settlement more than ever before in the history of the Executive since devolution, we're supporting the Executive, we're having discussions, we're encouraging them to set a budget so that the people of Northern Ireland can see the improvement in public services they really need.
Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I'd like to pay tribute to former colleague Lord Alan Hazelhurst, who died this week. Although we come from opposite sides of the Pennines and the Isle, Alan served this House initially as the MP for Old Lancashire seat of Middleton and Prestwich from 70 to 74, before he represented Saffron Walden from 77 to 2017. He was also my immediate predecessor as Deputy Speaker and Chairman of Ways and Means from 97 till 2010. He was a distinguished and respected parliamentarian, serving on numerous committees during his time in the House, as well as playing a leading role with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Friends will know Alan was mad about cricket. Along my father Doug, they were prominent and long-serving officers of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on cricket. And I know Alan took his passion to the next level with his many novels about the sport. In 2018, he was appointed a life peer, served in the House of Lords until he retired at the end of 24. I'm sure members across the House will like to join me in sending our condolences to Lord Mandel's wife, Lady Angela, his children and grandchildren, family and friends, who are very much in our thoughts today. We now come to Prime Minister's questions. Dr Ross Savage.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 1.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I also pay tribute to Lord Hazelhurst? I know he will be deeply missed, particularly on the benches opposite. Mr Speaker, the findings of the recent Spring Hill inquest into the tragic deaths in July 1972 of Father Noel Fitzpatrick, Patrick Butler, Margaret Gargan, David McCafferty and John Dougal are sobering. While the circumstances in which the events occurred were undoubtedly challenging, it is the duty of the state to hold itself to the highest standard. The government accepts and deeply regrets these findings and recognises their gravity. On behalf of the government, I want to apologise unreservedly to the families for what happened and for the grief and trauma that they have endured since the tragic deaths of their loved ones. Mr Speaker, I also want to place on record our deepest condolences to the family of Lance Corporal James Freeman, who died in a tragic accident on Sunday. Mr Speaker, I'm also aware of a Royal Navy helicopter crash this morning in Devon. This will be a deeply worrying time for the families, and more information will be set out as soon as possible. Mr Speaker, Henry Novak's family have shown extraordinary dignity after their son's life was stolen in appalling circumstances. He was clearly a kind and thoughtful and much-loved young man. There are serious questions to answer, including how accusations of racism informed police thinking, and we're supporting the IOPC to get to the bottom of what happened. But no matter the pain we feel, there is no justification for more violence and disorder. The attacks directed towards police officers in Southampton last night were disgraceful and completely unacceptable. This is a time for serious work, not rage. And let me be clear, we will ensure anyone found engaging in disorder meets the full force of the law, as we have done before. Mr Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others, in addition to my duties in this House. I shall have further such meetings later today.
Dr Ross Savage.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I would like to echo the sympathies expressed by the Prime Minister for those families recently bereaved, particularly the family of Henry Novak. Corruption appears to be endemic in donations to British political parties. We've had years of Conservative cronyism. We've had allegations of embezzlement in Scotland. We've had undisclosed donations from crypto billionaires and foreign oligarchs. We've even had freebies dished out to some of the honourable members sitting on the benches opposite. The government has already cracked down on some specific sources of donations that favour their political opponents, such as crypto and foreign money. Will the Prime Minister now commit to restoring the faith of the British public in the integrity of our British democracy by putting a cap on all political donations?
Well, can I thank her for her question? We will do whatever is necessary to protect our democracy from foreign influence and from dirty money. And that's why we commissioned the Rycroft review. We capped overseas donations and introduced a moratorium on crypto donations. And we're taking further action as set out in the King's speech. But the £5 million question still remains. Why is the Leader of Reform dodging questions about his donations? And why did he keep it secret in the first place?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am proud that after decades it is this Labour government putting passengers before profit by bringing GTR, Southern, Gatwick Express into public ownership. The previous government shelved plans to unblock the bottleneck at East Croydon Station. This not only causes delays from Bedford to Brighton, but leaves constituents at Norway Junction Station in lift limbo. So will the Prime Minister look again at the Croydon Area Modelling Scheme, back my campaign to unblock the Croydon bottleneck, and does he agree with me that by bringing our railways back into public hands, it is this government that is getting us back on track?
Well, can I commend her campaign to address the Croydon bottleneck? The last government cancelled work to address this. We will carefully consider the case for upgrades, including step-free access at Norwood. I'm proud that her constituents are travelling on rail services that are now back in public ownership and benefiting from the first freeze in rail fares for 30 years. Labour government transforming our railways and building a fairer Britain.
Come to the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Bendel.
Mr. Speaker, can I echo the Prime Minister's words on Lance Corporal James Freeman and also about the Royal Navy helicopter crash in Devon? I also want to share my deepest condolences to the family and friends of Henry Novak. The circumstances around Henry's wrongful arrest and tragic murder must be a wake-up call to the entire country and our institutions that every life matters, and it is the responsibility of everyone in this House to bring people together, not divide them. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would also like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to Sir Alan Hazelhurst, Lord Hazelhurst, who died on Monday. Sir Alan served Parliament for over 50 years, 8 of them in the Lords, 40 years as my predecessor as MP for Saffron Walden. And from 1970 to 1974, he was also the Member of Parliament for Middleton and Prestwich. He was respected on all sides of this House, elected multiple times as your predecessor, Deputy Speaker, before he concluded in the other place. Apart from serving his constituents, his greatest passion in Parliament, and perhaps in life, was, as you said, cricket. He was chairman of the all-party parliamentary group for cricket, a role which he encouraged me to take up and which I graciously declined, telling him I knew absolutely nothing about cricket. But I think colleagues should know that the reason Sky Sports can be found on the parliamentary TV network is because of Sir Alan's intense lobbying. There is so much to say, but I think just letting everyone know that he was a good and kind man, and he will be very much missed. My thoughts are with his wife Angela and his children Mark, David and Emma, and his grandchildren. So, Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Prime Minister, by how much has the welfare bill risen since he came to office?
Mr. Speaker, can I just first thank her for her approach and her tone in relation to the Henry Novak tragic case. In relation to welfare, Mr. Speaker, as she knows, we inherited a broken system from the party opposite, and we are now improving that system. We are now improving that system, delivering a youth guarantee, rolling out 300,000 work experience placements, and commissioned Alan Milburn's review into youth unemployment. They're the steps that we were taken. As she will know, the number on welfare went up hugely on their watch, as did the cost under the Shadow Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister doesn't seem to know the answer, so let me tell him. Benefits alone have risen by £20 billion since he came to office. The Prime Minister has promised welfare reforms, we heard him say it just now, so can he tell the House why was there no bill in the King's speech to reform welfare?
Well, Mr. Speaker, welfare reform is balancing universal credit so it no longer pushes people away from work. That's what we're doing. They voted against it. Welfare reform is introducing a right to try to incentivise people to take up opportunities. That's what we're doing. They voted against it. Welfare reform is providing record funding on apprenticeships. That's what we're doing. Apprenticeship starts fell by 40% on their watch. And she talks about the welfare bill. It soared to £88 billion, by £88 billion on their watch. Nearly 3 million people were written off. Face-to-face assessments collapsed because of the contracts they agreed. And the person who signed off those contracts was the Shadow Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, we need to bring down the benefits bill. He complains about the Shadow Chancellor. The bill went up because of the pandemic. And even then, Mr. Speaker, even then, they were asking us to spend more. It's not the Shadow Chancellor who's the problem, it's the actual Chancellor. She's not even here in her place. It is the actual Chancellor. Mr. Speaker, the reason why there is no welfare bill is because the Prime Minister has given up. And he's given up because they have given up on him. On Sunday, the Welfare Secretary was asked 12 times on national radio if he would make cuts to the benefits bill. And 12 times he could not answer. So I will ask the Prime Minister, is he going to cut the benefits bill?
Mr. Speaker, all the measures we're doing to reform welfare, all the measures we're taking to get young people into work are measures to reduce the cost and the numbers of people who are unemployed. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why we've introduced the Youth Guarantee, so that young people can have help into work, that they can then, after 18 months, if they haven't got a job, be given a job for 6 months, supported, which we know is the best way to ensure that they succeed as we go forward. That is the change that we're making, Mr. Speaker. But they introduced the system that is broken. We're reforming it. Did they vote to reform it with us? No, they voted to keep the broken system.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister keeps saying he's bringing in welfare reforms. None of those things are going to cut the bill. Even his own Tim's review explicitly says, this is their review, this is in the terms of reference, explicitly says this is not about generating proposals for further savings. He had a chance to cut benefits. Last year, I remember, they were planning to cut benefits, and on the floor of this House, they U-turned. What did he do when he had a chance? He caved. He caved to all these MPs behind him who don't want benefits brought down. That's why they're sitting silently behind him. So does the Prime Minister agree with his Welfare Secretary that that was the moment he lost his authority?
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of what we're delivering on this side of the House. The fastest growing economy in the G7. They said that couldn't be done. Despite the war in the Middle East, the OECD forecast UK growth is up and inflation is down. Net migration, Mr. Speaker, net migration, which reached nearly 1 million under them, and the Leader of the Opposition was the cheerleader, down by a staggering 82%. The asylum backlog down by 46%. We're delivering the fastest reduction in waiting times in the NHS in the history of the NHS. That's on top of free school meals, free breakfast clubs and free childcare. And, of course, we're lifting 500,000 children out of poverty. I'm very proud of the work of this Labour government.
Mr. Speaker, he says he's proud of what they're delivering. I'm glad to see the Prime Minister still has a sense of humour, given we all know he's losing his job soon. He has no authority, and we know why. His MPs will not let him do anything. The Welfare Secretary said in private what they won't dare say in public. He said, every meeting I have with Labour MPs is about who can we tax in order to pay more benefits. Shameful. Last week, Tony Blair said, if the Conservative Party repeats its offer of working together on welfare, Labour should accept. So today, I am repeating that offer to the Prime Minister. Is he ready yet?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, they introduced a system that's broken, and they put the bill through the roof, and now they want to give us advice on welfare. No thanks. No thanks. The question should always be not what benefits people are entitled to, but what help we can give people to change their life. That's what the Work and Pension Secretary was arguing, and he's right about that. And it's a Labour government that's helping people into work. And she asked what we've done. She asked what we've done. More rights for renters, stopping unfair rent strike. That's 11 million people given greater security and a place to call home. More rights for workers, Mr. Speaker, including bereavement leave on day one. Ask anyone who's lost someone and they'll tell you just how important it is to have bereavement leave, and lifting 500,000 children out of poverty. We often say in this House that every child should go as far as their talent or ability will take them. It does not happen if they're growing up in poverty. And the party opposite have fought us every turn. I'm proud of what we're delivering. There's much more to do.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is, unemployment has risen every single month since they came into office. You can listen to their chairs get weaker and thinner with every passing moment. The fact is, despite his huge majority, the Prime Minister doesn't have the votes to reform welfare. There is a solution, a Conservative solution. Benefits bill down. Mr. Speaker, they're all jeering now. I don't know why they're supporting him. He is more than happy to release all their text messages while all of his has disappeared. Disappearing messages from a disappearing PM. There is a Conservative solution. Benefits bill down, taxes down, growth up. Everyone in this House knows that he is just a caretaker, keeping the seat warm for the Mayor of Manchester. But it doesn't matter who's in charge. Labour MPs will keep asking who can they tax to pay more benefits. It is in their DNA. Isn't it the truth, Mr. Speaker, that the problem isn't this passive Prime Minister? The problem is the Labour Party.
Forgive me if I don't take too much notice of the Leader of the Opposition. For 14 years, they broke our welfare system, lost control of our borders, presided over the biggest fall in living standards on record, broke the economy, prisons, the NHS. I could go on and on. No wonder she and they are totally irrelevant. The change delivered by this Labour government, the biggest upgrade in workers' rights in a generation, delivered. Renters' Rights Act, delivered. Record funding for our NHS, delivered. The fastest growing economy in the G7, delivered. Lifting 500,000 children out of poverty, delivered. We're going to fight even harder for working people, a stronger and a fairer Britain.
Mr. Speaker, 97 homes in Colsnorton have been evacuated due to ground movement. That's hundreds of people enduring severe emotional and financial distress. This is absolutely life-changing. The MRA are now conducting an 8-week investigation into who will ultimately be held responsible. In the meantime, my constituents are looking to the UK Government for help. Will the Prime Minister commit to working with the Scottish Government and Clackmannanshire Council to ensure that affected residents receive whatever support they need for a speedy and fair resolution?
Can I thank my honourable friend? And I do know how difficult it is for residents who are not in their homes. And can I reassure him and them that the MRA are carrying out daily investigations to get answers as swiftly as possible. We're also working with the Council to provide support for residents. I can confirm the Energy Minister is in touch with MSPs and will ensure that both my honourable friend and his constituents are kept updated on the next steps.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with your remarks about Lord Alan Hazelhurst and confirm to the Leader of the Opposition that he will be missed on all sides? Can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks about Lance Corporal James Freeman, who was killed in Iraq? Our thoughts are with the family and the unit. And can I also offer our thoughts and prayers to the family and friends of the 17 people who tragically drowned during the recent heatwave, many of them children. Mr. Speaker, the murder of Henry Novak was an evil crime made much worse by the lies of the killer and the police response. The investigation must uncover all things that went wrong, and all police forces must act on its conclusions. Outside court, Henry's father made a powerful plea that his son's murder should not be used to create further division, but should be used to treat knife crime as a national emergency. Does the Prime Minister agree that the victims of knife crime and their families deserve a politics where we come together to solve these problems and not use them as a political football?
Can I first join him in paying tribute to the 17 people who lost their lives in the heat wave, many of them, as he says, young, and each of them tragic, and send our condolences to their families. In relation to the case of Henry Novak, can I thank him for the approach that he has taken in this as well. It is important in a case like this, which is so tragic, and anybody who's seen the footage will have been deeply moved by it. It is important that we reflect on our own leadership roles here as political leaders. And it is our duty to bring people together at a time like this, not seek to divide people. It is particularly our duty to listen to what the devastated family are asking of us as political leaders. And can I thank all of those that have acted in that way, because I think that's the right way to respond.
Sir Ed Davey.
Can I thank the Prime Minister for his reply and completely agree with him and say that we stand ready to work with the government on serious policies to tackle knife crime. Mr. Speaker, with our armed forces overstretched, Labour now seems to be investing in a new weapon of war, the long-form essay. It gives another meaning to the phrase drone warfare. Tony Blair says the UK should suck up to Donald Trump, kowtow to US tech barons, and go slow on Europe. The Prime Minister must be grateful for this rare endorsement of his agenda. Blair also claims that the sensible people aren't radical and the radical people aren't sensible. Is the Prime Minister concerned that unless he changes course, he will be remembered for being neither radical nor sensible?
Well, he rather spoiled what was quite a good gag. Mr. Speaker, I have to. I'm surprised he hasn't done more to welcome the savings we're delivering for Family Fun Days Out this summer. I really thought that he would have been delighted at the cheaper tickets for soft play.
Speaker, the country is united in its horror at the tragic death of Henry Novak. And would the Prime Minister once again join me in paying tribute to the courage of Henry's family in the face of this tragedy? And will he also join me in calling for the recognition of the serious mistakes made by the police, and that we must learn from those mistakes so that no family may face this tragedy again?
Well, can I thank him for raising this really important case? And my thoughts are with Henry's family. I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House and the whole country. I have watched the body cam footage, as others will have done. I found it really hard. It was harrowing. As a dad of a 17-year-old boy, I felt sick. I can only imagine how devastated his family are. It is extremely moving. Henry's life has been stolen. His family have responded with incredible and immense dignity and bravery. Now, there clearly are lessons, Mr. Speaker, that need to be learnt, serious questions that need to be addressed, not least this question of our accusations of racism informed decision-making in such cases. Henry's father said this: "We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred, or tension." They're the words of a grieving father who's lost his son. We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred, or tension. I think those words have resonated with people across the country. We must not allow this tragedy to be hijacked by anyone who seeks to divide us.
Nigel Farage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the horrendous circumstances of Henry Novak's death, can I urge the Prime Minister to consider this? It is now clear to growing millions in this country that we're living under two-tier policing. The instructions that are given to police officers from police bosses are clear and written down in ink. It says you must treat different ethnic groups in different ways. That, apart from the upset and the anger at the circumstances of his death, the anger that you saw spilling out in Southampton last night, and which is in danger,
condemn the violence,
which is in danger of getting considerably worse, because if the public lose trust,
condemn it.
if the public lose trust in being treated fairly by the police, can he take some action, end this divisive practice of two-tier policing, and make sure that all British citizens are treated the same?
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe there's two-tier policing in this country. I'm really shocked that he pretends to have respect for Henry's family and then acts in this way. They are a grieving family.
Mr. Brash, please, it's a very important question. I want to hear the Prime Minister. If you want to carry on, go outside, please, Prime Minister.
Grieving family have asked us not to respond in the way that the Leader of Reform has responded. They've asked us not to. They have lost their son in the most appalling circumstance. They make a simple plea of us as human beings to please not exploit that. That is their plea to us. We all need to reflect on those words of Henry's father. My response, and the response of others, to be fair, has been focused on the lessons to be learned, so we can deliver justice. His response has been to appeal for rage. Rage. That's his response to a father who's lost his son, and ask for that not to happen. Exploiting this tragedy to create grievance and division would be wrong in any circumstances, but to do it when the family are expressly saying, please don't, is unforgivable. It shows exactly who he is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to echo the comments that the Prime Minister just made.
Absolutely.
In August 2024, my constituent, Holly Woodcock, was found deceased in France, aged 20 years old. Her parents, Lee and Joanna, who are in the gallery today, still have no idea what happened at Holly's friend's holiday villa. They have raised significant concerns with the Foreign Office regarding the investigation, including the inconsistencies of witness statements and timelines, how samples were prematurely destroyed, and how matters raised by French lawyers were dismissed by the investigating French police officers and officials. I'm grateful that the Foreign Office Minister met with me and Mr Woodcock, but I share the family's concerns that our government should do more to press the French authorities to reopen the investigation. So will the Prime Minister commit to look at what can be done to raise this matter with his French counterparts at the highest level to help Mr and Mrs Woodcock get the answers that their daughter Holly deserves?
Can I thank him for raising this case and express my sincere condolences to Holly's family? I cannot begin to imagine the intense distress that they've experienced. My honourable friend will know the Ambassador to France has raised Holly's case with the French Prosecutor General, and I know the Minister of Europe has set out further steps that can be taken and is ready to support the family. But I will reflect in light of this question on whether there's anything more that can be done.
Liz Saville Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Lefarydd. Last month, Welsh voters elected a Plaid Cymru government with a clear message, fairness and hope. This means tackling years of neglect by securing funding owed from HS2, a new financial settlement that reflects our nation's needs, and more powers for Wales, especially powers over our natural resources. So would the Prime Minister be open to turning a conversation into real action to fulfil the democratic wishes of the people of Wales? Because now surely is a time for us to work together rather than facing the chaos that threatens us from every corner.
Can I thank her for a question? As she, I hope, knows, I did have a call with the First Minister of Wales just 2 weeks ago and made it clear that this government will work constructively with the First Minister and with the government in Wales, because that's the right thing to do to deliver for Wales.
Tristan Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Prime Minister about our National Health Service and what better treatments can we offer people suffering from memory loss? A very distressing case was recently brought to my attention by a constituent in Waldham, in a village in my constituency, of a man who could not remember his own words, even though he said it on television, that the NHS should not be funded through general taxation. What can we do to ensure my constituency, Chatham and Aylesford, secure clarity on future Kent and Medway NHS funding, and what can we do to help the leader of Reform UK?
Well, my honourable friend makes a powerful point. The Reform leader wants everyone to forget that he called for our NHS to be replaced with an insurance-based system. He might want to jot it down to jog his memory. And then he said that if people can pay, they should pay for NHS treatment. So we can help him by jotting his memory here. You cannot trust reform with our NHS. The only way to protect it is to vote Labour.
Rosie Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, Tom Carriage and UK Hospitality launched their That's the Problem campaign. And yesterday, my neighbour from Herne Bay and I hosted industry bodies, chefs Matt Tebbett and Thomasina Myers, hospitality leaders from Manchester, Liverpool, London and Kent, including Andy Burnham's nighttime economy advisor, Sacha Lord. All agree with campaigners such as Andy Lennox that the UK's rate of 20% of VAT in hospitality is killing businesses daily. Does the Prime Minister agree that that's the problem? And will he match his candidate in Makerfield's pledge to slash VAT in line with the rest of the EU?
Can I thank her for her question and recognise the challenges that she identifies? That is why we're permanently lowering business rates for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses. Every pub will get 15% off its new business rates bill, and bills will be frozen in real terms for a further 2 years. In relation to VAT, she'll see that we are supporting, by cutting VAT on children's meals in restaurants, particularly over the summer period, with the savings that were set out 2 weeks ago by the Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every year, around 160 university students commit suicide. That's more than 3 every week. Yet there is no established duty of care on universities to protect the health, safety and welfare of their students. This is not about creating excessive burdens on universities, but requiring them to take reasonable steps to prevent injury or harm to their students where the risk is reasonably foreseeable. So would the Prime Minister please meet with me to discuss this issue so that we can do all that we can to prevent our young people dying at university through suicide?
Well, Mr. Speaker, any death from suicide is a tragedy, as everybody across this House will know. We're bringing together students, bereaved families, universities and the NHS to strengthen the mental health support provided to students, and we've appointed a student support champion to drive improvement across our universities, and the Minister will be happy to discuss that and other matters with him.
Andrew Rossen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the Prime Minister has had the chance to study the election results in Havering, with 0 Labour councillors elected in Romford, 0 Conservative councillors for the first time since 1964 across Havering, and the first Reform UK London borough, which shows people's disillusionment with the political establishment. But in his final days as Prime Minister, does he think he can do something for the people of Romford and give us the accident and emergency unit at Queen's Hospital, which the honourable member for Ilford North said he would deliver but failed to do?
Mr. Speaker, we put record investment into the NHS to clear up the mess that he and others left behind. I have studied the candidate for Makerfield, the Reform candidate, since he brings up election. A self-professed sexist, said women who get abortion do it for vanity purposes, encouraged people not to get the COVID vaccine, and said Russia would within its rights to invade Crimea. Reform have got nothing to offer but grievance and division yet again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's comments on Henry Novak and cause calm over division. The Rugby League family lost a giant last week. John Keir, the former England, Wales and Challenge Cup winning coach, died suddenly on Sunday afternoon. on his journey north after commentating on the Challenge Cup finals at Wembley the previous day. After playing for Castleford, his local team, he moved to teaching and coaching for a total of 700 matches with 9 clubs, including famous underdog Challenge Cup wins with Sheffield Eagles in 1998 and Hull FC in 2005. John loved his sport and was in love, and in turn was loved by the sport. Will the Prime Minister join me in paying tribute to John and sending condolences to his wife Dawn, family and friends?
Can I thank her for raising this and pay tribute to John? We're all deeply sad to hear of the passing. He was a remarkable athlete, coach, and an energetic and enthusiastic champion of his sport. He will be missed by supporters across the country. And I think my thoughts, all of our thoughts, are with his wife Dawn, his family and his friends at this sad time.
Sarah Green.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I spoke to women at an event here in Parliament whose children suffered avoidable harm after they continued taking the epilepsy drug sodium valproate during pregnancy. Doctors knew the risks, patients were not informed, and it's had devastating consequences. I'm sure the Prime Minister would agree that for a government department to commission a report looking at how to provide a redress scheme, it raised an expectation that one was on the horizon. To then not introduce it would be unbelievably cruel. So when will this government respond to the Hughes report and finally establish a redress scheme for these families?
Can I thank the honourable member? We absolutely recognise the harm and huge impact that pelvic mesh has had on so many lives. She will be aware that the Minister of Public Health has been a dedicated campaigner on this very issue. I want to see a full response to the recommendations published as quickly as possible, and I'll make sure the Minister keeps her updated of progress.
Ewan Steinbach.
Mr Speaker, the 10-year bus plan published by the Department for Transport shows that demand for zero-emission buses will double by the end of the decade. Despite this, in Scotland, jobs are being lost in our bus manufacturing sector because overseas manufacturers are winning a greater number of orders and now constitute the majority of new registration buses on our roads, despite an investigation into the cybersecurity of Chinese buses. Will the Prime Minister designate bus manufacturing as a sector critical to our national security?
My honourable friend is right to champion the brilliant, talented workforce building buses in Scotland. Our pipeline will give UK manufacturers the certainty and stability that they need to plan ahead and to be completely effective. And I can reassure him we're working closely with the industry to provide the response and the support that's necessary.
Bob Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome the Prime Minister's commitment to combat anti-Semitism. But the regular hate marches we've seen on our streets, with the chanting of globalise the Intifada, has led directly to attacks on Jewish businesses, on synagogues, on individuals in the streets, and now an arson attack on where Jewish people live. So the Jewish people of our country now want to see action, not warm words. Will the Prime Minister therefore commit to the type of action that we need to expel students who commit anti-Semitic acts who are from overseas? Will he take action to prescribe the IRGC? Will he take action to close down the 13 Iran-sponsored charities in this country that spread anti-Semitism? Will he also take action to ensure that all children are taught the horrors of the Holocaust, the importance of not expressing hatred towards one another, and the true history of the founding of the State of Israel? The Jewish people of this country want to feel safe on our streets and in their homes and in our country. So will the Prime Minister take the appropriate action?
Can I thank him for his question? And we are united in our belief that we must fight the poison of anti-Semitism wherever it is found. We are investing more to keep Jewish communities safe, more police patrols, greater security at schools and synagogues, and investing £7 million to tackle anti-Semitism within our universities, and bringing in prescription-like powers to clamp down on malign state activity. We will set out further steps in coming days, and I'll make sure he's fully informed of the steps that we're taking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, less than 48 hours ago, the family of Henry Novak stood on the steps of Southampton Crown Court and gave a courageous and dignified statement in which they said, "We want to use Henry's heartbreaking story to make change for the better. We do not want his death to create further division, hatred or tension. We want his story to help make our streets safer for everyone. Does the Prime Minister agree with me and my constituency neighbour in Southampton Test, Satvir Kaur, that the violence we saw whipped up on the streets of Southampton last night, the criminal damage to innocent people's homes, the injuries to 11 police officers are the total opposite of what Henry's own family clearly and powerfully called for?
Can I thank him for his question and thank him for the discussion that we had this morning about the impact in Southampton, and thank him for the work that he has done along with his fellow MP and, if I may, the Honourable Member for Thurrock, who's been dealing with Henry's family for some time. The attacks directed towards police officers last night were disgraceful and completely unacceptable. There is no justification for further disorder.
Danny Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Conservatives promised us 40 new hospitals repeatedly that we knew were never going to happen. But the current government is now promising us a new hospital in Hampshire in 20 years' time if it gets built at all. Mr. Speaker, my constituents really rely on our A&E maternity services, but our current hospital has a huge repair backlog and it has rainwater leaking into clinical areas. Will the Prime Minister please break this cycle of governing parties promising us hypothetical hospitals and simply commit to fixing our actual hospital in Winchester?
Can I thank him for his question? I recall he raised this with me, I think, previously at Prime Minister's questions. As he knows, the reorganisation of services is a matter for local integrated care boards who take decisions based on the evidence and engagement with patients. Across the country, patients are benefiting from the £450 million investment that we've provided to expand urgent and emergency care capacity. That's the improvements because of the investment we put in, but it is a matter for his local board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the efforts of dedicated teachers in Scarborough and Whitby, only 36% of pupils achieve grade 5 and above in both English and Maths GCSE. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that Mission Coastal has the potential to deliver the same transformational impact for young people in deprived coastal communities as the London Challenge achieved, and is the kind of bold and targeted intervention that only a Labour government can deliver?
Can I thank her for her work championing on such an important issue? Mission Coastal will help break the link between background and success, giving the most disadvantaged children mentoring, career support and enrichment opportunities, because we believe that no matter where you grow up, every child deserves the same opportunities to succeed.
Victoria Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government's top-down housing targets, which are about to almost double in my constituency, mean communities like Redbourne and Tring are about to see huge-scale development while infrastructure is bursting at the seams. But while a supposedly affordable new build in my patch is more than £500,000. So no wonder Hannah, one of my sixth formers, says she can never dream of buying a new home and have to leave the place where she grew up. So will the Prime Minister urgently review these targets and come and speak to Hannah and our constituents, see how the targets, these top-down targets, are not delivering the affordable homes, the services we need, or protecting our precious land?
Prime Minister, please.
Look, we inherited a housing crisis with people unable to have the security of their own home or even get onto the housing ladder. We are determined to change that. We have invested £39 billion to deliver more social and affordable homes, prioritising brownfield land. We must build more communities with strong infrastructure, but her party consistently votes against the planning reforms that will actually allow those homes to be built.
Final question, Calvin Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Health Secretary confirmed that all eligible black men will be invited to the Transform trial. As chair of the Prostate Cancer APPG, I welcome this vital step towards screening for this terrible disease, for which black men have doubled risk for both diagnosis and death. Something which Reform have responded to with nothing but divisive weasel words and rage baiting. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that our NHS was founded by Labour to be there for everyone equally, and when there is a proven higher risk, targeting support is equality?
Can I thank him for his work as chair of the Prostate Cancer APPG? This programme is England's first targeted cancer screening programme. We're also funding a major expansion of research and treatment backed by £20 million to help men at the highest risk. We are determined to improve cancer care, and more cancer patients are now being diagnosed on time thanks to Labour's decisions. But of course, there's more to do.
Let the front benches change over. Didn't ask a question, so questions come after statements. You didn't ask a question, though. I don't know. So they come afterwards. They come after statements and new cues. We now come to the urgent question. Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am most grateful. Mr. Speaker, would the Secretary of State for the Environment make a statement following the disruption of water supplies throughout the area served by South East Water during the spring recess?
Aldi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Sir Roger for asking this question. And I'd like to update the House on the water supply disruption in Kent. I'd like to begin by expressing my sympathy for those affected by this disruption. Being without water is distressing at any time, but particularly during a period of hot weather and school revision and examinations. This is now the third major outage affecting South East Water customers in recent months, and it is simply not acceptable. South East Water reported that thousands of customers were impacted by supply disruptions over the course of the incident, and I am pleased that normal water supply has now been restored. I met with the interim chair and senior operational staff twice during the course of the incident, including on Sunday this weekend, and the DEFRA team met with them daily to hold them to account for this incident and requested that they set out how they will compensate customers for this by the end of this week. Water supply disruption causes significant cost to businesses and impacts the most vulnerable in society. I've heard of a 100-year-old lady without water and a care home in Cranbrook using wet wipes to keep their residents clean. This is simply unacceptable, and the company must take urgent action. I'd like to thank all those working in the Kent Local Resilience Forum, the local authorities, the health and social care partners and civil servants in MHCLG and DEFRA for their hard work to support those affected. I'm also grateful to operational staff and volunteers who worked on the ground to restore water supplies and provide alternative water. A reliable supply of clean water is one of the fundamental foundations of a healthy, functioning society. The situation demands further bold action to deliver fundamental long-term reform, and that's why we're delivering whole-scale reform to the water sector. Through our Clean Water Bill, we will create a new, single, powerful regulator, giving us for the first time a clear system-wide view of company performance and the tools to intervene more quickly when companies fall short. We will put consumers first by introducing a water ombudsman, ensuring customers have a stronger voice and clearer routes to redress. We've already passed the Water Special Measures Act, which introduced the toughest Centrelink powers ever applied to law-breaking water company executives and introduced powers to ban unjustified bonuses. It is vital that South East Water and all water companies deliver on improvements to their infrastructure, but most of all, they must continue to improve their ability to maintain water supplies to their customers, whatever the weather.
We now come to Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her obvious and genuine concern and for the measures that she sought to take. And can I join her in thanking the very many organisations that sought to help us through this problem? And I include in that employees on the ground at South East Water. Mr. Speaker, you know that thousands of people in Herne Bay, in my constituency, and more thousands of people in Whitstable, in the constituency represented by my honourable friend, the member for Canterbury, were left without water during the 4 hottest days of the year so far. That is totally inexcusable and totally unacceptable. Not only were households disrupted, but at the very time when they should have been having a glorious start to their season, guest houses, hotels, restaurants, pubs were shut. Care homes had frightful problems. A doctor's surgery lost its consultations because they didn't have water. There is no quick fix to this. The Broad Oak Reservoir should have been built 50 years ago. It'll take 10 years if we start tomorrow. But we have to try to make sure that in the coming months, because there will be more hot weather, this doesn't happen for a 5th time across Kent. And Mr. Speaker, finally, could I say that I do believe that the water companies face a very real problem in the regulations as they stand. They are required by law to connect every new house to a supply. They are not consultees in planning applications. We have to correct that. They have to be given a voice because they cannot spirit water out of thin air.
Yeah, well done. Emma Hardy, Minister.
I thank the right honourable gentleman and share his outrage at the situation. And he's quite right to say that one of the answers is the reservoir, and he's quite right to say that it's going to take a long time in which to build it. But it's not just the reservoirs, it's the desalination plants. But it's also they need to do more urgent action on tackling leakage. Too much of the water that is produced is lost through leakage. We're also sort of looking across government at building standards for new homes. How can we make homes more water efficient? Because this is a big problem. And one of the things I hope which will offer him some reassurances, NISTA have been doing some work around mapping to identify areas of the country where we have more acute water shortage problems to look at what we need to resolve it. One of the things I was saying to the company is, like, what are the actions you can take now? There's no excuse for their poor communication. That's something they can fix overnight. They can improve their communication. They can improve their relationship with the local resilience forum. That doesn't cost any money. They can look at the bulk supply deal they have with Southern Water. That's another action they can take. They can accelerate their work on leakage reduction. That's another action they can take. But fundamentally, it's quite right. The answer is building reservoirs and having greater storage of water across our country. And it is quite frankly, I think, ludicrous that we're in a situation where we complain about the rain all through the winter and complain about the drought all through the summer, and we have no way of storing it, and that's something I'm trying to change urgently.
Just to remind her, this is about South East Water, not other water companies. So I'm sure all questions will be linked to that. Sure, Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many of my constituents, I have lost all faith in South East Water after the repeated failures to deliver adequate standards for customers in my constituency and across Kent. The latest incident left around 4,000 of my constituents having to cope for days with no water entirely, an intermittent supply or low water pressure. South East Water's failure to invest in infrastructure means I have no confidence they will be able to provide a basic standard of service. Moreover, they kept the hosepipe ban until February this year, and there was no preparedness for the hot weather that was coming up. So there is a lack of understanding for the senior leadership within that organisation. So what practical measures the government can do that we will not suffer in this coming summer months?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question and share with him the outrage of the situation, and he has been a fantastic champion for his constituents in raising this with me on a number of times. In terms of the action that they can immediately take, one of the things we've said to the company is that they need to be prepared for future hot weather during the summer. What is their plan? What is their resilience plan? What actions are they going to take? What are they going to do? You know, where can they identify immediate things they can take? The longer solution is the storage of water. That is the longer term solution. But I mean, fundamentally, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, this company is a water-only company. It has one job. That's all it has, one job, to supply water. And it's quite frankly astonishing that it is failing to do that at the moment. He will be aware they are under investigation from Ofwat, they're under investigation from the Drinking Water Inspectorate for its actual licence, and because of its recent credit downgrade, it is under investigation as to whether those licence conditions have been broken. So serious actions are being taken against this company now. I will, of course, update the House as soon as I hear more about the things they're going to be taking in the immediate short term. And just also to mention that the CEO has offered his resignation. The chair has already resigned. There is an interim chair, and the CEO is currently there while they're looking to replace him with somebody else.
Shadow Minister Dr Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for granting this urgent question from my right honourable friend, the member for Herne Bay and Sandwich. And can I thank the Minister for her approach and engagement with this vital issue. It is deeply regrettable, Mr Speaker, that we are here yet again with unacceptable outages from South East Water following the events back in December and January. The shortage of water supply in Kent in these hot conditions has had terrible impact on the local communities. Homes have been without water supply, schools and businesses impacted, farmers and horse owners again fearing not having enough water for their livestock. Local residents have lost confidence in their water supply and are switching to bottled water. That simply is outrageous. These repeated failures are simply not good enough from South East Water. We have heard repeated accounts about poor communication and logistics from South East Water, including difficulties in accessibility to collect bottled water, compromising vulnerable residents. Can the Minister please provide guidance on what is being done to ensure that people can reliably, moving forward, access adequate supply, particularly vulnerable households? And what is being done to ensure vital healthcare delivery can continue uninterrupted? And in these hot conditions, what measures can be put in place so that farmers and horse owners will have enough water for their livestock? What meetings has the Minister had with South East Water, Ofwat, the Drinking Water Inspectorate, local resilience fora and affected councils since this latest disruption? Mr Speaker, we've seen resignations at the top of South East Water, but we are yet to see any change in performance. What enforcement action is being considered against South East Water if it is found again to have failed its statutory duties? And what investment has South East Water committed to improve resilience in Kent, Sussex and other areas, and how will ministers ensure that it's delivered? Does the government accept that repeated water outages are unacceptable? And what steps will ministers take to support people in South East Water's area so that they will not face yet another period of interrupted supply?
I thank the official spokesperson. On the issue of farms, they did, after the last situation, which was raised with me, I think, by the Honourable Lady and yourself, about access for livestock. So this time they did make deliveries of alternative water to farms across the region during the incident. So that's what I've been informed. But obviously, there's intelligence otherwise. I'm keen to learn and understand that. And they had said they continue to monitor farms at risk areas. On the issue of vulnerable customers, this continues to be a challenge. So one of the things I've been talking to the Cabinet Office around is there a way that we can share more accurate information and data? Because what the water companies say is keeping their priority register up to date is quite challenging, because sometimes people fall in and out of being vulnerable, classified as vulnerable. For example, a lady who's pregnant is classified as vulnerable and needing water, but obviously when she's had the baby, she's no longer classified as being vulnerable in the same way. So how can we maintain accurate records of who's vulnerable and who would need additional water? So I'm having those conversations with the Cabinet Office around, is there a way to share data, but bearing in mind it's sensitive about sharing information, so there's always a complication there. So one thing I would ask all colleagues to do, if we can try and encourage all of our constituents to identify, self-identify through the priority services register if they're classified as vulnerable, so that they can get the expected water. I've met with the interim chair, and we had a more productive conversation, and she is keen to reset relationship. She wants to sort of meet the MPs in the area, to talk to them. She's committed to sort of rebuilding a relationship with the local resilience forum and how they can improve communication. To be fair to her, I think she's been there a few weeks, so this is very, very early on in her interim chairship. So I think there's something that we can work on and build on, because there are things they can do now around communications, and I'm quite concerned by him saying there was an accessibility problem around drinking water stations. In terms of who I've obviously met with the new chair, met with the senior people involved, meet regularly with the Drinking Water Inspectorate and Ofwat on this. There are live investigations following the last incident being held into the company at the moment, and this will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for the way that she has approached this, and particularly the fact that she points out that South East Water has one job. However, unfortunately, they are accountable to their shareholders more than they are to the people who they are supposed to be serving. Can I make a suggestion, notwithstanding the reforms that the government has already put in place with regard to the water industry, suggesting that maybe in future, rather than simply fining these companies when they fail so catastrophically, taking that fine, the amount of that fine as stock in the company to be fully held by a locally convened water board so that residents themselves have some form of control and accountability for the decisions that are made, because otherwise we are relying on extractive capitalism to destroy our water supply.
Minister.
My honourable friend makes a very powerful point, and I do want to highlight that in the white paper we did say in there that where water companies might want to transition to new ownership models, such as not-for-profit, for example, the regulator will develop a transparent process to assess whether that water company's requested move to the new model will go ahead. So we are looking at developing a transparent process if that is something that the water company might want to look at. But in terms of increasing the customer voice, which she's absolutely right about, on day one of this government coming into power, we announced new consumer boards for water companies. The Consumer Council for Water has done the entire country, gathering together different people for these customer panels. They've held one already in the South East Water area, where the customers there can account, very much like a select committee hearing, those water company bosses, and the report from that, obviously, I will share with the House, but is really interesting. The number one issue that came up from this area was communication. Lack of communication and lack of adequate communication was the number one thing they can tackle. And that doesn't require millions and billions on a reservoir. That just requires competence.
Sarah Dyke, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr. Speaker, leaving thousands of South East Water customers without access to drinking water has become a pattern of neglect, enabled by a water system that fails to hold water companies accountable for their actions, whether it be environmental destruction or consistent water disruptions. This situation is simply unacceptable, but the government's timid reforms do not rise to the scale of the challenge. We don't need more tinkering. We need a total structural overhaul. So given the repeated failures in water supply and sewage pollution seen in South East Water area and across the country, will the Minister back Liberal Democrat proposals for a mutually owned public benefit model for water companies, focusing investment on the environment, on customers and infrastructure, rather than lining the pockets of water company bosses like South East Water?
Minister.
Of course, South East Water is a water-only company, not a sewage company, and I think there's many things we can criticise them for, but sewage pollution is not one of them. Since we came into power, as I said, on day one we introduced the customer panels. We've secured £104 billion private investment. We passed the Water Special Measures Act. We gave the EA more powers to monitor water companies and uncover wrongdoing. In fact, the EA have done over 10,000 inspections into water companies. They've uncovered 81 examples that have gone through to criminal investigation. And I do want to gently point out that under the previous government, coalition government, funding for the EA was cut by more than a half. We've also introduced criminal liability for water policies, introduced automatic penalties, reduced the burden of proof, introduced cost recovery, banned the sale and supply of wet wipes, looked at reforming our bathing waters, established the Water Delivery Task Force, and yes, there's more to do with the reforms we have. And on top of that, of course, we've abolished Ofwat. And on top of that, there is more work to do. But I think I stand quite proud on the record that we've already taken after years of inaction.
Helena Dolan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for bringing this question. It's been an extremely distressing incident for my constituents served by South East Water on the Sussex-Kent border to see this disruption happening. Many residents and businesses impacted, and I have to say that it's right the Chief Executive and the Chairman of South East Water have resigned, and I would urge the government to look at the terms of the licence and whether those have been breached in this situation. But I also think we're here again in this chamber discussing another major water outage. The Minister knows we've had 2 major outages as well in my own patch. And what we see is time and time again the same mistakes and the same failures being repeated by the water companies. We looked at this on the Environment Committee and we found that they need to have clear plans of action in place, water stations in the right places, water stations that you can get to without a car, thinking about the impact on businesses and maybe delivering water to them to keep them open. All of these things every time get forgotten. And so could I ask the Minister to actually instruct all water companies in the country to have detailed emergency response plans in place for every constituency in the country that they work with the local MPs on, because we are the people on Christmas Eve, as happened to me last year, who've got the vicar's mobile numbers, the head teacher's phone numbers, and can set up those water stations, but they need to do that planning before disaster strikes and people lose water. So I urge her to look at that.
Minister.
Thank the Honourable Lady. So in fact, the licence, they have actually broken their licence conditions at the moment. Because of their credit, they've been downgraded by Moody's credit rating agency because of their performance issues, which is in fact, I think, the first time a credit rating agency has downgraded a water company over performance rather than over insolvency. So they are currently in breach of their licence. They're also being investigated on their licence from the drinking water inspector. It could be Ofwat. I will double check. Under the consumer duty, it is by Ofwat under the consumer duty for the fact that they've had supply outages in December and January. So that is happening right now. On the emergency response plans, yes, absolutely, they should have emergency response plans. Clearly, the emergency response plans that this company have are inadequate, which is why that we want to work with the local resilience forum and with the water company, obviously with DEFRA officials as well, to make sure that they are improved before we have another short spell of hot weather.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Lady asked a very good question, which the Minister sort of touched upon, but I'm going to press her further, because parts of Merryworth Platt and often in my own area were left not only without water, but without the support necessary for those who are most vulnerable, until two fantastic councillors, Matt Borton and Sarah Hudson, both from East Peckham, really went in there and got into the fight with the water company to make sure that the water station was set up. What planning can she help with to make sure that that infrastructure is put in place? Because the water companies have got away with it for far too long. In this case, South East Water, let's not beat around the bush, has been the worst run company that I've ever come across, and it's quite right that the leadership has gone. By the way, Mr. Speaker, there are quite a lot of companies I've come across, so that bar is set quite high. But she has extraordinary discretionary authority to corral and to coerce companies to act. Could she please look at bringing forward a task group within regional areas in order to make sure that their water plans are in place and their emergency plans are in place, because otherwise we're going to have this again.
I thank the gentleman for his thoughtful question. And of course, they do have a duty, they have a statutory duty to provide wholesome water. And if in the event that they can't, they must include provisions of alternative water supplies. These are set out in the Security and Emergency Measures Direction for 2022. So they have that statutory duty to actually plan and prepare. I think that's a really helpful suggestion. I would want them to be working with the LRF to sort of look at this, because, I mean, in this case, it was just a water supply issue, but often when we have incidences, potentially if it's flooding that takes out water supply, it's more than one issue happening at the same time. So I think it's important that they work really closely with the local resilience forum. And what I can commit to do is contacting the company and the local resilience forum to ensure that they have those plans in place, and also recommend that they speak to the local members of Parliament about those plans to ensure that they are that they are felt to be satisfactory, and of course, the councils for the local resilience forum to make sure that they are ready for, what will be another potentially hot summer.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Constituents of mine in Sittingbourne and Sheppey have been really worried and concerned as they've seen along the coast Herne Bay and Whitstable and residents there being deprived of their essential water supplies. I mean, it shouldn't have come as a shock. We know that there's been 15% extra usage of water during the heat wave the other week. But farmers in March and April were telling me locally that the water supplies were really low in the swales on Sheppey. We've got more investment coming, and it's really chalk and cheese in my area in the Swale, where we've got Southern Water and South Eastern Water. South Eastern are absolutely dreadful, whereas on Sheppey, which is particularly vulnerable to water supply issues, we've got a new water main coming, £4 million worth of investment there, and a massive new drainage system. It's really obvious the difference between these two companies. What I want to know from the Minister is, can she tell me how we're going to not just increase the amount of investment that's coming into the water system, but really deliver it at pace, and also how we can make sure that we don't have this postcode lottery in terms of whether you're going to get water or not just because of the management of these firms.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend. And the issue of farmers and water supply, I'm really keen to make it much easier for farmers to set up on-farm reservoirs. That's something I've heard repeatedly from farmers, that they find it difficult. So I want to kind of make that as simple as possible. I've spoken to too many farmers who tell me their frustration, particularly in the Suffolk area, where they say all winter we send all the water out into the sea, and then all summer we wish we had it back. So I want to do something about that. In terms of drought, each company has been told to produce a drought emergency plan ready for summer. That's for every single water company, to make sure we are prepared for that. In terms of making sure they deliver what they promise, one of the things we did in the Water Special Measures Act is if they don't deliver what they promise, that money that they've taken to deliver it needs to be refunded to customers. That money has been ring-fenced, and we have the Water Delivery Task Force, which tracks all of the major projects to make sure they are on track and on budget, and if they're not, then we intervene as a government to understand why and what can be done to bring them back on track. But you're quite right, we shouldn't have this situation where because you live in a certain area you're suffering a much poorer service than if you live somewhere else. So this is why we want to take a bit of grip on the delivery of projects that should be delivered, but also kind of make it easier for people living in this area to be able to hold on to the water during the winter to make sure that they have it during the summer.
Rosie Duffy.
Mr Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister, who's been engaged for a long time on this issue, and I know she really cares and talks to me and my neighbours. My neighbours and I just spend far too much of our time talking about the latest water shortages, and, you know, heat seems to equate to lack of water in the taps. Whitstable has been devastated yet again, and we are really worried about too many new houses that aren't going to be able to meet demand, and also local businesses in the summer, like the excellent Nomad Pizza company that are independent and had to close for days during our tourism, hotspot. How can I reassure them? And most of my constituents, by the way, lots of them are very behind the nationalisation model. That's something I get a lot of emails about. But how can I assure them with our water tank 10 years, our reservoir 10 years from being built, how can I assure them that the tanks won't still be empty in July and August and we're going to suffer business-wise?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and that pizza business sounds great and definitely worth a visit in summer. But she's quite right. We need to be looking. So I said to the company when I spoke to them again on the Sunday evening, like, what are the immediate measures that you can put in place over this summer to make sure that we have enough water supplies? In terms of house building, I've had some really productive conversations with MHCLG about how do you build homes that basically use less water. What is it in the building standards that you can build a home to mean that you're not having to use the same amount of water in a different way? This happens all over the world. It's not sort of beyond our grasp to do that as a government. But I think fundamentally we're going to need to build the reservoirs, we're going to need the desalination plants, we're going to need those big sources of water. But I do also think that, as I've mentioned before, one of the things the company could do more immediately is tackle the leaks, because at the moment we are wasting too much water into the ground.
Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Residents in Dartford, like those across Kent, are also experiencing poor service and increased bills, including in Ebbsfleet, having to pay an additional sum for water to flow from their community wastewater into the Thames, a thing charged by the Port of London Authority called dewatering, which is incredibly unfair to them. What they ask me continually is why it's acceptable for this poor performance to be in place and for water executives to continue to pay themselves large bonuses. Can I just ask the Minister what work is going on in order to tighten the regulations so that a reward actually matches performance going forward?
Yeah. Minister, please.
I totally agree with my honourable friend. As I've mentioned here before, I don't have an issue with bonuses per se. I just think it should be linked to how well you do your job. And what we've done with the Water Special Measures Act is obviously ban unfair bonuses. But what we have seen from some companies is attempting to exploit loopholes in which to continue to award them, and they're loopholes that we are determined to close.
Helen Baker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We've had a few days of hot weather, and yet again in my constituency and across Kent, we've had water outages on top of what we've seen earlier this year and last year. Residents, businesses, livestock owners, they are frustrated, but they are also really worried, because getting water is the most basic thing in this country. It's right that the Chief Executive and Chair of South East Water have gone. Yeah. My anger with them was particularly over their response and how they've handled these outages. But there is a longer-term problem of infrastructure and supply of water that's not going to be fixed overnight. There are 20,000 more houses coming in the pipeline from my constituency over the next few years, and thousands more in the surrounding area. Can the Minister tell me, is there enough water for these thousands more houses in rural Kent?
Minister.
The Honourable Lady raises an important point. I remember last time we were here talking about South East Water, how powerfully she described the impact on her constituents and on her businesses. So I know this is something she cares deeply about. As I say, one of the things we're doing through the Water Delivery Task Force is identify areas of the country where there are more acute water shortages, and therefore what actions can be taken to ensure people have the homes they need to live in, but also businesses have the water that they need, and it's not having a detrimental impact on the existing residents that live in that area. One of the things particularly about South East Water is they are reliant on a bulk supply agreement with Southern Water, so that's one of the things I'm sort of keen to sort of look into the details of, to make sure that that can be guaranteed whatever the circumstances Southern Water found themselves in. There are various other actions we can take. We mentioned around businesses and building standards and the ways that you build homes. In Cambridge, they've looked at retrofitting some homes to make them use less water. There's various other rules and regulations when it comes to business use of water. At the moment, we have a slightly bizarre situation where businesses have to use potable water. They're not able to use other types of water, which seems a bit crazy to me, that we're wasting drinking water for things that aren't drinking or for domestic customers. So I think there's a whole spread of different things in which we're looking at to make sure that we have the water that we need, because quite right to say that all the 9 new reservoirs and the desal plants and all that are brilliant, but they're not going to be here this summer and they're not going to be here next summer. So it's looking at that more immediate actions that we can take.
And just gently say it was about South East Water. The Minister seems to have opened it up by mentioning other water companies. But if we can try and concentrate on the theme, will be more helpful otherwise. And I'm going to test that example by Clive Efford, who I think is Thames Water, but I'm sure we'll link his question.
Absolutely. I'm asking a question about South East Water, because what we've got here is a company that fell over at the first short period of hot weather, and you have to wonder what planning has gone on in that company that it fell over so quickly in the season. And when are we going to call time on these water companies? Because the consistent failure that we get from them, whilst they're extracted enormous profits from the industry, has got to come to an end at some stage. I know my honourable friend is as frustrated as the rest of us with these companies, but it is time. There must come a time when we say to them, enough is enough, and we take control of these water companies for the public good.
Minister.
I thank my noble friend, and as highlighted, the white paper does talk about if companies wish to move into alternative ownership models. But I just want to sort of just briefly touch on special administration for breaching statutory duties, because under Section 37 of the Water Industry Act 1991, a water company has the duty to supply water within its area of appointment. A serious breach of these principal duties or of an enforcement order can be grounds for a performance SAR if that breach is so serious that it is no longer appropriate for the company to continue to hold its instrument of appointment.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely despair of South East Water. As we've heard from honourable members who represent Kent constituencies, they can't cope with large water outages. Neither can they cope with small water outages. In my Mid-Sussex constituency, the village of Staplefield has just gone through 30 hours without water, without bottled water being supplied, without good information, and even with misinformation. I understand that trying to fix decades of neglect in the water infrastructure will take a long time. So can I ask the Secretary of State, in her next meetings with executives at South East Water, will she ask to look at their communication plans so people know what's happening, get timely information and get the bottled water they need, seeing as outages seem to be par for the course these days?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady, and she's absolutely right. It was one of the issues that we had in the conversation on Sunday, was that issue around communication and where bottled water stations should be. I was told in this incident that they'd work more closely with the LRF to listen to their advice on where to place them, but obviously if that's not the Honourable Lady's experience, then I'd be keen to hear about that so I can take that back to the company. What I will say, because it is an interim chair, and I know that she's keen to build new relationships with members of Parliament, she has assured me that she's going to be meeting members of Parliament, and I think this is something collectively, this issue around communication, this issue around where bottled water stations is one that I would say urge to raise with her directly, so that we've got them in the right place, because I think fundamentally members of Parliament and councillors know and understand their areas probably far better than a water company.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and could I thank the member for Herne Bay for his question, and also the Minister's approach to this very difficult and appalling issue in Kent. Could she update the House and say a little bit more about the work to get meaningful compensation for the residents and businesses who are affected, and also in the longer term what she's doing to improve the system of compensation, which for many of my residents who had a water outage had to wait a long period of time for money to be paid back?
Wow. Minister.
I found my honourable friend, and absolutely one of the first things we did when we came into government was look at the Guaranteed Service Standards scheme, the GSS scheme, and we've introduced new increased compensation payments and introduced new standards, because previously there weren't even compensation being paid when people were under a boil notice, and that's something that this government's introduced. We've doubled for failings like supply interruptions, low pressure and sewer flooding, and so because of these changes, customers should be receiving payments for boil notice for the first time, and we've been told to make it available to people as soon as possible. We're really clear that customers come first. They are the people I care about, and they're the people I am the Water Minister for. So we're also going to be looking at introducing a water ombudsman. In the conversation I had with South East Water on Sunday, I asked them to, by the end of the week, identify what compensation is going to be paid to who and when, and that is something I'll be following up with them.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As she's looking into the situation with South East Water, can I also feed back what happened in Weybridge last week, where parts of Weybridge had restrictions of supply while we're supplied by Affinity Water? I think this is a problem which is broader than just this area. Could you urgently review resilience of water supply, the availability, but particularly the impact new house building is going to have over the forthcoming years on supply?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman. And on resilience standards, that's one of the things that we want to introduce for the first time is asset standards for water company assets, because at the moment they don't exist. There's no sort of rule or criteria for, well, what standard do you need to maintain your water treatment work to, or your wastewater treatment work to, or your pipes to, or how much leakage is acceptable or not. You know, that doesn't exist at the moment. So with the new regulator, we want to introduce these asset standards to say that you have to maintain your assets to a certain standard. And that should help change and basically build against what we've had in, not admittedly in this occasion they ran out of water, but what we've seen in other cases where where infrastructure falls over because it's not adequately maintained and looked after, which is why the no-notice inspections really matter as well. Those MOT-style inspections, as I referred to them, where people from the Environment Agency can go in, no notice, check the assets, mark them on them, and then give the company enforcement notice to say that they have to improve their assets up to a certain standard. That's not going to be fixed overnight, but by having that goal and aim of where we need to get to will help to sort of prevent what we're seeing when we have issues where the infrastructure just falls over because it's not properly looked after.
Clive Lewis.
Speaker, South East Water is one of a number of privatised water companies that are responsible for setting off 35 reservoirs since 2017, and they haven't built a single one since privatisation that's complete. I think this government, we understand, is committed to a regulatory approach to dealing with this. I would say that's akin to putting a complaints box on the Titanic. A nice idea, but I don't think it's going to work. Ultimately, whilst you have private water companies whose first priority is to private shareholders, many of them overseas, who give a damn about our constituents, this will keep on happening until water is put back under public control, in public hands, and owned by the public.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend. I know how passionately he cares about this, and I do genuinely pay tribute to him for championing this issue, for the work that he's done in Parliament to bring people together. As I have mentioned previously, the White Paper does talk about setting up a transparent process to look at transitioning into whether a company should go to a different model, which it mentions including not-for-profit, if that's what it would wish to do so.
Art Francois.
Speaker, can I just very quickly endorse your lovely tribute at PM's Q's, as I'm an Essex MP, to Sir Alan Hazelhurst. who will be much missed, even though he did achieve a very respectable innings of 88 years in his time on this earth. Can I very strongly endorse the suggestion from my right honourable friend from across the Thames, as it were, about making water companies statutory consultees for planning applications. Yeah. Where there's an application for a large number of houses, the implications can be severe, not just for fresh water, but for foul water, and particularly for sewage. And in my constituency, our sewage capacity is very nearly maxed out. And the implications of getting that wrong are frighteningly obvious. So I can see the Minister helpfully is nodding. Could we please change the law to make water companies statutory consultees so they can give expert advice on whether or not new planning proposals are actually feasible in reality or no?
Thank you. Hello, Minister.
The honourable gentleman's right in pointing out the consequences of getting this wrong. And just to reassure him, we are looking at, as I say, using tools from NISTA, using the Water Delivery Task Force, where we have shortages and what can we do about it. And not just for water, for wastewater capacity as well, because both are crucially important, because we want to see homes being built. We know that. We have, people want somewhere to live, and especially first-time buyers are finding it incredibly difficult at the moment. But we are taking a sensible approach to this and identifying, okay, where do we have shortages in wastewater or water? What can be done about that to increase the amount that we have available, but also what can be done to reduce demand in that area as well, as I mentioned, retrofitting and building standards and various other measures that can be taken too.
Terry Jeremy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the DEFRA Select Committee has investigated South East Water extensively, and what I found particularly shocking was the fact that there were so many warnings and concerns raised that were simply ignored, and despite a high risk of water supply failure, the lack of preparedness was plain to see. So can I ask my honourable friend the Minister whether the regulatory reforms that the government is looking at will have real consequences when those concerns are raised but ignored by the water companies?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend and in fact all members of the EFRA committee for their report. I thought it was a really excellent report and quite forensic in looking into the failures of South East Water. So it was a really brilliant, useful document. And he's quite right that there needs to be tough consequences if concerns are raised and ignored, and they cannot be allowed to continue to happen. That is exactly why we want to give a new regulator with strong powers, with teeth, to be able to take action. It's why we're looking at introducing this performance improvement regime for water companies, so that if we identify failure in that water company, they're giving proper oversight to sort of turn that company around, make it improve, with consequences if they don't.
Sarah Bull.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her praise of the report. As a member of the EFRA Select Committee, we are doing extensive work on the water industry, and we are following this very carefully. As was said earlier, the key issue as part of the South East Water disruption was the lack of communication, and that equally applied to Anglian Water, with the outage that occurred at exactly the same time in South Northamptonshire. I was not told of the outage, and residents report not knowing what was going on for 12, 24 hours, and the water delivery was inconsistent. So what I ask is just whatever more the government can do to send a very clear message to the water companies that this lack of communication is not acceptable.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her work as well on the EFRA committee, and she's absolutely right. It is unacceptable. There are things, and I feel like I'm a fair-minded person. I know that they don't control the weather, water companies. I know that they can't build a reservoir overnight, but they certainly can. Contact their members of parliament, contact their councils, get in touch with their local resiliency forums, and make sure they communicate with their customers as an absolute bare minimum. And that is exactly the conversation and what I'll be telling each and every one of them.
Chris Inchley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, alongside the failures in the South East, there was a widespread disruption of water supply across swathes of my constituency during the recent heatwave in Buntingford, Cotterwood, Ardleigh and Thropping. And Madam Deputy Speaker, in a country as wet as ours, it should take a true organising genius to create disruptions in water supply, but we are on track for a 6 billion litre water deficit in our country in coming decades. And on top of this, the forecast for water consumption from AI data centres is now estimated to reach up to 500 billion cubic metres every year. So to prevent disruptions of water supply recurring year in, year out, will the Minister, who I deeply respect, accept that we cannot continue to have infinite increases in demand on our already vastly overstretched water resources?
Minister. I thank my honourable friend, and he's quite right. It is astonishing that we are going to be seeing with climate change wetter and wetter winters, drier and drier summers, but we have no capacity in which to store it in the winter and use it in the summer, and that just feels like an absolute nonsense. On the issue of data centres, one of the things I'm quite keen to look at, and I sort of mentioned this in an answer over there, is at the moment the way that the legislation is set out is that the water that is supplied by a water company has to be drinking water standard. So again, it feels a logical, sensible move to say, well, could you not, if you're using water for cooling purposes, not for drinking purposes, not in people's homes, to be absolutely clear, but could you not, if you're using it for cooling purposes, use a different standard of water? Why does it need to be drinking water quality? Because that would enable us to use water where we're wanting to use it for things like data centres, for growth in a closed loop system. I think that's important to point out as well. But why couldn't you use something like wastewater to do the same job? Why do you need to use drinking water? And it feels like there is some legislation we have which were done for the right purposes. You know, it sounds great. A water company, of course, must have produced water that is drinking water standard. But does it need to be drinking water standard if we're using it to cool machinery rather than for people to actually use to drink?
A final question, Helen Brown.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. South East Water have openly and publicly admitted that they cannot supply drinking water for all the future homes planned to be built in Kent. So specifically, what is the Minister's response to that concern? And is she having conversations with her colleagues at the Department of Housing, Communities and Local Government?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and the short answer is yes. So the previous CEO, or the current CEO who hasn't gone yet, came to the Water Delivery Task Force a month or so ago, a few weeks ago, and with some of the local councillors from the area to talk about exactly this issue, the supply of water and the housing demands and how that can be met. And on the Water Delivery Task Force, I sit on that committee with MHCLG are there as well. So we're all having that conversation together, which was around how can we ensure that we build the homes that we need in a way that doesn't impact existing people living in the area and the water that they need, and in a way that ensures that those new homes have the water that's required. So we were looking at sort of over the next sort of 5, 10, 15 years, you know, what are the various supplies of water that were coming in? How does that impact house building at that time? How can homes be built to a more water efficient design? So those conversations are happening across government right now to balance out that question of how can we make sure everyone has a home to live in, but how can we stop there being a water crisis at the same time?
That concludes the first urgent question. I'll give the front benches a few moments to swap over. Urgent question, Monica Harding.
Madam Deputy Speaker, would the Minister please make a statement on the Israeli Defence Forces operations in Lebanon?
Madam Deputy Speaker, before I answer the Honourable Lady's important urgent question, I'm sure the whole House will join me in condemning Iran's strike on Kuwait International Airport by drones this morning. This was a completely unacceptable attack, which has tragically resulted in multiple injuries and at least one confirmed fatality. We stand in full solidarity with the government and the people of Kuwait, as well as our partners across the Gulf. I've conveyed my condolences this morning to the Kuwaiti Foreign Minister and his colleagues. We urge Iran to de-escalate immediately and return to meaningful dialogue to secure lasting peace and regional stability. Turning to Lebanon, let me be clear. The reckless and disproportionate escalation of Israeli military action in Lebanon has resulted in a devastating situation for Lebanese civilians, killing thousands. At an emergency session of the United Nations Security Council on Monday, jointly called by the United Kingdom, we firmly condemned the government of Israel's actions and called for a genuine and lasting ceasefire. We also condemn Lebanese Hezbollah's ongoing attacks against Israel, including those on Israeli northern communities. They have faced a repeated barrage of missiles and drones. Lebanese Hezbollah is a proscribed organisation. At Iran's instigation, it has dragged Lebanon into a war that its government and its people do not want. It does not speak or act for the people of Lebanon. It must end these attacks and disarm. I condemn the recent comments by Hezbollah's leadership seeking to destabilise the government of Lebanon within their own country. In April, I visited Beirut to show our support for the government and the people of Lebanon. I saw the impact of this military escalation firsthand. In the south, on a previous visit, I saw the devastating impact on civilian communities, villages razed to the ground, and I was pleased to be able to hand over tangible support to the Lebanese armed forces. Since April, conditions for civilians have only worsened. Over 3,000 people have been killed, and over 1 million have been displaced, with civilian homes and infrastructure destroyed. We believe that 1/4 of the population of Lebanon is now displaced. Displacement means, Madam Deputy Speaker, families fleeing from their homes, not knowing what they will return to. It means ever greater strain on hospitals and clinics. It means civilians sleeping in tents by the roadside. It means thousands of children, some of whom I met, not being able to go to school, and the spread of disease even amongst the youngest. That is why a ceasefire, properly observed by the parties, is so urgent. Whilst in Lebanon, I also announced a commitment of an additional £20 million in humanitarian support, particularly for those displaced by the conflict, making the UK one of the largest international humanitarian donors to this man-made crisis. I also met President Aoun and others in the Lebanese leadership. His government is taking courageous steps, setting out an unprecedented commitment to tackling Hezbollah, and have made the case for direct diplomacy with the government of Israel. The people of both Lebanon and Israel deserve to live in peace and security.
I'm sure the Minister doesn't really need reminding, but he does have 3 minutes for an urgent question, and that overran by some time. I call Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It has become routine for Donald Trump to declare a ceasefire when none exists. And in Lebanon, the President's claim that fighting has ceased is a dangerous fantasy. Under direction from the Israeli Security Cabinet, the IDF is expanding its illegal military operations in southern Lebanon. Israeli forces occupy more territory in Lebanon now than at any point since the start of the century. Hundreds of shattered communities have been left in their wake, with over 3,000 Lebanese killed and 1 million displaced. This looks far too much like the IDF's operation in Gaza. Last week, Prime Minister Netanyahu said Israel would expand its control there to 70% of that territory, breaching the ceasefire there. There can be no doubt, Madam Deputy Speaker, that these actions have breached international law and likely constitute war crimes. Meanwhile, Hezbollah continues to target Israel with missiles and drones. Their violence has led to the displacement of Israeli citizens from across northern Israel and is completely unacceptable. There can be no place for that terror organisation in the region. No part of this resembles a ceasefire, Madam Deputy Speaker. We need to see concerted action from the international community, including the UK government, to bring this cycle of violence to an end. So I ask, does the government support the need for an immediate ceasefire in Lebanon? Is the government pressing the Israeli Security Cabinet to stop its illegal offensive and occupation in Lebanon? Will the government stop all arms sales to Israel and sanction Netanyahu alongside the extremist members of his cabinet? And has the government made any progress with partners to advance the multilateral plans for the disarming of Hezbollah? There is no military solution to the Lebanon crisis. The only path forward is a Lebanese political settlement that ensures Hezbollah's disbandment and full state sovereignty over all of its territory.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for the questions. We do, as I'm sure was clear in my answer, we do call for an immediate ceasefire. That must be meaningful. I commented in my response on the extent of civilian suffering, which the Honourable Lady is right to draw attention to. She is right also to highlight the vital importance of a rapid disarmament of Hezbollah, who are doing the people of Lebanon nothing but harm in their continued efforts to undermine the Lebanese government and to bring the Lebanese into a conflict that they do not wish to be a part of. I discussed those questions of disarmament in all of my discussions in April with the President, the Prime Minister, the Speaker of the Parliament, with members of the Lebanese Armed Forces, and we will continue to play our full role, including in the Security Council, as we did earlier in the week.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Emily Thornberry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Instead of it being unacceptable that Israel invades and threatens the Lebanese people south of the Litani River, it long seems to have been understood that so long as they don't cross the river, then there won't be any particular consequences. It's as if we have our new modern-day Rubicon, and now they have crossed. And now we have Israel and Hezbollah fighting out their ancient hatred in the middle of a country and deliberately trying to destabilise Lebanon. It is completely unacceptable. When my committee visits the country this month, I expect we'll hear many requests for more assistance to the Lebanese army so that they can make real progress in disarming Hezbollah and defending their people. Can the Minister confirm that such assistance is going in, and could he give us more details as to the plans?
Minister.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for the question and her continued interest in Lebanon. I have been south of the Litani, and I have myself handed over watchtowers to the Lebanese Armed Forces in those very areas. And I wouldn't want the House to have any impression other than our view is consistent both north and south of the Litani. I saw for myself from that watchtower the extent of damage done to civilian infrastructure, whole villages completely flattened. People said to me quite rightly, Madam Deputy Speaker, that their lives mattered in the south of Lebanon. They should not expect their villages to be flattened. They should not expect their children to be displaced. And I have been clear in all of our contact, both with the Israeli government and indeed with the authorities in Lebanon, how important it is that this violence is brought to an end. The Honourable Lady asks for a question about further detail. I can confirm we've provided over £175 million in training, equipment and advice to the Lebanese Armed Forces since 2009. There's been particular work in relation to Lebanon's borders, both against Syria and up against Israel as well.
Shadow Foreign Secretary.
Deputy Speaker, Lebanese Hezbollah is an Iranian-backed terrorist organisation who for too long have caused harm to the Lebanese people and undermined the government of Lebanon, threatened Israel and are part of a terror network that threatens our interests and security and that of our friends in the Middle East. There should be no doubt that Hezbollah continue to undermine efforts to secure peace in the region, and they failed to comply with the terms of the 2024 Israel-Lebanon ceasefire. Can the Minister tell us of his assessment of the actions taken by Hezbollah when it comes to violating the ceasefire and the support that they have received from Iran? Does he agree that the interests of peace are best served by Hezbollah being permanently disarmed? The current conflict has caused terrible hardship in Lebanon and Israel, and the UK government must use its influence and diplomacy in the region to help bring this to an end. We have to see this conflict come to an end. So can the Minister tell us what direct discussions have taken place with representatives in Israel, Lebanon and the US administration on the terms of a lasting ceasefire? What is the British government doing to support the disarming of Hezbollah? And what contributions and practical efforts are being made to see the UN Security Council Resolution 1701 fully implemented? So much of this leads back to the architect of so much of the disturbance in the Middle East, and that is Iran. And so I would just like to conclude my remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker, by joining with the Minister in condemning the strikes that took place today in Kuwait, and also the fact that Iran cannot carry on persisting in the way it is as a state sponsor of terrorism.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Foreign Secretary makes a range of important points, including on the enormous continued harm that Hezbollah does to the people of Lebanon, as indeed they continue to attempt to do to the people of Israel as well. It is completely unacceptable that communities in the north of Israel continue to face the barrages of missiles and drones that they do. We have called repeatedly for Hezbollah to stop. What they do harms Lebanon as much as Israel. We have discussed in detail with both the Lebanese armed forces and the leadership of Lebanon the progress that must be made in disarming Hezbollah. There has been a lot of commentary about both the phasing and sequencing of those efforts over the last few months. It must be the Lebanese government who disarm Hezbollah. That is the only way in which the Hezbollah issue can be properly dealt with. The government of Lebanon are brave and courageous people in whom we have very considerable confidence. President Aoun, who I was in contact with today, is taking very, very important steps to try and safeguard his country and its future, and we must support him. He and his government and his armed forces must monopolise force in Lebanon, not Hezbollah and not the IDF.
Abdissam Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 125 health workers have been killed in Lebanon just in the last 3 months alone. Today, an Israeli strike has hit an ambulance in South Lebanon, killing 2 paramedics, taking the death toll now to 127. The November 2024 ceasefire agreement is barely worth the paper it is written on. The minister rightly condemns the targeting of civilians. What about Israel's targeting of health workers, of journalists? And does the minister realise that condemnation without action has utterly failed and reinforces Israel's continuing disregard for international law? So will the minister today make clear that sanctions must be used to hold Israel accountable?
Minister.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend who has been a persistent advocate on these issues. We have taken a whole series of steps, Madam Deputy Speaker, which I want to set out in brief for the House. So important are the issues in Lebanon that during my visit in April, we went from providing only £10 million of humanitarian assistance now to 30. We are now one of the largest humanitarian donors in the world to Lebanon. I think few other ministers in the world have gone as close as I have to the blue line. I met with incredibly brave representatives of the Lebanese Red Cross, young people who had, in many cases, given up their lives in order to try and make sure that they could minimise the harm that was coming to southern communities. I was so upset to see further strikes on them since I met them. I am proud of our support to them. I utterly condemn the attacks upon them.
Simon Hall.
Deputy Speaker, it's a tragic perversity that the actions of both Hezbollah and Hamas actually hurt and harm the interests and the safety of those who they purport to act on behalf of.
What about Israel?
But several years ago, former Israeli Prime Minister Barak described Israel as being the villa in the jungle. Last week, with cross-party colleagues, I was in Israel. It's becoming increasingly evident that the Israeli government's actions are rendering it both a rogue and a pariah state, oblivious to international and US pressure and opinion. That in turn is, of course, making Israel herself far less secure. Apart from words, which are welcome, what can the government do? Could I suggest an expansion and deepening of sanctions? Because that will hit them where it is needed and may refocus attention.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there are strong views held right across the House on the questions of the Middle East, but I want to pay tribute to those on the benches opposite who have shifted their position in recent years. The British government, while I have been the Middle East Minister, has indeed made very significant policy decisions, both existing sanctions, and I know the honourable gentleman will understand why I don't go further on the question of sanctions, but I am the first British minister from this dispatch box to announce sanctions on Israeli ministers, and I recognise what a Rubicon that is, and I recognise also that I have been supported in doing so by voices on the opposite benches, as well as, of course, by my many honourable friends behind me. I recognise the gravity of what is happening in the Middle East. We will continue to take the steps that we have been, responding with the urgency that is required, and I hope the House will permit me if I say I felt at the point at which I announced the recognition of the State of Palestine that I was speaking for the whole House, not just the government.
John MacDonald.
Could I just take 30 seconds, Madam Deputy Speaker, to associate myself with the remarks by the Speaker with regard to Sir Alan Hazelhurst. Sir Alan was in the chair when I seized the mace and he expelled me from the chamber, but he did it with such good grace we became firm friends for ever since. So I send my condolences to his wife. As the Minister knows, I'm Secretary of the NUJ Parliamentary Group. We're now experiencing in Lebanon exactly what we saw in Gaza, the targeting and murder of journalists. When he was there in April, Amal Khalil, the famous woman journalist, was hit by an Israeli strike, and then the Red Cross ambulance that went to assist her was hit as well. And as a result of that, the Lebanese Prime Minister has made it quite clear that these are war crimes. So could I ask that the government joins with others now in collecting the evidence of these war crimes so that we can take action against those Israeli ministers that have actually perpetrated these war crimes against the Lebanese people, just as they did against the Palestinians?
I'm familiar with the incident that my right honourable friend describes, and I pay tribute to his work on these issues right across the world. It is appalling that journalists in Lebanon reporting on developments in the south have been struck in this way. We made interventions in the United Nations following some of these assaults on journalists, both in Lebanon and in Israel, and we will continue to press these points.
Brian Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the world on fire, with war and climate change, with diseases such as Ebola stalking Africa again, will the government reconfirm its commitment to returning aid spending to 0.7% GNI and not cutting it beyond 0.3% GNI?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've discussed these issues on a number of occasions, and the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister have set out why we had to take the difficult decisions that we have, but I'd just like to assure the House that we have protected Lebanon from those cuts, and that is why we are in the position that we are of being one of the largest humanitarian donors to Lebanon in the world.
Perks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by paying tribute to the dogged determination of the Minister to get this issue right, which is shared by many of us in this side of the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I've said prayers every time throughout this crisis when there has been an abuse of human rights, not just in Lebanon, but when Hamas took the hostages, when innocent Palestinians have been killed, when villages have been threatened, when settlements have been, violence has been done. Now, the IDF and the Israeli government sits at many times about that. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I fear I am running out of prayers to make. Can I ask the Minister, beyond the moral outrage we rightly express in this House, what more will it take for a British government to stand up for sanctions and further action that demonstrates to the world and the people in Lebanon and in Gaza and in the West Bank that we get it and we will take the action necessary to stand up for international law, human rights and their freedoms?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friends. I hope I have, through his, he describes some of my work in gracious terms, and I'm grateful. I hope in Britain's sustained commitment to these issues in Lebanon that we have demonstrated that we understand the gravity of what is going on here. We will remain deeply engaged in these questions. I have been in contact with the Lebanese Foreign Minister, the Lebanese President, American counterparts. We have raised these issues with the Israeli government as well. We will continue to do so.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I join with the Chairman, just getting back into place, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, for her comments on seeking to support capacity building in the Lebanese army? That's absolutely right. Can I also thank the Minister and join him in recognising the courage of the President and other ministers in the Lebanese government, particularly their public condemnation of Hezbollah and even indirectly Iran. Could he confirm that it is the view of the British government that not all Shia, those that follow the Shia tradition of Islam, both in indeed Lebanon and Iran, necessarily support Hamas or Hezbollah or the evil Iranian regime? And can I put on the record my condemnation of both Hezbollah and Iran, who basically have caused this latest conflict in Lebanon. Israelis should be able to live in peace without fear of being bombed by drones or missiles. That's absolutely clear. But does he share the view of the French envoy to the United Nations that Israel needs to learn the lessons of its occupation of Lebanon in the year 2000? And also, does he recognise the words of Danny Danon, as you will know, the Israeli envoy to the UN, when he says that Israel is not seeking to expand the conflict or retain territory in Lebanon? If that is indeed the position and policy of the Israeli government, that is welcome, but it does seem at odds with some of the public utterances of the current Israeli Prime Minister.
Minister.
I completely agree with the honourable gentleman about the Shia of whether it's Lebanon, Iraq, Iran, indeed Pakistan. Overwhelmingly, Shia communities want peace and human rights like everybody else. This is a small, unrepresentative part of Lebanon that is funded and supported by Iran, and it is bringing the Lebanese into terrible, terrible difficulties. I want to return to the very important point that he makes, though, about the intentions of the Israeli government. If this is a counter-terrorism operation, I can see absolutely no justification for raising the Israeli flag over Beaufort Castle. We want to see Lebanese Hezbollah disarmed. That cannot possibly involve such a flagrant violation of the sovereignty of a neighbour.
Apsana Begum.
Deputy Speaker, for years now it's been reported that Israel has been using white phosphorus munitions against civilian targets in South Lebanon's Bekaa Valley. Alongside reports from Human Rights Watch and Amnesty, UNIFIL even reported that UN peacekeepers in Lebanon were injured by white phosphorus munitions. The Minister has confirmed to me previously that the government is aware of these reports, and the government knows that the use of white phosphorus as an incendiary weapon in populated areas is strictly prohibited, and yet this is just one of thousands of examples of Israel tearing up the laws around war. Can the Minister explain whether the UK's joint agreement signed in 2020 on military cooperation with Israel is still in place, and if so, why?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, to be clear about the position, I think my honourable friend refers to the 2020 Israel-UK roadmap, which is suspended. But in relation to the very important question she raises about arms exports, as I've said to this House on a number of occasions, we take our obligations under international humanitarian law incredibly seriously. That's why we conducted the review that we did when we became the government, and why we took the action that then followed, which has been discussed in this chamber on a number of occasions.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the Minister understands that there can be no sustainable ceasefire for as long as there exists in Lebanon an Iranian terrorist proxy that has as its war aim the complete, final and irrevocable destruction of the State of Israel and the Jews that live there. So we are faced, are we not, with trying to mitigate some of that action by this terrorist organisation. Would he agree with me that the only viable way of doing that, given the situation, is to do everything in our power to strengthen the Lebanese army, which he will know is a credible organisation, and to support the UN Secretary-General in his stated intention of renewing UNFIL and making sure that it is fit for purpose, rather than simply as an observer, as is currently the case.
Minister.
I very strongly agree with the honourable gentleman. It is the Lebanese armed forces. In the end, that must be the force that disarms Hezbollah and ends the threats, both to Lebanese and Israelis, that emanates from that malign group. And so I completely support the Lebanese armed forces and agree with what he says. Of course, UNIFIL is a subject of discussion in the Council, I think, in the coming months, and we will be playing our full part to try and ensure that it can contribute as much as possible. But in much of the discussion around Lebanon, there is often a focus on the international elements. We have to be clear that the Lebanese government, the Lebanese armed forces and the Lebanese president must have control over the use of force in Lebanon. And that is the position of the British government.
Tony Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And while we rightly focus on the grave situation in Lebanon, the wider region is seeing an increasing pattern of British nationals being arbitrarily detained and used as leverage by countries including Iran. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the light of the news yesterday that Craig and Lindsay Foreman have had their appeal dismissed by the Iranian courts, and given their ongoing hunger strike in Evin prison, I think Craig is on his 27th day and Lindsay is on her 18th day, which is to protest against their conditions and ongoing detention. What further specific steps are the government taking to secure consular access? And is the government now prepared to condemn their detention as arbitrary, use international levers against Iran for hostage-taking, and show Iran that they cannot keep taking British citizens hostage as pawns in their own games?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I was clear yesterday in response to the news that my honourable friend refers to, their continued detention is unjustified and appalling. My honourable friend has been a doughty advocate for his constituents in this matter. I will continue to meet with him directly and with them on all of these questions. The behaviour of Iran is not solely in relation to British nationals, though of course that must be our focus in this chamber, but it is part of a much wider pattern of detentions which appear to have absolutely no justification of any kind, and it's a pattern which extends far beyond Europe as well. We condemn it. It is completely erosive of any trust in Iran, and I have made that point clearly and repeatedly to the Iranian authorities.
Sir John Hayes.
Madam Speaker, in referring the House to my entry in the Register of Interests, I commend this Minister for both visiting Lebanon in April, for his continuing dialogue with the very good new ambassador here, and for our ambassador there. He will know that the Lebanese people deserve to be free from fear, from persistent uncertainty, from perpetual hostility, and from permanent doubt. The only way of that happening, as he said, is to support the Lebanese government and the armed forces. We do so already. But to endorse the point made by my honourable friend from South West Wiltshire, will he look at what further steps can be made to communicate that support within Lebanon? The worry people have, and I think shared across this chamber, is that sadly, tragically, the Lebanese people will come to believe that Hezbollah is defending them, where in fact it's doing anything but, it's endangering them. So what further steps can be made to reassure the Lebanese people of what he's told the House today?
I thank the honourable gentleman and my Lincolnshire neighbour for his kind words and for his attention to these matters. I take the challenge that there is a completely untrue narrative that is promoted, the idea that either Lebanese Hezbollah or Iran itself is a protector of Lebanon is patently and completely untrue. Iran's influence in Lebanon over many years has been malign, it has undermined the sovereignty of the country, and it's harmed the interests of its people. And I take his challenge, and I'll return to him on it, on what more we can do to make sure both our support and the malign nature of Iranian influence within the country.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the reality is, Israel continues to rip to shreds every last line of the international rules-based order. It continues with its illegal land grabs, illegal settlements, war crimes and genocide in Gaza, and is now breaching the ceasefire agreement with illegal military action in Lebanon. 55 children have been killed and 212 injured in Lebanon since the ceasefire began on April the 16th. So I say to the Minister, he will have seen the strength of feeling in this place, and I seriously ask him this question: how many more children must be killed in Lebanon and Gaza before his government stops with the empty condemnations and takes real action?
Minister.
I recognise my honourable friend's engagement and commitment to these issues. I would just gently say back to him, I have met the children displaced by this escalation. We have taken urgent steps to very significantly increase the support that is being provided to them. We have done everything that we can privately and publicly in the way that I have described to the Chamber over the course of the afternoon to try and make sure that there is a genuine, meaningful ceasefire that holds, that does not lead to the loss of life, whether children or otherwise. We will continue to do that. We have changed very significantly our posture towards Lebanon within the last few months. As I said earlier, we are now one of the largest humanitarian donors. I have myself handed over equipment to the Lebanese in order to try and ensure that they can control the south. That is not to say that that progress has been uniform. In fact, it is very clear, as my honourable friend will have heard, that I am acknowledging how much worse the situation has got. But we will continue to play our full role here at the United Nations and with our counterparts in the region to try and bring about a genuine and meaningful ceasefire.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Israeli Minister Ben-Gvir said in the last few days on social media, electricity must be cut off, the Zahrani must be seized and intensive warfare resumed. And last week, flattening Yehu, flatten it again and target the suburbs. This indiscriminate targeting of Lebanese people shows what the Israelis are really trying to do. So will the Minister agree that the time has finally come for a full ban on all arms to Israel?
I'm almost reluctant, Madam Deputy Speaker, to talk any more about that Minister from the dispatch box. I am glad, I'm afraid, that I sanctioned him in the way that I described earlier. We were amongst the first countries to do so. I'm glad to see that others are now taking similar steps. That Minister, whose name I don't really want to say again in this chamber, brings Israel nothing but harm. He undermines their position in the world. He brings even Israel's friends into a position of disgust at his actions.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I share the Minister's condemnation of the murderous attacks upon Kuwait Airport this morning. I'm sure you'll share with me condemnation of the murder of 2 more health workers in Lebanon this morning at the hands of the IDF. And he referred to the Israelis ordering the war crime of forcible displacement of around 1 million Lebanese south of the Zahrani and Litani rivers, with 3,500 killed and tens of thousands injured by their actions. And this reflects the early stages of the Gaza war, when they told Gazans to move south of the Wadi River. Since then, estimates of 70,000 killed and 170,000 injured. Indeed, Israeli Defence Minister Israel Katz explicitly said the destruction of villages in southern Lebanon would proceed, in accordance with the model of Bet Hanun and Rafah in Gaza. So with growing Israeli attacks in the West Bank, in addition to that, when will the government act on this consistent pattern of war crimes purposefully pursued by the Israeli government and take action to pressure the Israeli state to stop its military action, end arms sales, stop F-35 supplies, impose sanctions, utilise the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering and Proceeds of Crime Acts? There are tools at his disposal. When will he use them fully?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've talked about the F-35 programme at some length before, and I'm usually happy to go back into that debate, but I would prefer, given my honourable friend has given me the opportunity, just to comment a little bit further about the impact of displacement in Lebanon, which is rather different in some respects from the impact of displacement in Gaza. As the Chamber and many honourable and right honourable members know, Lebanon has a complicated multi-confessional balance within the country. Displacing a quarter of the population, often long distances, has a very significant impact on the stability of the country. Displacement, forced displacement, is exactly as he says, a war crime, but to displace so many people will also have a very deleterious impact on the stability of Lebanon in the long term. So it is all the more important that this practice is reversed and that we return to a genuine and sustainable ceasefire. One small note of optimism, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker. We welcome the talks that the United States have been convening between Israel and Lebanon, including talks today, and we want to see them progress.
Sammy Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I draw attention to the declaration that I've made in the Register of Interests? Hezbollah have made South Lebanon into an armed camp and a massive arms dump in which they store rockets, drones, etc., and have used them to attack Israeli towns, cities, kill civilians, cause billions of pounds worth of damage, and displaced a large part of the population. It's not disproportionate, would the Minister agree, for any government to seek to take action to defend its own citizens, and that can only be done by going into the area, where the enemy is firing its weapons and causing that destruction. And will you not agree with me that the real answer is Israel doesn't want to occupy Lebanon, it doesn't want to take over territory. The real answer is to eliminate and disarm Hezbollah, and then there will be real peace in that area.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, perhaps the honourable member has been to southern Lebanon, as I have recently. I can assure him it is not an arms dump. It is a place with people living, with children living, with people displaced. I saw for myself villages flattened literally to the ground. There is no military operation that ends up flattening entire villages to less than the height of this dispatch box, which does not end up prompting the question, what on earth were you trying to do with that operation? It is absolutely clear that Lebanese Hezbollah must be disarmed. They continue to strike northern Israeli communities. That is absolutely and completely unacceptable. The responsibility to prevent that must be the Lebanese government. It must be the Lebanese armed forces, and we must see a genuine and sustainable ceasefire. Of course, the Israeli government will react with understandable total fury if their nationals are targeted from another state. But as one of the honourable gentlemen on the other benches said, Israel has attempted to occupy southern Lebanon for long periods of time before, and it did not lead to safety amongst northern communities in Israel. We must all support the Lebanese government to do what is necessary, which is disarm Hezbollah, but we must ensure that civilians in southern Lebanon are protected in doing so.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Israel's bombing of Lebanon has seen yet more war crimes. It's incredibly dangerous for the people there. It's also a direct threat to achieving a peace process between the US and Iran in a war that's killing people over there and driving up the cost of living for people here. So I ask the Minister again, how many more countries does Israel have to bomb before the government imposes widespread sanctions, as they rightly did on Russia?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've covered sanctions already in these exchanges. I just want to slightly correct my honourable friend. It is not what will protect Lebanon is not Iran or its talks with the United States of America. It is the Lebanese government and the Lebanese armed forces. The process happening in Washington today between the government of Lebanon and the government of Israel, and the efforts of the United States, which I have welcomed, in seeking to ensure that there is no further violence of this kind. I think the President of the United States said earlier this week, the guns must fall silent, and I agree with him.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Isn't the issue that Israel's occupation and destruction of so much life in Lebanon at the present time is a continuation of their genocide in Gaza, is a continuation of their continued occupation of the West Bank and arming settlers to commit violent acts against Palestinian villages and steal their land and their crops? Isn't the real issue that Israel is allowed to get away with it because the rest of the world provides Israel with the wherewithal to do it. Will you be very clear? What is the British government's military relationship with Israel at the moment? Are we supplying weapons? Are we supplying parts for the F-35? Are we sharing intelligence information? Are we assisting on their military occupation of those 3 areas that I've just mentioned?
We are not, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've set out to the House on a number of occasions. The steps that we took were to ensure that no bombs, no bullets were being sold to Israel, or were being licensed to be sold to Israel by UK companies. That is because of concerns that we had about their conduct in Gaza. That applies to Gaza, that applies to the West Bank, and it applies to Lebanon. He asked me specifically about the F-35 programme, so let me reiterate to the House. The UK does not permit licences for direct sales of F-35 parts to Israel, but we are part of the global F-35 supply chain, and we do contribute to the global spares pool in which Israel may indeed be able to buy parts produced in the UK, but as part of a global arrangement which we are a part, which is vital to our security, the security of our friends and allies like Ukraine, and that continues to be our policy.
Paul Wall.
Deputy Speaker, the US News Service Axios reported that this week President Trump held a phone call with Benjamin Netanyahu, a direct phone call in which he said that Netanyahu was, and I quote, effing crazy for escalating his military action in Lebanon, killing thousands of innocent civilians, adding, "You'd be in prison if it weren't for me." But Netanyahu is also continuing to inflict death and misery on the people of the West Bank and Gaza, as we've heard many members report today. So isn't it time that the UK government showed that it shared the anger, the global anger and disgust at Israel's attempt to act with impunity by imposing our own sanctions on illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied territories of Palestine?
Minister.
I have seen the reports that my honourable friend mentions about the language used by the President of the United States in his call with the Prime Minister. I think he's confirmed it this morning. The language is unparliamentary, Madam Deputy Speaker, so I won't repeat it, but I very much sympathise with the frustration that the President feels for the Prime Minister of Israel and the conduct of the Israeli government in Lebanon. And I reiterate my calls in support of his that we must have the guns falling silent and a genuine and sustainable ceasefire.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister, as always, for his answers. An incredibly difficult portfolio the Minister has, and can I say this, Israel isn't perfect. I'm not perfect. The Minister's not perfect. Nobody in this House is perfect. And I think that's where following Hezbollah's sustained barrage of missiles and rockets targeting Israel towns and cities, the murder of Israeli civilians and soldiers, will the Minister set out the government's position on whether it fully recognises and supports the IDF's actions in Lebanon as a necessary and proportionate response to eliminate this terrorist threat and to protect Israeli civilians? Surely, Minister, that is the duty of any government, to protect its people and stop terrorists killing their people.
I regret to disagree with the courteous honourable gentleman on this question. I do not think that what Israel is doing is proportionate for all of the reasons that we've set out in the course of the discussion this afternoon. He is absolutely right that it is the responsibility of a government to protect their people. That applies to Lebanon as much as it does Israel, and that is why the talks in Washington today are so important.
James Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, I asked the Prime Minister on the 2nd of March what steps the UK was taking to prepare for the targeted stabilisation and humanitarian efforts in Lebanon and Yemen if the Iranian regime changed. Well, while we are all in support of the dismantling of Hezbollah, the Iranian regime, of course, hasn't changed, but the Israeli government has nonetheless stoked regional instability through these wholly disproportionate attacks. Will the Minister therefore condemn the actions being taken by the Israeli forces, but also reassure my constituents in Rushcliffe that nothing is off the table, including sanctions, further arms and trade embargoes, when it comes to the UK's responses to such actions?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. We keep all of these questions under review and we recognise the magnitude of events in the Middle East. I'll decline to enter into the hypothetical question, but obviously events in the Middle East, whether it's in Iran or Lebanon, are a real concern, I know, to constituents right across the country, to my constituency of Lincoln, and I know in Rushcliffe too.
Ayub Khan.
You, Madam Deputy Speaker, we all know in this House that words have consequences, words spoken in this House or outside indeed. And when we remind ourselves of the Prime Minister's comments about vital supplies being cut was fair game, when we look at the lack of criticisms, the lack of the call out of war crimes that we all witness, the specific mention of war crimes, that terminology is not being used by ministers of this government. And then recently, the suspension or banning of Cenk Uygur from entering the United Kingdom, someone even Piers Morgan holds in high regard. It's words and actions like that that embolden Netanyahu and his right-wing government. Does he recognise that it must be words that need to change as well as sanctions?
Words do matter, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it has been a long-standing principle of this government and indeed previous governments that it's not for ministers to say what crimes are, it's for courts to find. And that's why we haven't used the particular formulation that he would like. But I think absolutely nobody in the chamber could be under any doubts about the extent of criticism that both I and other ministers of the government have delivered in relation to Israeli conduct, whether it's in Lebanon or in Gaza. That hasn't just been criticism in words, it has been concrete actions, including sanctions against Israeli ministers, as I set out earlier in my question. We have a very delicate situation in the Middle East, which we seek to navigate in the best interests of the region and of the United Kingdom. There are many people's praise that I seek in this chamber, but Piers Morgan, I'm afraid, is not one of them. We have got to make difficult decisions in a serious way, and that is what we try to do each day in and day out.
Richard Baker.
Speaker, the attacks by Hezbollah must cease, but the wholly disproportionate response in Lebanon by the Israeli military is bringing untold suffering to those least able to bear the consequences, for women and children, for older and disabled people. What can UK ministers do alongside international partners and agencies to ensure humanitarian support and aid reaches those who've been left in desperate straits as a result of the actions of Israeli forces who are responsible for serious violations of human rights and international law?
I thank my honourable friend for the question and his commitment to the region and developments in the Middle East. We are proud that we are now one of the largest humanitarian donors in Lebanon. Access for that aid has not been impeded within Lebanon, but as some of my honourable friends behind me have already set out, there has been terrible incidents involving the death of aid workers, very, very committed young Lebanese who are doing their absolute best to help people in their own country, and they must stop.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The illegal actions of Hezbollah and Iran must be condemned, but so must the illegal actions of Israel. Israel has carried out 11,518 attacks in Lebanon between the 2nd of March to the 11th of May, with over 3,000 further estimated attacks since. Israel has bombed and destroyed or heavily demolished over 100 villages. As of yesterday, Israel has injured 10,577 people and killed 3,468 people, including 128 health workers. Israel has attacked and damaged 17 hospitals and damaged and destroyed 3 hospitals. It employs double and triple attacks on civilians. So, please may I ask the Minister, will this Labour government do anything meaningful to stop Israel's thirst for blood of innocent civilians, its insatiable appetite for the most barbaric violence, its Gazification of Lebanon and the wider Middle East? And does the UK support or condemn Netanyahu's declared plan for a greater Israel?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we've got to be a bit careful when we describe the government of Israel. I don't think that they have a thirst for blood for innocent civilians. I think we've got to be a bit more careful with our language in this chamber. That sounds to me like it echoes anti-Semitic tropes. So I want to just take a little bit of issue with the question that I was asked. I have taken clear steps in relation to Lebanon and indeed in relation to events in Palestine. We will continue to do so, but I do think we've got to be careful with our language in here.
Joe Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I just want to echo comments about the need for Hezbollah to cease their attacks on civilians, but it's clear that the tactics being used by the IDF deliberately echo and mirror the tactics being used in Gaza and in the West Bank: forced displacement, deliberate targeting of hospitals and other healthcare facilities, and intentional targeting of journalists to try and blind the world to the crimes that are taking place. Does the Minister agree with me that there is a clear need for further and deeper sanctions against the individuals and organisations responsible in the Israeli government?
I thank my honourable friend for the question. I know he's been long committed to these issues and that he has constituents in the region who have strong views as well, and I'm glad for his continued engagement. I won't provide further comments on sanctions from this dispatch box for reasons that people will understand, but we will keep all measures under review as the situation evolves.
Dr Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, France sanctioned Itmar Ben-Gvir, and that was almost a year to the day since the Minister made the same announcements from the dispatch box here. So I do thank him for the leadership he's been showing over the past months and years. And he's right not to pick a side in this war other than the Lebanese government, because both Iran's Hezbollah and Netanyahu is just showing a disregard for civilian life right across the region. But people and organisations in Edinburgh South West want to be reassured that if a ceasefire is established, that the aid that we're putting into that region is sufficient and is scalable. And secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister started off by talking about Iran. So I do have to mention the fact that in Iran, we're seeing the industrialisation of the death penalty against their own people, often young people who have simply been out protesting. And I know he has raised concern about this last year, I think November it was. Is there more we can do? I know it's a really difficult situation.
I thank my honourable friend for the kind words he says about the leadership we've shown in relation to these issues. He's absolutely right. And let me just reiterate to the House our total opposition to the death penalty everywhere. But what has happened in Iran, particularly since the protests in January, has been an absolutely awful cracking down on their own people. They have imposed very significant restrictions on communications. So some of the detail of that crackdown are not as accessible to us now as they once were. I have grave fears about how Iranians are being treated within Iran, and we will continue to monitor this closely and raise it with the force that he would expect with the Iranian authorities.
And the final question, John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I associate myself with the words of the Minister in strongly condemning the Iranian attack on Kuwait airport and also the continuing attacks by Hezbollah on Israeli civilians. But it was disturbing over recent weeks and days to see the IDF appearing to engage in a mission to seize land that does not belong to them, exemplified by the hoisting of the Israeli flag over the Beaufort Castle, presumably as a symbol of conquest. Will my honourable friend join me in condemning that act and reiterating once again that international law applies to Hezbollah and applies to the government of Israel?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it does. And of course, flags are much less important than the horrific loss of life that we have discussed over the course of this afternoon. But it is hard to draw a conclusion that the Israeli government is taking steps simply to deal with the terrorist organisation when they take one of the most historic sites in Lebanon with a long history of occupation by the Israelis and raise the Israeli flag in exactly the way he described. So I join with him in my condemnation.
And that concludes the urgent question. I'll just give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. We now come to the general debate on the government's response to the House's humble address on the 4th of February 2026. I call the Minister to move. Paymaster General.
And I beg to move, Madam Deputy Speaker, the motion that stands on the order paper. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the 4th of February, I came before this House to debate the humble address motion. I said that at the time that it was in the national interest to be transparent and to act as quickly as we could. And with the second publication earlier this week on Monday, the government has done so. Today, there is a further opportunity for members to put questions and indeed to debate the content alongside my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, who will of course listen to the debate and close it in due course. And today, we should ensure, as we debate these issues, that we keep Jeffrey Epstein's victims at the forefront of our minds. What Epstein did was abhorrent and unforgivable. He was a vile, evil paedophile, and I denounce him and his actions as strongly today as I did when I came to the dispatch box on the 4th of February. The Prime Minister has taken responsibility for appointing Peter Mandelson as the ambassador to the United States. He has said if he knew then what he knows now, he would never have appointed him, and he has apologised. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do think it is worth setting out the process that was followed in order to publish such a large volume of material on Monday. I will certainly do it.
Because he is going to talk about process, I'd be very grateful if he could clear up one matter. I have a high regard for his integrity, and I hope he won't dance around this subject as has been done by others in the past. In the first tranche of documents that was revealed, there are a number of notes sent by private secretaries to the Prime Minister. If I was allowed to use a prop, I would open this at page 3 and again at page 8, where you would see under these notes talking about the situation as regards how to appoint the ambassador and Peter Mandelson and so forth. There is a big box which says notes by the Prime Minister. The normal course of action when a Prime Minister receives a document of this sort is that he notes down his response to it. These boxes are totally blank. And my simple question to him is this: are they blank because the Prime Minister made no notes whatsoever, or are they blank because any notes that the Prime Minister made have been redacted and removed? The Intelligence and Security Committee deals with even more sensitive material than this routinely, and every time they have a redaction in a publication, there are 3 asterisks to show that the redaction has taken place. Can we know, were redactions taken place in the Prime Minister's notes on these memoranda that were sent to him for decision?
No, it's blank because it was blank is the answer to the right honourable gentleman's question. No. And the decision, the formal decision to appoint Peter Mandelson as the ambassador was conveyed by the Prime Minister's then principal private secretary in a letter to the Foreign Office. So there's no redaction of what was in that. I know what he's referring to. He's referring to the box note and the empty box. And the reason is there was nothing to redact because there was nothing in the box note. So I hope that's a sufficiently clear answer for the right honourable gentleman. I'll just take the honourable gentleman before I move on.
Because I want to talk on the process of the appointment rather than the process of the release of the papers, which I think he's moving on to. I've previously said in this House, and I think again the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee has said not dissimilar comments about process in the future, whether it's a Conservative government, hopefully, or another government, and that is about pre-appointment scrutiny of senior posts, both ambassadorial appointments and indeed, I would argue, permanent secretaries of government departments. That would be a more sort of safer way of doing things. And also on senior appointments for the ISC, and there are a lot of current ISC members here and former ones like myself, he will know that the process is one where the appointment is made by the Prime Minister, but the double lock mechanism ensures that the House has a say and can actually veto appointments if necessary. Now, that isn't necessarily what I'm asking for in these appointments, but certainly the relevant select committee should pre-scrutinise senior appointments, in my view, of ambassadors and other senior officials, whether they're political appointees or not. I think that would help the whole House, whatever our politics.
Look, I'm not hiding from the fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have to make changes to the appointments process. And indeed, what the government has done is to change the process for all direct ministerial appointments, actually, to make sure that due diligence and national security vetting has to take place prior to appointment. I think it's absolutely right that that change was made. Now, if I can just move, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the process, because the process that was followed was a significant one, obviously, to publish such a large volume of material. Now, when I was at the dispatch box on the 4th of February and committed to publishing material in the scope of the motion, bar that which the Intelligence and Security Committee agreed would be prejudicial to national security and international relations, I should put on record my thanks. Members who were in the House that day might recall that even as I was speaking in the chamber, I was making the case for the involvement, in fact, of the Intelligence and Security Committee. And I do know it was not a small undertaking. I think there's been a huge amount of time that's been spent by the Intelligence and Security Committee, and I'm very grateful for their very careful, and it looks to me, painstaking work to go through this volume of documentations. And members that day in February, and indeed since, have obviously raised a range of issues. And it's absolutely right that the government is so held to account on those. Now, as members will have seen from the material that was published on Monday, the government has enacted, I would suggest, the House's request for transparency to an extraordinary extent. I will certainly give way to the Father of the House.
On Monday, I specifically asked a question to the Chief Secretary, to the Prime Minister. It was on the fact that it's extraordinary, this was the information available to us at the time, that there appeared to be no WhatsApp messages from the Prime Minister or text messages. We now know that there were no text messages to Mandelson after a few days after the general election, and the WhatsApp messages have totally disappeared. The Chief Secretary gave me an answer which I have to say I think was slightly disingenuous, because he said prime ministers don't operate in this way. They're rather like Mr Gladstone. They sit at the cabinet table and men in frock coats bring them papers. And no, this is complete rubbish. We know that the Prime Minister must have been using WhatsApp all the time. Now, to use disappearing WhatsApp messages is contrary to what the COVID inquiry suggested. It is quite contrary to transparency also. And I just say to the Paymaster General that these scandals are made much worse by any hint of a cover-up. Everybody knows that a mistake was made. People are very forgiving to the Prime Minister who made a mistake. What they're not forgiving to is some sort of cover-up that all these numerous text messages and WhatsApp messages have suddenly vanished.
Spot on.
Well, on the reference to Gladstone, I think there are some members opposite who'd be quite happy to have Gladstonian principles in government. But can I just But look, to the point the right honourable gentleman makes around cover-up, that I really do reject. And I reject it for this reason. This was a process that was quite rightly driven by and led by officials without political interference, working with the Intelligence and Security Committee that is very well respected across this House and is a cross-party committee. There is not a single redaction in those documents that came about because of a ministerial decision, simply because we have not played that part in the process, nor should we have done. So I completely reject the idea of a cover-up, and on the subject of someone who might be keen on Gladstone, I give way.
Knows me well and knows that my disdain for Gladstone and my deep admiration for his rival, Benjamin Disraeli, the greatest ever Prime Minister, by far, in my judgment. But there we are. The key thing about the ISC, and which I said, and I'm grateful for his comments about Benjamin good work, was the House took the view the ISC should see the whole of the information. Now, whether that was the right view, whether the humble address was too permissive, is an open question. But the House took the view we should see all matters relating to international relations or national security. An executive decision was taken I don't know if it was endorsed by ministers. It's certainly endorsed subsequently by the Chief Secretary, not to make available to us the UK vetting file. Now, that's not what the humble address says. It has been legitimised subsequently by the argument, which I don't buy, frankly, that it will have a trilling effect on the whole vetting process. But as the Minister, who I share my right honourable friend's respect for, by the way, knows, the ISC seeing material is not the same as disclosing it. It's about scrutiny, not disclosure. So why was that executive decision made not to make that available to the ISC? Who made it? When? Was it officials? Was it ministers? And will he explain how he can square that with the remark he just made?
Yeah. It was an official-led process. Let me just make clear, because he does point towards what is, I think, a pretty important issue. That is that you had the humble address and you had the wording, and members can read the wording of the humble address. It has the list, the quite extensive list that was drafted by the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy, except papers prejudicial to UK national security and international relations to be referred to the ISC. But what the government has done, indeed was entitled to do, is to take into account what precedents had been set by previous responses to humble addresses, indeed under the government that he supported. And indeed, the Prime Minister has written to the Chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee on precisely this point, because there were a number of humble addresses. It was I wouldn't say it was constitutional innovation, because it was something that had quite an ancient origin to it. I personally played some part in their re-emergence during the 2017-19 Parliament when I was in opposition. But what is obviously the case is, as those humble addresses have been replied to, and it's by a number of parties now in government, is that there are principles in approaching them that come from things like the Freedom of Information Act, that comes from the duty of ministers under the Ministerial Code, that comes from the Data Protection Act, that comes from GDPR, and that is based on the precedents that have been established by responses to humble addresses. I will give way here, and then I will give way again to the
Thanks the Minister for giving way and being incredibly generous with his time this afternoon. And I do say as an aside, I think many members in this place would like to go back to the 19th century on those benches at least. But it's clear that officials have done a huge amount of work with regard to this process. Can the Minister just say a little bit about the Independent King's Council and what assurances they've provided that the government is complying with the humble address?
Yes, and that was another important part of what was doing. It should be another reassurance that the House takes, because when I made the point about precedents to the right honourable gentleman, the government also sought to take that independent legal advice as well in terms of its interpretation of complying with the humble address. But I'll take the right honourable gentleman if he wants to now, but then I do need to make a bit more progress.
Yes, well, I just want to clear up this point about precedents. It may be that I'm wrong about this, but I don't think there is any precedent of previously the House deciding that the Intelligence and Security Committee specifically should look at material that was going to be redacted before it went to the public. This Intelligence and Security Committee, as he well knows, was founded in 1994. Since that time, there has never been even one leak from the committee. So there is no comparison between making things available to any other body that compares with the Intelligence and Security Committee, which is the only parliamentary body entitled to see highly classified material and which never leaks. So when he says this is all led by officials and it's okay for the officials to see it, but not to release it to anyone else. The reason why the ISC was chosen is because it is within the ring of secrecy, and that is unaffected by any precedents regarding bodies that do not have that special status.
Exactly.
I agree with what the right honourable gentleman says. It's just if he looks at the wording of the humble address lists a series of classes of documents and then says except those which are the ones that were referred to the ISC. So that's the compliance with the motion. Now, let me just turn back to the process because, as I say, undertaken by officials, they sought returns from all government departments, including material, as has been referred to, on non-corporate communication channels. There were multiple rounds of discovery to ensure that searches return material relevant to the full scope of the motion. Some documents were assessed as likely prejudicial to national security or international relations. This is the point I was just making to the right honourable gentleman. And as I committed to the House in February, they were then referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee. Now, due to the wide scope of the motion and the significant volume of material that needed to be located and reviewed, the first publication on the 11th of March was focused on the parts of the motion that were of most urgent interest to the House: Peter Mandelson's appointment, his withdrawal and the severance. Now, the second tranche that was published on Monday contains material relevant to the parts of the motion that cover communications and documents concerning Peter Mandelson's appointment, vetting and messages between Peter Mandelson and ministers, special advisers and senior civil servants in the months prior to and throughout his tenure as ambassador. One more and then I'll come back. All documents held by the government have now been disclosed, save those documents that are being withheld on the request of the Metropolitan Police. And I will take
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Just on that point of communication between Peter Mandelson and ministers, the fact remains that the more documents that are released, the more questions emerge about Peter Mandelson's reach across government. So can the Minister tell the House whether Lord Mandelson had any discussions whatsoever with ministers, officials or advisers about Palantir? And will the Minister advise this House whether further documentation with regards to that will be released?
So, on the issue of Palantir, I think you refer my honourable friend to the methodology statement that is at the start of each of the 3 volumes, where it's made absolutely clear that there's a recognition that Palantir is a matter of interest to this House. And indeed, there are references to Palantir within the documents. Obviously, I won't, in terms of the documents that remain with the Metropolitan Police, it's obviously, I'm sure the House would understand, I won't speculate on their contents, but certainly in terms of the tranche of documents that is before the House, I invite everyone to look at the references to Palantir within it, and people can look at that, and indeed the public can do so as well. I'll give way to the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, and then I'll come back to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm very interested, thank you very much for giving way, and I'm very interested particularly in documents relating to mitigation.
Yeah.
You know, because why is it we have this great gap between what would seem to be a security threat and him being appointed is the mitigations. And I can't find any documents about that. I have found this. Ian Collard gave evidence to my committee in writing, and he said that in September 2025, so after the appointment and when it was about to be withdrawn, he requested a copy of the vetting summary, and he made some notes for himself based on the summary as an aid memoir in case it was needed, and submitted those notes as part of the humble address. Now, the reason I'm interested is because I want to see what the notes are of the mitigations. So here's the man responsible for the mitigations. He takes a note, presumably of what he's seen, he puts it into the humble address, and it isn't in the papers.
First of all, I'm grateful to... I'll deal with this now. I'll come to the Honourable Gentleman for South Holland with the deepings. But just say, first of all, to my right honourable friend, officials leading the process will have heard the exchange and this exchange between us in relation to that specific point around Ian Collard. I would also say that in relation to the documents with the Metropolitan Police, they do fall, as my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister, set out in his statement on Monday, into a number of categories, from internal correspondence relating to Peter Mandelson, documents in relation to conflict of interest, and also national security vetting is the third category as well. But I assure her that I appreciate the point she's making. Officials will have heard the exchange between her and I.
May I just come back to
I'll do this, yes.
I just want to make it clear, because this isn't part of the original decision-making. This is an aide-memoire that he has made. So if I can't see the original documents, then at least this is a later one. Can I at least see that?
As ever, my right honourable friend makes her case forcefully, and the point I'm making is, and I'm treading carefully in my language because this has been a process led by officials working with the ISC, but the officials working on this will have heard the request that she has just made, and then I will give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm going to give way a second time, and indeed I will be taking up the point that the right honourable lady raised about mitigation during our later considerations of these matters, should I catch her eye, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is not a given. But in particular, will he address the issue of when the Metropolitan Police asked for information on UK vetting? Because whilst we know the granular detail, because of the executive decision based on precedent, although my honourable friend has challenged the precedent, was made, there was an assumption that some information on vetting would be made available, perhaps in a redacted form, having first been considered by the AC. I will say no more than that. We now hear that no information is going to be made on vetting until the Metropolitan Police have finished their work, when it will come back through the ISC according to the process agreed as part of the humble address. So when did the Metropolitan Police begin to take an interest in the vetting part of all this, and why?
To the right on the gentleman's direct question, I haven't been part of the process giving precise dates as to when the Metropolitan Police said what, but I would just say this. The documents that are with the Metropolitan Police have been viewed by the chair of PACAC. So we've sought to, within the confines of not wishing to undermine the ongoing investigation, try to be as transparent with Parliament as we can be at this stage. In addition, the summary document of the vetting has indeed been shared with the Intelligence and Security Committee. So to the extent that we have been able to share documents, we do. And indeed, the request I've had in the course of this debate from the Right Honourable Lady, the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, will no doubt have been heard as well. Now, let me turn to the issue of redactions, which I have started to develop in some earlier answers to interventions. Now, I won't repeat what the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister said on Monday, nor the methodological note, which is there for honourable and right honourable members to look at. But I do want to clarify some issues, so there is no doubt with regard to the process that was followed. As I've said, no material was redacted on grounds of prejudice to national security or international relations without the ISC's approval. And indeed, the redactions that were agreed with the ISC are all triple asterisks throughout the publication. So when you see that, that is material that was agreed to be redacted with the ISC. Now, to my point about precedent in relation to the earlier exchange with the Right Honourable Gentleman, they were limited to the names of junior officials, contact details like telephone numbers and email addresses, the personal or commercially sensitive data of third parties not relevant to the motion, and in some cases where there was legal professional privilege. And as I say, that's in line with the process that's now been followed by successive administrations in relation to the humble address motions. And again, they are clearly labelled in the publication. And just to reconfirm, no government minister or indeed special advisor has determined any of the redactions. That was done by the official-led process. I also will echo the comments by my right honourable friend made on Monday by thanking, I know he's not in his place now, but certainly thanking the honourable member for North Dorset, the chair of PACAC, for reviewing our approach to the third-party redactions and the material withheld so as not to prejudice the ongoing police investigations, to ensure that we are being transparent with Parliament as we should be. Now, let me just turn to that point specifically about the Metropolitan Police that I've been asked about by honourable members. All across the House will appreciate the need not to prejudice the investigation and understand that I'm unable to answer questions about certain documents that have been withheld. They include questions to Peter Mandelson by the Prime Minister's then Chief of Staff and Peter Mandelson's responses. The remaining documents, as I said a moment or two ago, fall broadly into the following categories: national security vetting material, conflict of interest process material, and relevant internal correspondence with Peter Mandelson. Such information will, of course, in due course be published either at the conclusion of the investigation or if there is a point at which publication would no longer be prejudicial to the police investigation. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the 4th of February, the House made its will clear, and before I go further, I will, of course.
It may be that I'm just lacking in imagination, but I don't understand why it would be that the police don't allow us to see the letter from the Foreign Office to Peter Mandelson saying you're given this job subject to not having anything to do with X, Y and Z, or whatever it is, whatever the mitigations were, because at the moment we just don't have anything at all, and so it's very difficult to understand why it was that he was appointed. And we're told that we need to wait for some time in the future. There is no date by which it will be disclosed, and at that stage all will become clear. It's as if the central point of this investigation and all these thousands of pages of investigation really don't amount to anything until we wait till the police eventually decide to give us these crucial documents.
I'm grateful for the further intervention from my right honourable friend, but of course it is quite rightly for the police, not for ministers, to determine the way in which they want their investigation to proceed, and indeed to identify documents that they feel are reasonable lines of inquiry. But just to give the House the reassurance, even with regard to that class of documents, they have been viewed by the chair of PACAC under obviously particular controlled circumstances. But that was because we at least wanted a level of transparency to Parliament that we could give at this stage, despite the ongoing investigation. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government has discharged its duty to the House in complying with the humble address motion, aside, as I say, from that small amount of information that will be subsequently published in a final tranche. Now, as members will have seen from the publication on Monday, I think it does comply with the spirit and the letter of the motion, and I think it is one of the largest ever layings of document ever published in this House. Now, members have had some time to consider the document, certainly since Monday. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, the Leader of the House of Commons, for making further time to debate the issue today. I know that throughout the course of the debate, members will be conscious of not prejudicing the ongoing criminal investigation, and I'm grateful to the House for understanding the position the Government has taken and my position on answering questions on that. But I will, of course, now look forward to the debate before the House, and indeed my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, will close the debate and respond to points made during the course of it. And I commend the motion to the House. And I literally, I think I'll just.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I was trying not to interrupt his flow. Until I did. Does the Minister agree with me that throughout these files there are mentions of Palantir and Peter Mandelson, including a memo where he is trying to introduce Peter Thiel to Number 10 staff, I think in June last year? Would he agree with me that, unlike what Mr. Louis Mosley has written to me today, suggesting that Peter Mandelson was not intervening with Palantir business with the government, that he still was doing so?
I reject any suggestion that on Palantir contract that's been renewed. I think there's one that was renewed by the Ministry of Defence, that there's any wrongdoing the way that he suggests. I'll reject that absolutely. But with regard to the meeting between the Prime Minister and Peter Thiel, that did not happen, just to be clear.
Yep.
I think we've set off a surge of more interventions. I will give way to the Right Honourable Lady, and I will finally give way to the Right Honourable Gentleman for Islington North, and then that's it.
I was listening to the reassurances that he gave about the material that's been provided and the fact that this is all of the material bar that's been held back. Can I just ask for a further assurance from the Minister that if things do come to light that were not found I appreciate the significant trawls that have been done, if other things do come to light as correspondence that would fit the humble address, that he will follow up and ensure that those things are published as well as the stuff that has been held back because of the police investigations?
We don't expect that to happen, but of course, if it did, we would consider it. I'll finally give way to the Right Honourable Gentleman.
He's been very generous with his time. Is he able to confirm or not whether Peter Mandelson had divested himself of all of his financial interests in companies, including peripheries or actuality of Palantir, whilst he was the ambassador in Washington?
Speaker, that of course strays into the conflict of interest class of documents, which is still one of the classes that's with the Metropolitan Police. But could I just conclude again by saying that it's very important that the House has this debate today. I've certainly throughout this, from the debate in February to today, taken my duties and indeed the government's duties to the House very seriously, as has my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister. I think it's his 11th appearance in the House on this matter today. He will, of course, close the debate and answer any further questions. I commend the motion to the House.
The question is that this House has considered the Government's response to the House's humble address on the 4th of February 2026. I call the Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Paymaster General for his remarks. And I look forward to hearing what the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister has to say at the end of the debate. As we made clear earlier in the week, we're not entirely happy with the way that this has come together, just because in the way that these debates take place, it's not automatic that we will get to ask ministers questions if they decline to take interventions. I'm very encouraged by how the Paymaster General, though Hansard should know that he said that nobody could follow the member for Islington North. Shut down everyone else. But I know that the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister will want to follow his good lead. And I hope that the outset the Paymaster General will accept my sympathies on the loss of his mobile phone. I mean that genuinely. It's very unfortunate that it was stolen 5 days after the former Chief of Staff's mobile phone, Morgan McSweeney's. This, I believe, is an indication of how dangerous life is in Labour-run London, and I hope that those responsible for looking after the Met Police are listening to this genuinely, because a lot of us have friends and colleagues who've experienced the same thing, and it is a serious matter. The Paymaster General referred to his resurrection of the humble address as a political tool, and I hope that he's still proud of that achievement, that he doesn't rue it or regret it, and that he's enjoying being on the other end of it. And I remember this sort of coming up in one of those Brexit years, I forget exactly which one, because I was sort of reminded by it because he spoke about precedent and humble address. And the truth is, his humble address actually breached precedent in a very serious way, that it had been the case in Erskine May throughout the ages that humble addresses would not be used in order to take the opinions of law officers of the Crown and present them to the House. And this was specifically carved out, and yet his humble address struck right through it. So when we talk about precedent in humble addresses, we have to be very careful, and we have to be very clear that the instruction given by the House to the government is sacrosanct. It is more important than anything. And it is not for the government to redefine what the House has asked it to do. It is simply the government's job to comply in order to treat the House with respect, but also to avoid falling into contempt. And so I will say again that the idea that large classes of document, potentially large classes of document, should be retained and kept away from the House because the Metropolitan Police are using them may be desirable, but it should not be done automatically without the agreement of the House. If the government wishes to change the terms of the motion that was presented, it can come back to the House and it can do that. And actually a dangerous precedent is set when the government decides that it will reinterpret what the House has said, because maybe this hasn't been convenient for the government, but it might be for a future government. So we must be very careful with precedent and very careful with setting new precedent. I will happily give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm extremely grateful. And the point he's making, I may say, Madam Deputy Speaker, is about the relationship between this House and the Executive, and more than that, the relationship between ministers and officials. It's time that this House asserted its authority in that respect, and the humble address was exactly that, the assertion of the House's authority, and ministers use their authority, given their appointment by the Crown, to insist on what officials do and don't do. And whilst it's right that this process has been driven at a logistical level by officials, in the end it's up to ministers and then this House to make a judgment about what's published, where and how.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for his interventions. He's absolutely right. I mean, you know, there is no higher authority than Parliament. And consequently, you know, the government should just bear that in mind when it's delivering, not just on this humble address, but any future humble address. Now, the remarks, I don't wish to go over all of the ground that we've already been over, Madam Deputy Speaker, but there are, I think, clearly some discrepancies between what has appeared in public, what has been said in public, and what has appeared in the humble address. And there may be good reasons for some of those things, but some of them are much harder to explain. I think I'd probably like to start with the information that appeared in The Guardian last week regarding the contents of the ISC's summary document. And obviously that hasn't appeared in this return, as the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee has pointed out, and as my right honourable friend who sits on the committee has pointed out. But you know, we now have a situation in which the readership of The Guardian has been privy to the information that that document contained concerns about Mandelson's relationships with at least 3 individuals, in fact 4 individuals. One was a Chinese minister, the other was Oleg Deripaska, the other was a former Israeli minister, and the 4th was an unnamed man with whom Mandelson is said to have had, and I quote, a relationship. So this information has come out of what, by the government's own definition, is a highly secure document, which we were previously told very few people had seen. Now, I would suggest that if this is so secure, first, that information should not have come out in any form, and second, given that it has, there really ought to be a leak inquiry. It really ought to be a leak inquiry, because this is nationally sensitive information. So I hope we can get confirmation later on from Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister that that's what's happening. I hear from across, but it would be good to have that formally on the record later on. Turning now to the central element that is featured in all of our debates, which is the Prime Minister's role and judgment in the process and appointment of Peter Mandelson. Obviously, the opposition had established after the first release of documents that the Prime Minister was shown a due diligence document in which he was told that Mandelson had maintained an unhealthy relationship with Epstein after Epstein had been sent to prison. We have often in this House rightly paid tribute to the victims and survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and how they should always be in our thoughts. But the Prime Minister's thoughts were not with the victims and survivors of Jeffrey Epstein after he had read that due diligence document. And I think we should put that on record very clearly. I'll happily give way to my right honourable friend.
I think it's worth just putting on the record the actual words from that due diligence note, which can be found on page 11 of the first volume. And I quote, talks about a 2019 report commissioned by J.P. Morgan. The report cited Epstein's personal records, which showed contact beginning in 2002 and continuing throughout the 2000s. After Epstein was first convicted of procuring an underage girl in 2008, their relationship continued across 2009 to 2011, beginning when Lord Mandelson was business minister and continuing until after the end of the Labour government. Mandelson reportedly stayed in Epstein's house while he was in jail in 2009. Now that is from a document which it is not in doubt the Prime Minister saw, and yet he went ahead with making this appointment.
I thank my right honourable friend, and that is a very timely spelling out of exactly what the Prime Minister read, and yet he went ahead and made the appointment anyway. So I find it, whilst I have no, I take the remarks that the Paymaster General and other ministers have made totally at face value and totally sincerely. It's clear that the Prime Minister was not thinking in that way.
On that particular point raised by my honourable friend, what is not clear, however, is the relationship to the due diligence process, in particular in relation to Epstein, and the vetting process. It is pretty hard to believe the UK vetting process wouldn't have taken account of what my right honourable friend said, but we will never know that because the government has decided not to make that available even to the ISC for scrutiny. But I mean, it's inconceivable, surely, that it wouldn't have been part of the vetting process.
And how could it be mitigated anyway?
I find it very difficult to believe, as my right honourable friend finds it very difficult to believe. And so we have these comments about, in the due diligence documents, we have these comments about Epstein. We also know we have comments about Mandelson's directorship of a Russian company, which owned a defence company which supplied Putin's war effort in Crimea, and his business relationships in China, to name but a few things in the due diligence document. And it can be no accident that on the same day that due diligence document was given to the Prime Minister, the then Cabinet Secretary said to the Prime Minister, if you're going to appoint this man, get the security vetting done first. Make sure that you have done the security vetting and had his disclosure of interests before you confirm his appointment. But the Prime Minister went ahead and did it anyway. And this was an enormous and historic error of judgment, a really, really terrible error of judgment. And what we then witnessed in September 2025, when the Mandelson appointment had completely fallen apart and Mandelson had been fired, was that the civil service scrabbled to try and retrofit a justification for what had happened. And Chris Wormald, the then Cabinet Secretary, didn't do a bad job, but it was clearly inaccurate. Because in black and white, we have what Simon Case had set down. We now have the due diligence document and the fact that the security vetting happened after the appointment. And we also now know, thanks to the second return, that in January 2025, Mandelson was sitting in Washington looking at highly classified documents. The phrase highly classified is used in an email from January 2025, highly classified documents despite not having any security vetting and despite not having strap clearance. And this is a massive error of judgment and of government. And it goes right to the heart of why the Conservative Party has been fighting for transparency on this issue, is to expose the failings of the senior people in the Labour Party. People like Sir Ollie Robbins were saying, whilst Chris Wormald was writing his note in September 2025, I'm afraid I can't really comment on this. I haven't seen the relevant documentation. And it makes one wonder who else had not seen the relevant documentation. It makes, because the relevant documentation is not in this release, had Chris Wormald seen the relevant documentation? Or was Chris Wormald just doing what a Cabinet Secretary in a crisis might do, which was trying to protect the Prime Minister? What we do know now, again in document 36, is that number 10 itself signed off Chris Wormald's note. Number 10 itself approved the Cabinet Secretaries and had been given an opportunity to edit Chris Wormald's note. And again, this feels wrong. It feels as though the process, very obviously, being run by, is being commissioned by number 10 and interfered with by number 10 in order to give the answer that number 10 wants, rather than the truth. It was a bogus process. It was designed to get the Prime Minister off the hook, and transparency shows that he was very clearly on the hook. Now, turning to the broader material, we have some things that have appeared. We have some things that we know we can deduce have been retained by the police. We have some things that we know have been destroyed, and there are some things that may have gone missing. And I hope during the course of this debate we can get to the bottom of which documents may fall into which category. In April 2026, the Foreign Affairs, April this year, the Foreign Affairs Select Committee had Morgan McSweeney before them, and they asked him, the chair and my right honourable friend from Malden, asked him a number of questions about his messages. So this is sometime after the theft of his phone in October 2025. In question 970, the chair said, are any of your text messages to Peter Mandelson or not going to be available in the humble address? Morgan McSweeney said yes. My right honourable friend from Malden, in question 1117, said, can we take it that your phone would have contained quite a lot of communications either with Peter Mandelson or about Peter Mandelson's appointment, fearing that the theft of the phone meant that information had been lost? And Morgan McSweeney said, probably not much about his appointment. That hasn't already been available to number 10, because when he was sacked, number 10 did its own, I want to say investigation, but its own research on what happened, why it happened. As part of that process, I was asked to share messages and email about the appointment and also to be interviewed. So we know that in April of this year, those messages still existed, that they weren't affected by the theft of McSweeney's phone, and they must be available to government. But they are not in this tranche of release. And so that we must conclude that this is because they have been retained by the police. So let's assume that the McSweeney emails fall into that category. Unless the Minister wishes to tell us that they've received any subsequent information that those messages were retrievable. We then have messages from the Prime Minister, or rather we don't have any messages from the Prime Minister. It seems highly unlikely that the Prime Minister didn't exchange any messages with Peter Mandelson at all at any point. In fact, we must strongly suspect that he did, because there was a report in April in The Spectator by Tim Shipman which quoted from some of those messages. Now, we might think that those messages themselves might end up having been retained by the police. But when we look at the quotes that Tim Shipman had, they're incredibly anodyne. It's very unlikely that these messages would have been kept on grounds of national security or because they would be useful to a police investigation. I quote Shipman, says, there is a text message which Starmer sent the night before he made the announcement, Mandelson's appointment. Quote, you'll be brilliant in challenging circumstances, he told Mandelson. And after many years of our discussions, we get to work together side by side. I really look forward to that. Didn't age well. I'll happily give way.
Can I just take him back briefly to the Morgan McSweeney messages? So on page 173 of the third volume, the third part of this, there are some messages that Morgan McSweeney's managed to provide from a group chat that have been published, but not individual messages between himself and Peter Mandelson. If his phone was stolen, which I have no reason to doubt that it was, how did he manage to provide these messages but not those other messages, unless, as the Shadow Minister says, they do exist, but why have they been held back? I can't imagine they could have been national security.
Well, the Honourable Lady makes a very good point. It may be because it was on a group message and somebody else had retained their phone. So yes, he provided it. So we have to assume that, that Morgan McSweeney's messages in some part have been retained by the police. We won't know why, I suspect, for some time. But with the Prime Minister's messages, it's very hard to understand in this case why the police or the government would block the publication of simple messages of praise, of interaction, even though they fall within the scope of the humble address. And so I think we really will need further reassurances from the government about their approach to disclosure. Happily give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank the Honourable Gentleman. I suppose he gives me an opportunity to say that in the documents, those that may have had disappearing messages or deleted their messages are listed almost as nil returns, as those of us, and I was a person who was asked for my messages, who had an actual nil return. I suppose that a bit of transparency about those where those messages are lost, and those of us who had very clearly never spoken to Peter Mandelson was made clearer. I suppose he also gives me the opportunity to say that if there was a gender split of ministers who had never had contact with Peter Mandelson, I imagine it skews one way. Hear you.
Well, I congratulate the Honourable Lady for taking the opportunity to put that on the record. But yes, this is the information that the House, I think, deserves to have. In what cases are we dealing with messages which never existed because no messages were sent in the Honourable Lady's case? In what case is it because there was auto-delete, which we know the Prime Minister had because it was disclosed to the lobby briefing for journalists yesterday? And in what case is it that phones have gone missing, backups weren't done, everything? What case is it that's been held by the police? You know, it really ought to be possible to do it. And I know that both the police and the government are, to a certain extent, understandably being sensitive about the police investigation. However, it really ought to be possible to say to the House, X number of messages from the Prime Minister are being held by the police. Y number of emails. You know, Z number of text messages. There's no way that any of that could possibly interfere with any police investigation. Knowing roughly what the police had, we started to move in the right direction on that yesterday, on Monday when the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister told us the categories of document we have. But there must be other ways of reassuring the House, or giving some guidance to the House as what's being held. Because, look, obviously, we have a huge amount of material here that's been justifiably redacted for reasons of, national security and international relations. But that doesn't mean that we don't have the headings. We often have email headings that say there was an email sent on this date from this person to that person. You can't see the content, you can't see the subject, but we know the email existed. Why can't we have the same thing for the messages, that the Prime Minister sent messages to Peter Mandelson on this date, that date and the other date? You can't see them, they're part of the police investigation, or you can't see them because they're subject to national security concerns. So we have this discrepancy between different types of approaches to the disclosure of information. I will happily give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful. I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Is he, in the context of these disappearing messages, troubled by the fact that in March 2023, the Cabinet Office issued very clear guidance about the use of non-corporate communications channels by ministers, by special advisers and others, which said disappearing messages should be used sparingly, and that the use of disappearing messages does not in any way supersede the record-keeping obligations of ministers to communicate to their private office a record of anything on their personal devices that is pertinent to the conduct of government business.
Yeah. Well, that is entirely true, and I believe that the ISC has said as much in one of its responses to government disclosure, saying that they are very troubled by the fact that this guidance, which all ministers are supposed to obey, was routinely being broken. And he and I think, were both ministers at the time that was brought in. It was brought in for very good reason. It was brought in to reflect the fact that there are new communications channels, and of course ministers will want to use them. Some of them are very useful for ministers, but that shouldn't get in the way of the fact that the system needs to retain a record of how decisions were made and what the decisions were. And that's clearly not being done in many cases here, not least, as the Father of the House pointed out, no, sorry, it wasn't the Father of the House, my right honourable friend from the New Forest pointed out that we have a lot of empty boxes and no record of the Prime Minister really assenting to the appointment of Peter Mandelson, even though we know that he did. I give way.
My right honourable friend is right. That was highlighted in the ISC's statement on these matters, and it's an issue to which the committee may return. Not for me to prejudge that, but it is a matter of considerable concern. It was raised during the period of the last government, actually. It's not unique to this government. We had issues with previous Secretaries of State and ministers. I will say no more than that in this regard. And he's right that it is entirely unsuitable that ministers are using insecure means of communicating very sensitive information. But can I press him to challenge a little further, in particular respect of Peter Mandelson, because we understand that his own messages haven't been disclosed, and I wonder if he might press the government on at what point they became aware, was it prior to his appointment, during his appointment, or subsequently, that he was withholding information of the electronic kind that the Mayoral Fund draws the House's attention to, particularly given the humble address specifically deals with the issue of electronic communications.
My right honourable friend is right, and the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister will have heard his remarks. I'd say further to, and I hope that the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister will respond to that. What I would say further to what he said is that, yeah, obviously the humble address was in February, but it wasn't until March that the government asked Peter Mandelson for his phone. Peter Mandelson then refused, as was raised by myself and I think other members on Monday. The government should really seek to go after Peter Mandelson's exit payment if Peter Mandelson is going to deny cooperation with the humble address. It's totally unacceptable that the House should be denied this critical information. So yeah, we have some information that is retained, some information that appears to have been destroyed, and some information that appears to have gone missing. I wish to turn to some remarks that the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister made on Monday about his own messages, just because he himself brought it up, because I think it's a useful case study. The Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister said, "I do recall having some limited exchanges with Peter Mandelson over WhatsApp, including those I've already discussed, but these conversations did not involve transacting government business and were in line with official guidance on the use of non-corporate communication channels at the time." All well and good. But who decided that those messages fell into that category? Did the right honourable gentleman decide that himself? Did he show it to officials who then decided? Did he show it to the police? Who made the decision? And again, we must ask this question of all ministers who are asked to disclose information. Where is it that people have self-edited? Where is it that people have had auto-deletion on their phones? And where is it that they have refused to hand things over? We deserve to know. Something that is missing throughout, I believe, the 3 volumes that we received on Monday are photos, videos, voice notes, and more significantly, attachments. I'd be very interested to hear the Minister's explanation for the government's approach to these types of document. Draw attention particularly to document number 33 from the 15th of September this year, where the email explicitly refers to an attachment which is pertinent to the subject of the humble address, but that document is not available. Now, I could have been led to believe that maybe that document had been retained by the police, were it not for the fact that all attachments seem to be missing, and that all photos, and that all voicemails, and all videos are also missing. I can't help but feel that this has accidentally fallen out of the full disclosure. Could we please have some clarity on that? I turn now to Peter Mandelson's declarations of interest, which I think are one of the most important classes of documents, perhaps the most important class of document that we're yet to see. We now know that something definitely does exist, firstly because the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister told us so on Monday, and second because there are references to back and forth about Mandelson's contacts in the release. Mandelson, on a number of occasions, pushed back saying, I'm not sure, I know a lot of foreign people, I have a lot of contacts, I can't be expected to disclose everything, and a suggestion from one official that, don't worry about it too much, just, get on with it and give us a list. The thing is that what we appear to be seeing here is an absence as well of documents like the mitigations that the Foreign Affairs Select Committee Chair referred to, Pollard's document. And if we add it all together, the absence of the declaration of interests, the absence of the mitigations which are designed to perhaps handle Mandelson's relationships with his business contacts when he is in office, the fact that there are certain members of the Cabinet whose documents are entirely absent, the business interests that we know Mandelson had, I think we can reasonably hypothesize about what the police are looking at. And that would be, and this is speculation, that would be an abuse of his position in Washington to support the interests of his business relations. And it's very unfortunate that we will not see that information for some time, because I think it goes to the heart of one of the problems with the appointment of Mandelson in the first place. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think, is encouraging me to wind up. So that I will do. I can understand why the government doesn't want me to ask them any more questions. I think in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are a number of things that we need of the government. Most importantly, we need a slightly fresh approach to disclosure, where we are told a bit more about what the police have. How many documents in each category? How many of the Prime Minister's WhatsApps? How many of Peter Mandelson's WhatsApps? How many of Morgan McSweeney's WhatsApps and their emails and so on and so on? Because it's very important that the House understands where things have gone missing and can start to put that picture together in its head. And I would say to the Chair of the Select Committee, following her remarks, I think it would be very interesting, maybe fall to another committee as well. It would be very interesting once the police investigations are complete for the police officers who've been involved in this investigation to come before Select Committee and discuss what their approach has been and why, and what lessons might be learned for future disclosure to Parliament. I'm going to end, Madam Deputy Speaker, by turning, rather unfortunately, to the last speech that Peter Mandelson ever made in the Lords, where he said, and I quote, "I feel very deeply that there will be nothing like the systematic undermining of the civil service that we have seen in recent years, and when government policy was conducted by private WhatsApp rather than on properly considered civil service advice."
And now it's disappeared.
It is. This is a scandal, Madam Deputy Speaker, that has taken the jobs of the Ambassador to Washington, of the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, of the Cabinet Secretary, of the Chief Official in the Foreign Office, and ultimately it will take the job of the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Order, order. I will now announce the result of today's deferred division on the draft Agriculture Delinked Payments Reductions England Regulations 2026. The ayes were 302, the noes were 153, so the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I now come to the Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Emily Thornberry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are a very long way from one of the original aspects of this scandal, which was an allegation that the Prime Minister knew when appointing Peter Mandelson that he had failed his developed vetting. We've moved a long way from that. One thing we haven't moved away from, though, is that the man who was appointed was a best friend, best pal of the world's most notorious paedophile, and remained his best pal when he was in prison and stayed in his house. I have to say, personally, I found that so profoundly shocking when I heard that that is what had happened. I think it is a matter of character, good character, to stand by friends when they're in trouble. But when they are convicted of a terrible crime like that, you don't stand with them, you don't stay in their house, and they should not be your best pal. And not just that, we've learnt that Peter Mandelson was friends with Russian oligarchs, Chinese finance ministers, former Israeli security chiefs. He had a loan of £1 million from an unknown source, which he used to buy shares in a secretive Israeli company. There are so many, and then of course there are all of the issues in relation to his business dealings. And the Foreign Affairs Committee has tried to remain focused because it is our job to try to ensure that the Foreign Office is as good as it possibly can be. But why it was that a man like that, who when it came to the developed vetting, it was decided a case of high concern and that his clearance for vetting should be denied, was nevertheless appointed. And that seems to me, there's a lot of gossip, there's a lot of other stuff, there's tittle-tattle, there's things that obviously the Westminster Village loves. But it seems to me that the serious point is, how could we have got it so wrong? And how did this happen? Of course I will.
Very grateful to the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. And she did say at the beginning of her speech most powerfully that what happened in relation to Epstein should alone have been a sufficient bar for anything to go further. But even if that hadn't happened, it was already in the due diligence document, purely on foreign policy grounds. The Prime Minister was told that Mandelson gave a speech in the University of Hong Kong where he claimed that the rule of law and independence of the judiciary remain intact there. And in November 2024, I personally challenged the proposed appointment on the grounds that Mandelson had said in a radio interview that the basis for a settlement with Ukraine would be that Ukraine should give up to Russia all the land that Russia had so far occupied, and that Ukraine should give up any hope of ever belonging to the NATO alliance. These were political grounds which should have ruled him out. The Prime Minister knew about it, and nothing seemed to prevent him from following through on his intent to appoint such an unsuitable individual.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman, and he tempts me down a path that I wasn't going to go down. I have gone down quite a lot of length in the hearings. It seems to me that actually all of these papers tend to show one thing, which is that the Prime Minister was not particularly interested in the appointment of the ambassador to the United States. He was certainly not a good friend of his. There's no correspondence between them. There's no chatty messages. There's no attempt to get him to vote for him for whatever, when he was standing for Chancellor of the University of Oxford. I mean, there isn't the friendship at all. So I think that the criticism which I make, and I make openly, is that I think that it was subcontracted as a decision to others who were close to Mandelson. And the mistake and the criticism that one can level at the Prime Minister is that he delegated and he didn't watch sufficiently what was going on, and essentially giving power to others who then abused it, I think is the central. And you know, that's not very flattering to the Prime Minister, and I don't, you know, but I think it's actually an honest assessment of the evidence that I've heard, and I think that it was being pushed, and I think that it was being pushed by his Chief of Staff. And his Chief of Staff, who has a style, which is, when I want to do something, I'll go for it hard, I'll go for it fast, I'll push everybody out of the way. And someone who should have been, and was, as I understand it, a marginal candidate just in November, once he had not been elected Chancellor in Oxford, suddenly, within 2 weeks, moved from a borderline candidate to being the main person in the frame. I will take you.
Very grateful to the Right Honourable for giving way. And she persuades us, I think, that there is a very good hypothesis, as she's described, for how this has happened. We will never know, only the Prime Minister will know. But would she accept there's another, which is that the Prime Minister was convinced early that this was the right thing to do, and the system accepted that that was his judgment, and nobody sought sufficiently strongly to try and persuade him otherwise until the appointment was finally confirmed?
I mean, we may be talking about the same thing. I mean, another way of putting it is that his Chief of Staff had taken responsibility for it on his behalf and was pushing it, and the power that the Chief of Staff had was the power that he was the Chief of Staff was because he was the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister. I mean, this is borderline one way or the other. I'll take one more intervention, then let me make some more progress.
I do disagree with her analysis, though, because the whole point of what we've been saying from these benches is the Prime Minister himself knew of these points. He knew what Mandelson had done in relation to Epstein. He knew what he had said in relation to justice in Hong Kong. He knew what Mandelson had said in that radio interview because I challenged him about it. And I must say, although it may not meet the high standards of court litigation, litigation that when the Prime Minister brushed aside my challenge to him on the 21st of November, he sat down with a very notable and ingratiating grin, and I turned to the person sitting next to me and I said, he's definitely going to appoint Mandelson. It was his decision.
Let me move on, but let me, before I do that, just say this, which I think is, again, I think any fair-minded person will know, that presumably the job of being a Prime Minister is that there is so much on one's desk. And if someone comes to you and says, don't worry about this, I'll take this and I can sort this, the temptation to go, okay, you do that because I have 7,000 other things that I have to deal with today. I don't know, I've never been Prime Minister, but I would assume that this is the reality of the situation. So the question is, how does somebody who is so manifestly inappropriate become appointed, and is it right that it may be that those behaving in this way did so because they felt they were under huge amounts of political pressure? But how was it that someone where they were a case of high concern, where clearance was recommended that it be denied, becomes interpreted as a borderline case leaning against? How do we bridge that gap? The only way that gap is bridged is by mitigations. And so I spend my time looking for mitigations, and I can't find any. I mean, I would have thought that we might find, and I mean, Ian Collard, who gave evidence to us, who was one of the security men who was speaking to Ollie Robbins, who was at the time the Permanent Under-Secretary, he talked in his written evidence to us, 10 times about the importance of mitigations. And Ollie Robbins talked 6 times about the importance of mitigations. I mean, it's at the forefront of their evidence. And I've already referred to an aide memoir that Ian Collard made in September, looking again at this, where he says, you know, that he looked again at the summary. He appreciates that he accepts that the UK SV's statement was, this case presents as high concern with a recommendation of clearance denied or withdrawn. And then he noted, as well as the tick boxes, red tick boxes that were ticked, UK SV stated in the final case assessment, overall, I believe that this case is a borderline case. If a clearance was awarded to the individual by the department, it is recommended that a very robust risk management model is put in place. Now, I don't know if that is just in Collard's memory of what he may or may not have read. Well, no, I know that he didn't read it. He says he didn't read it at that stage. So I don't understand where this comes from and how it can be. You can have one thing within this UK SV vetting paper saying don't give him the job, and then believing it's a very borderline case with robust risk management. I suspect this latter bit is an interpretation, a way in which it was hoped that it could be slid over the difficulties that he was essentially being refused vetting into he could be given the job so long as there were robust mitigations. But where are they? I mean, when Sir Ollie gave evidence before our committee, I said to him, I don't really follow why you would know the contents, why you would not know the contents of the UK SV document and their concerns, or even that they said it was of high concern about Peter Mandelson. I don't understand how you could not know that if you were considering what the mitigations are. You cannot have the mitigations without knowing what the problem is. And he says, the risks were explained to me, but I have not seen the underlying documentation. That is what I am saying. That obviously strikes members of the committee as odd. Well, it certainly did. But in all my years as a civil servant, many of them relatively senior, one I've never seen a UK SV document other than the ones that I mean, it's ridiculous. If he's putting down mitigations in order to be able to deal with legitimate concerns and a security threat, he needs to know what the security threat is, and he needs to understand that UK SV is saying that it is very serious and that he shouldn't be given the job, and yet he says, I don't know. I just thought it was borderline leaning the other way. I mean, this is Alice in Wonderland. Oh, give me.
thank the right honourable lady for giving way. She's making a very important series of points. Does she not also think that the fact that the vetting wasn't done, as we now know, before Mandelson arrived in Washington, means that there was somebody in post in Washington seeing highly classified information, but he was not fit to see it because there were no mitigations in place, even though the process subsequently threw up the fact that he would need them, although, as she is saying, he probably shouldn't have had the job given the mitigations were warranted.
Well, I really don't know. I mean, I don't know. They got it on the. I think the Foreign Office got the UK SV on the 29th, and they say they did something about it, but we can't see what it is they did, and we can't really see when. I mean, there is an email which is referred to, which one can find if one wants to, at page 72, which is the nearest thing I've been able to find, and indeed Ian Collard refers to it in his evidence. This is an email he wrote on the 30th. So I think this is the mitigations, but I just don't think this is a robust set of mitigations to deal with very serious security concerns. It says this. As part of the usual clearance policy process, UK SV identified some areas in his application for ESND to review. That's the security man to review. And point 1, I understand that Lord Mandelson's private sector engagements are being managed by HRD, that's resources, I think, human resources, and the legal directorate through conflict of interest process. Well, who knows? With regard to personal conduct, and I think that is hanging out with oligarchs, being friends with the finance minister, who knows what else, borrowing money, who knows. With regard to personal conduct, I understand that Lord Mandelson has received a letter from Mervyn Thomas informing him of his responsibilities as an FCDO employee, including under the diplomatic service regulations. I mean, is that it? He got a letter from a man telling him to behave himself. I mean, we haven't seen the letter. I don't know what it is. And then there is, matter pertains to his overseas contacts will certainly be reviewed by STRAP. Well, STRAP is another issue. STRAP is another issue, and we should not be distracted by STRAP. He needed to follow the developed vetting before getting anywhere near the latest STRAP stuff. So, that I think it's important that we kind of take this in order. So we have that email, which is about as pathetic as it can be, I have to say. There might be something, which is the 9-page summary that some members who are sitting in this chamber have seen. And it might be that the 9-page summary that shows the security concerns has a page or so at the end, a blank page, which might ask the Foreign Office for their response, because UK SV are giving a recommendation saying he shouldn't be given the job, he's a security risk, and as the process might be that the Foreign Office have to write something on that form saying, well, we've read this, we're not going to pay any, we don't agree with you, we think he should be appointed, and we're going to put in the following mitigations, and then list them on that. Or it might be that they didn't fill that in properly, and it might be that that bit of the form remains blank, and I don't know whether anybody is in a position to be able to enlighten me one way or the other, or whether we will have to wait for the police to give us the document. I don't think the honourable gentleman is one of the people I'm referring to, but yes, of course.
But surely that would be precisely the sort of information that could be safely entrusted to the ISC, and they ought to have been entrusted with it.
They didn't.
I suspect they may have been. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that if it is blank, that they're not necessarily disclosing anything that is of particular security interest. It's just a process issue that the Foreign Office did not follow process as they ought to have, and at least have put into that form, yes, we've done these. Because honestly, I'm just looking for why it was that I'm just trying to do my job, holding the government to account. Why did Britain employ a man who was of security risk to this really important job. We did so because of the mitigations, but nobody will tell us the mitigations. After all these thousands of bits of paper and all these times, and the poor right honourable gentleman coming to the chamber 11 times, and we still can't get to the root of this. Yes.
For giving way, it would be entirely inappropriate for me or any other member of the ISC to say what we've received that's now been sent to the police, but it wouldn't be unreasonable for a diligent member of this House like her to conclude, given the fact that I challenged the Chief Secretary at the urgent question just before the recess on the issue of mitigations and asked him whether there were mitigations in place and whether they would be made known to us, it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume that I wouldn't have asked that question if I knew the answer to it.
Yeah.
Well, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. So moving on. I mean, is there a record of the decision? I mean, when the Foreign Office appeared in front of us, when Sir Ollie Robbins appeared in front of us, and indeed when other people appeared in front of us, I did keep coming back to the question, which is, where is the record of your decision? What was the process you went through before doing this? Why are there no notes? Why is there no record? How can we hold you to account if genuinely you're not making any notes at all? And when the decision is made to give Peter Mandelson the job, subject to mitigations, where is the decision? Where is the record of the decision? Do the police have it? Is it in the papers and I've missed it? I don't think so. Was there never a record written of the decision? And surely somebody would have made a record of the action taken, or is that the email? Is that it? Is that the action that they took? Or is there something else? And surely there was a written letter to Peter Mandelson saying, you have the job, but only if you do X, Y, and Z. This cannot be dealt with by way of a WhatsApp message or a phone call. This is very serious. This is the security of our nation, and it should be in a letter. And I certainly hope that the reason that I haven't seen it is because it does exist, but the police have it. But I don't know one way or the other. This is not, I mean, I know that other people will be dealing with this later, and I want to kind of draw my remarks to a close. But the Foreign Affairs Committee has been trying to do its job to the best of its ability to try to make sure that a mistake like this doesn't happen again. We have been doing it in good faith. It has been difficult. We have been mandarined. We have been given partial answers. We have been given nonsense by people believing that it's not for us to know. Well, it is for us to know. And it's for us to know because we are trying to make our government better. And that is our job as backbenchers to do that. Thank you very much.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Ian Salmon.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chief Secretary reminded the House on Monday that he's now made 10 updates on the Mandelson affair to Parliament. It will be 11 today, as the Mr General reminded us. Over 1,500 pages of documents in this release alone, the largest government response to a humble address in parliamentary history. And still, there is one account we have not received. In April, I said in this chamber that when the Prime Minister simply says he should not have appointed Peter Mandelson to the UK's most important diplomatic posting, that it was, in his words, an error of judgment. He gives a description of an outcome, not an account of his judgment. I use the analogy of a driver saying, I should not have crashed the car, without ever accounting for the actions that led to the crash. That matters if we are to properly understand what went wrong. It matters for preventing it from happening again. And it matters for judging whether the driver should still be behind the wheel. And if the House will indulge me in extending the analogy, these 1,500 pages give us the crash scene in more detail than Parliament has ever received on any comparable matter. We have the vehicle's full in mechanical history. We have the account of every passenger. We have what the bystanders observed from the pavement, what the recovery team found when they arrived. But what we still do not have, after all of that, is the driver's account. What did the Prime Minister weigh in his decision? What did he conclude? And where does he now think he went wrong in his reasoning? Madam Deputy Speaker, when the Prime Minister received the due diligence in December 2024, it documented Mandelson's association with Epstein, that he had stayed in Epstein's home while Epstein was serving a prison sentence for sexual offences against a minor. The document described that as a reputational risk. A reputational risk. Not a moral question about what it means to appoint someone who maintained a friendship. Not a question about what message it sends to the victims and survivors of Epstein's crimes. Just a reputational risk to be managed. Did the Prime Minister consider any of those questions? We don't know. All we know is that he proceeded anyway. As my honourable friend, the member for Eastbourne, said on Monday, in these 1,500 pages, Epstein's victims are not mentioned once in any document dated before Mandelson's appointment. The only reference to them seems to be in an email written after he was sacked. They were not just an afterthought. They were given no thought at all. And the published documents also highlight failures once Mandelson was in post. The due diligence was explicit. Global Council interests would have to cease on appointment. During Mandelson's 7 months as ambassador from February to September 2025, he retained a substantial shareholding in Global Council. In February 2025, weeks into his ambassadorial role with that shareholding intact, he accompanied the Prime Minister on a visit to Palantir's Washington headquarters. No formal minutes of that meeting were taken. And in July 2025, he wrote to Number 10 suggesting the Prime Minister should meet Palantir co-founder Peter Thiel while in London. Palantir was a Global Council client. So how was an ambassador who retained a commercial stake in a lobbying firm permitted to accompany the Prime Minister to a meeting with one of that firm's clients with no formal record of what was discussed, and then suggest a further meeting with the firm's founder? The due diligence said those interests should cease. They had not. Nothing in the published documents suggests anyone asked why. The documents also reveal that in February 2025, Mandelson advised the then Technology Secretary to include, in his words, more positive language about AI in a speech to the Munich Security Conference. The Secretary of State replied that it was all the good advice which I'll action. Text speak, obviously. This again while Mandelson retained his shareholding. A firm that represented both OpenAI and Palantir, and while Mandelson himself described OpenAI's chief executive as his chief AI buddy. My honourable friend, the member for Hazel Grove, has today written to the independent advisor on ministers' interests, calling for an investigation into that, and she's right to do so. And those are only some of the conflicts Parliament can currently see. As the Right Honourable Member for Islington South and Finsbury, the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, asked on Monday and again today whether there's any written evidence of mitigations being put in place for other conflicts identified in the due diligence, the connections to the sanctioned Russian oligarch Oleg Deripaska, to Lan Foan, China's Minister of Finance, to Tamir Heyman, a former head of Israeli military intelligence, and a £1 million loan to invest in an Israeli startup. The Chief Secretary's response was that those documents are with the Metropolitan Police, I believe. Parliament cannot yet see whether those warnings were taken seriously or set to one side. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Liberal Democrats have consistently called for the reforms this affair has made unavoidable. Government by WhatsApp must end. These documents show exactly what happens when significant business is conducted through channels that are imperfectly preserved and impossible to scrutinise. One senior minister told Mandelson in writing that a sensitive matter was a convo for the phone and warned there is a pattern we must get out of. The review of non-corporate communications must produce enforceable rules, not just guidance. The lobbying register also needs root and branch reform. An ambassador retained a commercial stake in a lobbying firm throughout his tenure, arranging meetings between the Prime Minister and clients of that firm, and the system had no mechanism to prevent it, it seems. And the ministerial code must be placed in statute. A code the Prime Minister can choose whether to enforce is not accountability, but is appearance, which is more corrosive. But ultimately, those reforms only address the system around the decision. The Right Honourable Member for Gainsborough, the Father of the House, observed on Monday that the Prime Minister has almost no presence in the 1,500 pages, comparing him to the man who never was. The Chief Secretary's response was, Prime Ministers do not sit at computers sending emails from Outlook. They have officials who action their decisions on their behalf. And that may be true. Officials action decisions, they do not make them. The decision to appoint Peter Mandelson was the Prime Minister's, his judgment, his decision, his error, as he acknowledges. But it is his account of that decision that this House has never received. After 10 updates and 1,500 pages, the House might begin to wonder about the reasons for that absence. And I think there are three possibilities. Perhaps the Prime Minister genuinely does not know why he made the decision. He cannot reconstruct the reasoning that led him, having read the due diligence, to proceed. If so, that is alarming. A judgment of this sensitivity involving national security, a convicted sex offenders associate, and known commercial conflicts of interests should not be one whose reasoning evaporates without a trace. Or maybe the Prime Minister knows why he proceeded, but believes an honest answer to this House would be embarrassing, that explaining his reasoning would require him to acknowledge something he would prefer left unexamined. If so, that is a choice to protect himself at the expense of Parliament's right to hold him to account. Or the Prime Minister might genuinely believe that saying, I made an error of judgment, repeatedly, constitutes an adequate account of his judgment. If so, it reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of what accountability to Parliament actually requires. Three possibilities, and none reflects well on a Prime Minister who promised that integrity and accountability would define his government. Before taking up his post, Peter Mandelson wrote to the then Foreign Secretary, the Right Honourable Member for Tottenham, that if appointed, he would make sure the Prime Minister never regretted it. The Prime Minister has now expressed regret. But regret without explanation is not accountability. This House and Epstein's victims deserve more than that. They deserve an answer. Thank you.
Alex Davis-Jones.
I think what has struck me most about this whole affair is not what has been said, but what has been missing. Over the past week, we have seen endless coverage of private messages, political embarrassment, and Westminster intrigue. We have heard discussions about powerful people, powerful networks, and powerful reputations. But amidst all of this, we have heard far too little about the victims. For all the headlines that have been generated by this story, the people whose lives were devastated by Jeffrey Epstein's abuse have too often been reduced to a footnote. And that should concern every single one of us. Perhaps the most revealing aspect of these disclosures is not simply who ministers were meeting, but who they were not. While significant effort appears to have gone into cultivating relationships with influential figures in the tech world, victims were left feeling unheard and overlooked. That is the wrong way round. I sought to use my position in government to advocate for victims. But when you are forced to fight tooth and nail simply to have those voices heard, something is not working as it should. That is why I took the difficult but necessary decision to resign. But stepping down does not mean stepping back. And that is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will now voice Lisa's words. My name is Lisa Phillips. I am a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's global paedophile trafficking and abuse network. I respectfully ask that MP Alex Davis-Jones be permitted to speak on my behalf and be my voice in Parliament today, when so many survivors' voices still go unheard. I met Prince Andrew on Epstein Island on the night I was sexually assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein. Like many of my survivor sisters, I was trafficked and abused over a number of years. I am seeking answers, not only about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, but also about the powerful men who enabled, protected, or benefited from this abuse and trafficking. This debate is about accountability. Jeffrey Epstein's powerful network made many victims and survivors feel unable to come forward. When powerful people protect or turn a blind eye to abuse, justice becomes harder to achieve. That must change. Many UK survivors came forward to the Metropolitan Police, yet they too were left without the answers and accountability they deserved. As a survivor, I struggle to understand why Prime Minister Keir Starmer appointed Peter Mandelson when his association with Jeffrey Epstein had long been publicly known. For survivors, this raises serious questions about whether the lessons of the Epstein scandal have truly been learned. I have repeatedly requested the opportunity to meet with the Prime Minister, but those requests have all been ignored. Must I now wait for the next Prime Minister to acknowledge me and my survivor sisters? With respect, Prime Minister, your apology alone means little without meaningful action. So I ask you directly, Prime Minister, do you and the government you lead support a full public inquiry into Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and those who enabled, protected and participated in or benefited from their crimes, including those on British soil? The simple answer, yes or no. Regards, Lisa Phillips. The least Lisa deserves, and the many other British brave survivors, is an answer. Yet they are being met with silence. Lisa's testimony reminds us all that this debate cannot be confined to any one individual, though. It is about a culture where power protects power, a culture where influence and connections can matter more than accountability. The disclosures made available to this House paint a troubling picture. A picture of senior figures discussing how to build relationships with powerful tech billionaires and Silicon Valley elites. A picture of a government seemingly preoccupied with winning over the likes of Elon Musk and maintaining close relationships with figures such as Sam Altman. And I think this raises an important question. What was the priority? Because at precisely the same time as these ministers were discussing how to secure the approval of tech oligarchs, ministers such as myself and my friend, the Honourable Member for Birmingham Yardley, along with campaigners, safeguarding experts and survivors, were all calling for stronger action on online harm. We were calling for action on violent pornography, action on misogynistic content, action to better protect children online. Yet too often, our voices were ignored, sidelined or dismissed. And as someone who has spent much of their career campaigning to tackle violence against women and girls, I and my honourable friend found that deeply frustrating, to say the least. Because the role of government should not be to seek approval from the world's most powerful technology companies. It should be to stand up for the people we are sent here to serve. And when people look at these disclosures, they see a government that appeared more interested in cultivating those relationships, as I've said, with the tech elites, than listening to the warnings about the harms being experienced by women, girls and young people every single day. That matters, because the public increasingly feel that there is one set of rules for the powerful and another for everyone else. They see the same names, the same networks, the same circle of influence, the same men, and they see powerful institutions closing ranks when difficult questions are asked. That perception damages trust. But what concerns me almost as much as the disclosures themselves is how, in fact, they came into the public domain in the first place. Not because the government chose transparency, not because ministers proactively provided answers, but because Parliament forced the issue. Because members in this place demanded scrutiny. Because this House insisted on accountability. And that takes us to a much bigger question. Why is transparency so often dragged out of institutions rather than freely given? Why do victims, campaigners and Parliament so often have to fight for information that should be freely available from the outset? And perhaps the most striking contradiction of all concerns transparency itself. Because while this government has spoken passionately about the importance of openness, accountability and a duty of candour, these disclosures raise serious questions about whether those principles were being lived as well as preached. The public are entitled to ask how confidence and transparency can be maintained when disappearing messages were being used at the highest level of government. They are entitled to ask why survivors have appeared to struggle to secure the same level of access and attention that was afforded to some of the most powerful figures in global technology. And they are entitled to ask whether the voices that mattered most were truly being heard. Because when victims and survivors feel ignored, while those with wealth, influence and power are actively courted, something has gone badly wrong. That is not the culture the public expect from government, and it is certainly not the culture that victims deserve. And that is why this debate, this whole issue, should strengthen our resolve to deliver a genuine duty of candour. Not a slogan, not a soundbite, not something invoked only when convenient, but a genuine legal and moral obligation on those exercising power to tell the truth, to preserve information, to be transparent, and to place accountability ahead of any self-protection. Because too often in this country, transparency is not volunteered. It is extracted, painfully. It comes only after leaks, only after investigations, only after victims, families, campaigners and parliamentarians sometimes spend decades fighting for information that should have been available from the outset. The disclosures before us today did not emerge because government chose openness. They emerged because Parliament forced scrutiny through the SO24 process. That should concern every member of this House. Because if transparency depends on being forced, then we do not yet have a culture of candour. And until we confront that honestly, we will continue to fail the very people that this House serves to exist. Not with words, but with action. Not with promises, but with accountability.
Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a genuine privilege to follow the Honourable Lady for Pontypridd. I have to say that knowledgeable and passionate ministers are a huge asset to any government, and she is a significant loss to this one. And if I may say so, exactly the same can be said of the Honourable Lady for Birmingham Yardley, who sits next to her. She makes important points about the victims of Epstein, which I will not repeat, but I think she's added considerably to this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, I also want to take the opportunity to join the tributes that have been made earlier to Alan Hazelhurst, who occupied your chair with immense dignity and considerable rigour, I might add, but also did so with very deep warmth and kindness, and I know that he will be missed in both chambers of this place. But turning to the motion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to say something about the process that has led to the publication of the documents we are now considering, and then something about their contents. On the process, I should start by offering my thanks to not just the officials of the Cabinet Office, but also to the staff of the Intelligence and Security Committee. The whole House will be now conscious of the sheer scale of the task that lay before both those groups of people and the immense work they all had to put in to turn the process around as quickly as they did. And the House will also now appreciate that, given the nature of the documents that we have before us, it was inevitable that there were a large number of those documents that raised questions of either national security or international relations. And I want to make it very clear, as I have before on behalf of the Intelligence and Security Committee, first, that we are very grateful for the words of the Paymaster General and indeed the Chief Secretary on previous occasions for the work that we have done, but to offer reassurance to the House that throughout the process we were rigorous in our view that government embarrassment was not sufficient cause for redaction of these documents. I hope the House can now see that is so, because there's plenty of government embarrassment left unredacted. But also to say that the prejudice that we sought to establish in relation to international relations or national security needed to be real prejudice and not the vague possibility of that prejudice, and that's the way in which we approached the task. And I am confident in the redactions that we have agreed to make, and indeed in the decisions we took not to support those redactions which we refused to consent to. But in the process we undertook, as I've spoken about before, two issues of process have arisen. The first is who checks proposed redactions for reasons other than national security or international relations. And I'm very glad that the government has agreed that my honourable friend for North Dorset should fulfil that role, as he has now done. And the other is grounds for redaction beyond the protection of national security or international relations. Now, as many who've heard these conversations before know, I have been and remain critical of the way the government has maintained the unilateral right to redact for other reasons. I don't propose to go through all of those arguments again. But my position is not because I do not think the government has, I will in a moment, a good case to do that, but because I think it's wrong for the government to assume Parliament's consent to that case. I'm happy to give way.
Could it be clear, is the redaction done in Downing Street in government and then sent to your committee, to the members' committee, or is the redaction done by the committee on grounds of national security and international relations?
Yes. I'm happy to give him that clarity. The documents that we received were unredacted documents, but marked on them were proposed redactions the government sought to make for reasons either of protecting national security or international relations. Where we agreed with the government, we agreed that those redactions should be made. Where we disagreed, then those redactions were not made. So we saw all those documents unredacted. We decided whether to accept the government's proposals for redaction or not. And as the House had made clear it wanted, the final word on those redactions, yes or no, was ours as a committee and not the government's. I hope that's of assistance to the right honourable gentleman. Happy to give way to my right honourable friend.
Just for the sake of completeness, will my right honourable and learned friend explain, with regard to the third category of documents redacted or withheld because of the police inquiry, did the committee see those, or does the committee labour under the same degree of ignorance as the rest of us?
Well, I think we may have to wait for the Chief Secretary to explain the position from the government's perspective. I can only say that what was put in front of us were not, I think, the documents that the police had sought to have withheld. I cannot say that that is the case in every instance, but we do not believe that there has been complete disclosure yet. We think there will be further documents to be put before us which the police currently have in their possession. So it may well be the case that there is further work for the committee to do. But I know he recognises from his long experience that we will apply the same degree of rigour and the same degree of impartiality to any further documents put before us that we have with the documents we have already seen. Happy to give way.
to ask one more question of clarity, because this is incredibly useful. In terms of the redactions that are made because it's personal information, for example, did the committee see the unredacted version of those documents, or had they been redacted by the time they got to the ISC?
Yes, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. The answer to that is that we will only have seen the documents on which there are proposed redactions for the purposes either of national security or international relations. However, in relation to other redactions proposed on the same documents, we may well have seen those proposed redactions too. So the reason, as she knows, that I've raised in the past concern about the breadth of those proposed redactions for other reasons is because the committee has seen some of those proposed redactions, but of course we had no way of knowing what proportion of such proposed redactions we had seen, because if a document doesn't contain within it redactions the government proposed for either international relations or national security reasons, the document wouldn't have come before us at all. Madam Deputy Speaker. Once more.
Just one last question then. The Paymaster General said that those marked with the 3 stars are the ones that were redacted with agreement with the committee. Can you confirm that that is correct, that other redactions are marked differently and the 3 stars relate to the ISC?
Yes, I can confirm that. And this, of course, is an important point, because the Intelligence and Security Committee wanted to be extremely clear that we only took responsibility for the redactions that we had considered and we had agreed. And the government, to be fair to it, has always accepted that those redactions that the government has made, without the involvement of my committee, would appear on the documents differently, and they do. And the House will be able to see exactly the difference when the documents are considered. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I need to make it clear, I am not an enthusiast for the use of humble addresses to demand disclosure of documents at all, whichever party may choose to use them. And I will in a moment, but just to expand on this point, simply because I think it is inappropriate to involve the monarch in a political argument. But if we are to have them, or indeed any other motions which demand the disclosure of material, then I think we should be clear about the grounds in which or on which the government is entitled to redact that material. But I give way.
Way. I've had the privilege of meeting some of the women who survived Epstein's abuse, and I want to pay tribute to them and to those who are no longer with us. Does he agree that as we rightly discuss the processes that took place, we also have to highlight the sheer bravery of those women, and that should be front and centre in this debate, and that this appalling episode of overlooking the victims and still appointing Mandelson despite his links to Epstein must lead to a fundamental change in political culture?
I do agree with the point she makes, and I think that argument was put very forcefully and very eloquently by the Honourable Lady for Pontypridd, which she may have heard a moment or so ago. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to return to the issue of grounds on which the government is entitled to redact material under this or similar motions. And it seems to me not only that Parliament should have clarity about the grounds on which government seeks to redact such material, but also that the proper time to have that clarity is when such a motion is first agreed, not as documents begin to be disclosed in response to it. So I want to make a suggestion, and I hope the government will see this as a helpful suggestion. It is genuinely meant as such. I suggest that this House agrees standard rules by which a government may redact and the reasons for it, and does so for use in all similar situations in the future, so that we have that clarity. The government has relied on a variety of legislative and common practice routes to support its right to redact, or even in some cases to withhold documents altogether, in relation to this humble address. And I think that process would benefit from consolidation of those reasons into a single document, which the House can then endorse and save this argument being rerun in the future, or at least limit it to a discussion of any specific grounds for redaction the government seeks to rely on beyond the list of agreed reasons to do so. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to the content of these documents and what they tell us, and on which I've said very little in order to, I hope, preserve the integrity of the process the ISC has been conducting at the House's instruction. There is, of course, lots of interest in these documents. How, for example, the ambassador to the United States steadfastly refused to stay in his lane as a diplomat and instead offer his advice on almost every aspect of the government's activity, the fact that he was held in such high regard, not to say awe, by so many members of the government, the slapdash approach to secure communications to which the government, I know, and perhaps also my committee will return. But I think it is important to remember that this whole exercise, as I think the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee said, was supposed to be about interrogating how Lord Mandelson's appointment as US ambassador came to be made. Now, I think it would be churlish not to accept that Lord Mandelson had successes in this role, and that indicates that he had merits as a candidate for the job that the Prime Minister was entitled to consider. But considering someone for a role is very different to appointing them to it, especially someone who had such obvious and well-known risks, and especially to an appointment of such evident importance and sensitivity. And that is why I find the process of making this appointment so concerning and so surprising. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I accept it is unfashionable or even heretical to say it these days, but I have a soft spot for the Prime Minister. I don't think it's just because I like the idea of lawyers with knighthoods being in charge, though I do. It's really because I am an enthusiast for good government. And I think the question of whether you support a government's policies or not is one thing, but we should all be in favour of good government nonetheless. I want to see responsible decision-making, considered judgments, a preference for evidence over instinct, and flashy ideas properly tested to ensure that they will actually work. That is good government to me. And I thought in this Prime Minister's administration I would see it. But good government requires that where a sensitive appointment carries considerable risk, extra work is done to understand that risk and to mitigate it. And these documents don't show that. Peter Mandelson's letter to the then Foreign Secretary, now Deputy Prime Minister, has become famous for Lord Mandelson's assurance that the government would not regret his appointment, ranking up there, I think, with Peace in Our Time and Michael Fisher's pre-hurricane weather forecast in the pantheon of poor predictions. But there is something else interesting about it, and that is its date, the 18th of November 2024, making it clear that Lord Mandelson was at the very least under serious consideration for the ambassador position in mid-November of that year. And yet the vetting process did not begin until late December, with everyone then being told, and this is very clear, that it should be completed in time for Mandelson to begin work in January. And there are several mentions in the documents of the urgency of this from officials. We know already that the National Security Advisor considered that the process was strangely rushed, and in the latest drop of documents, for example, in the Part 1 volume, page 21, and I quote, "The SPAD work has shown just how slick this can be when needed," or at page 66, "We've had quite a bit of senior interest in the processing of this case, not the details, merely that it goes smoothly." And if officials had been asked to start that work earlier, then they could have taken longer over it. And surely more time and consideration would have been beneficial in this complex and controversial case. Indeed, the haste with which things were being done was apparent elsewhere. In another document, an official points out that the Prime Minister had announced his choice for ambassador before agrément has been granted. In other words, the United States had not agreed to accept Lord Mandelson as ambassador at that point, and that, the official says, should not have happened. Now, it is and was clear to everyone that this was a controversial appointment, perhaps high reward, but definitely high risk. There were substantial reasons to worry about it. We've heard already several of them, and those were almost all very public knowledge. Now, that should have given everyone perhaps especially the FCDO as appointing department, pause for thought. And yet we know from part 3 of these volumes, page 106, that UK security vetting informed the FCDO of their recommendation in the last week of January 2025. And the FCDO granted developed vetting certificate on 29th of January 2025. Not much pause for thought there. Worse still, as others have pointed out, mitigations which were clearly agreed to be necessary, we have seen not evidenced anywhere. Madam Deputy Speaker, good government this was not. It has been said by many on the government's behalf that mistakes can be made, and that is of course true. But the Prime Minister pointed out in opposition more than once that Prime Ministers are accountable for the tone and character of the governments they lead and how those governments transact their business. And he was right. These documents show that in the making of this very important and sensitive decision, there is much wrong with the tone and character of this government.
Ian Benn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The latest Peter Mandelson scandal epitomises everything my constituents in Liverpool West Derby detest about the political establishment and why so many are losing faith in this place. Here was a man who brought government into disrepute on multiple occasions, a man who repeatedly placed personal interest and profit ahead of public service. Yet instead of being consigned to political history, he was rehabilitated by senior figures in my own party and elevated to a position of extraordinary, unelected influence. Why? Because his value to the political establishment was never rooted in principle or public service. It was rooted in his history of brutal factional manoeuvring, his network of powerful contacts and his ability to pull strings behind the scenes. Even his association with one of the world's most notorious paedophiles was seemingly outweighed by the usefulness of those connections, and shamefully for those responsible for his appointments, with no apparent regard for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. And I'd like to thank my honourable friend from Pontypridd for her speech, which outlined that so powerfully. The latest documents, while revealing moments of embarrassing sycophancy, tell us little that we did not already know. Mandelson's fingerprints are all over this government. His involvement stretched from ministers and advisers to the very centre of power. Just yesterday evening, we learned that the Chancellor asked Mandelson to visit her in the Treasury to advise on trade matters while he was chair of the private lobbying firm Global Counsel. No record of the meeting was disclosed. His influence, exercised through figures such as the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, was vast, unaccountable and entirely undemocratic. And based on the great lengths McSweeney and others went to ensuring Mandelson was given a job as US Ambassador, including applying pressure on civil servants, it's very reasonable to conclude that Mandelson's influential position was reward for support of the Labour Together faction. The damage this organisation has done to my party and this government cannot be ignored. So I once again reiterate to my right honourable friend for a full, transparent and independent inquiry into Labour Together and all those involved in the organisation. Madam Deputy Speaker, the question many of my constituents are asking is, how can an unelected figure, whose public record is so controversial, wield such influence over the decisions of governments while facing so little scrutiny or accountability? That lack of accountability also helps explain why the latest disclosures were not far more uncomfortable for Mandelson and those around him. As we know, despite requests to do so, he refused to hand over his personal phone as part of the evidence-gathering process. This speaks of a wider problem of culture in Westminster and Whitehall, and is exactly why we need the duty of candour that a Hillsborough law would introduce. There can be no more exemptions from transparency for the powerful. There can be no special rules for those at the top. Public confidence depends upon accountability applied equally to everyone. I, like many others, await government's actions on the progress of this crucial piece of legislation, and I hope my right honourable friend can shed some light on its stalled progress when he winds up the debate. The ongoing police investigation means Mandelson may yet face further scrutiny. However, the absence of so much correspondence, together with the significant redactions in material already published, means the true extent of his influence over government decision-making may never be fully known. My particular concern, Madam Deputy Speaker, centres on the relationship between this government and the US technology firm Palantir, a former client of Global Counsel. The documents reveal Mandelson arranged meetings with Peter Thiel, Palantir's founder and a historic supporter of Donald Trump, and with Lewis Mosley, the company's UK head. These meetings followed the Prime Minister's visit to Palantir's Washington headquarters in February, a meeting reportedly brokered by Mandelson, for which there were no official minutes or transcript produced. Following this, later on in the year in September, during the state visit of Donald Trump, there was a pledge by Palantir to expand its work with the Ministry of Defence to a value of $750 million over 5 years. I, and many others in this place and beyond, do not believe a company associated with the military operations in Gaza and the facilitation of aggressive immigration enforcement in the United States should be entrusted with expanded influence over any public services in this country. But my greatest concern is Palantir's growing role within our National Health Service, a matter which the Science, Innovation and Technology Committee today described as an unacceptable point of weakness, which could leave our data at the mercy of hostile actors. I first raised concerns about this company in 2023 when the Federated Data Platform contract was awarded. Since then, I have repeatedly called on this government and the last government to exercise the 2027 break clause and end this relationship. Yet, despite widespread concerns from parliamentarians, healthcare professionals and members of the public, for some reason, Palantir's presence within our NHS and access to patient data has only continued to grow. That expansion comes despite significant concerns being raised elsewhere. New York City Health and Hospitals withdrew from its contract with Palantir earlier this year, while a proposed Metropolitan Police contract was blocked last month. Those decisions reflected principled leadership and a recognition that public trust must come before corporate influence. And I thank Mayor Khan for showing that desperately needed leadership, a real example to others. The concerns they acted upon are shared by many NHS staff and many of my constituents who are deeply uneasy about the growing role of Palantir in managing sensitive personal data. That's why I was particularly concerned when the former Health Secretary ruled out ending Palantir's contract early this year, citing efficiency gains, despite evidence that many NHS trusts using the platform had not reported clear benefits of the software. And here, that the missing documents for me become extremely significant. Just months after Mandelson sought a meeting with Palantir's UK Lewis Mosley, the former Health Secretary, who we know was in regular contact with Mandelson, held a private meeting with Mosley himself, as reported by The Guardian, amongst others. So a legitimate question arises: did Mandelson facilitate that meeting in the same way he appeared to broker discussions between Palantir and the Prime Minister? While many in Westminster are preoccupied with the gossip, personal exchanges and political intrigue contained within these documents, I'm far more concerned by what is absent: the gaps, the redactions, the missing correspondence that may never come to light because relevant material was withheld or phones were stolen. Because those missing pieces would not simply demonstrate that Peter Mandelson was embedded within the machinery of the government, they would reveal the consequences of that influence. They would show how decisions affecting our public services, our NHS and our democracy may have been shaped by unelected power, corporate interests and private relationships operating beyond public scrutiny. Until there is full transparency and genuine accountability for how decisions of national importance are made, public trust in this place will continue to erode, and that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a very, very dangerous place to be going. That principle should have applied to Peter Mandelson, but it clearly didn't. And what a catastrophic mistake that was and continue to be. But moving forward, it must also apply to all those currently exercising power within this government and anybody seeking to lead this government in the years ahead.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This House stands tall when people across it find common cause in speaking for the people. Our authority is derived from just that. There is immense wisdom present in the House today, and probably even greater wisdom that's not present. But that's not the essence of the root of our authority. Our authority is derived by our election. And when the House finds its feet in the way that it did, personified by the speech of the Honourable Lady from Pontypridd, I think the message that's broadcast from this place more broadly is that MPs don't merely dance to a tune composed and conducted by the Treasury bench, or indeed the opposition front bench, but are capable of making judgments of the kind that she epitomised when she made her contribution earlier. Now, I've been part of this process. I won't say sweated blood, but certainly spent a great deal of time, like my right honourable friend, over the past weeks. I've seen more of my fellow members of the ISC than I have my own family, and we have trawled through immense numbers of documents. And following that process, I want to make 5 points. The first is that the humble address, and there is a debate to be had about the appropriateness of humble addresses. We've rehearsed bits of that debate today. But the humble address was absolutely explicit in its instructions to the ISC. It empowered the ISC in a unique way, actually, which is why I don't accept the arguments being used earlier about the withdrawal of documents, the argument around precedence, because this particular humble address, as my friend was clear, empowered the ISC in a way that is unprecedented to examine those documents concerning international relations and national security pertaining to the appointment of Peter Mandelson as the ambassador in America. It did so on the 4th of February in expansive terms. There is a case to be made that the humble address was too permissive, but that's not for us to debate now. That was the debate that took place then. For example, it talks about all electronic communications, as my right honourable friend described, and yet we see nothing of videos, of recorded messages, of all kinds of electronic communications, which clearly might be salient to our consideration about whether Peter Mandelson should have been appointed at all, and why he was appointed. And so the humble address gave the ISC that instruction. It's important to just make crystal clear that the ISC is a committee of Parliament with unique legal powers, with special legal powers. And those legal powers extend beyond any other committee of the House and enable that committee to look at the most sensitive matters of all. Strap documents, for example, as sensitive, I'd argue, in many cases more sensitive than anything that we might have been offered as a result of the humble address providing that instruction to us. And yet the government took the decision not to make available to the Intelligence and Security Committee the vetting file associated with Peter Mandelson. The argument used is that if it did so, it would have a chilling effect on the whole vetting process. I regard that as a specious argument because it confuses scrutiny with disclosure. The ISC was never going to disclose any of that material, a point made by my right honourable friend, its former chairman. And so it was a matter for the government to have faith in the ISC, as clearly the House had faith, or at least for the government to reflect the faith of the House in providing all the relevant material to the ISC. But let's leave that to one side. The Minister may want to come back to this again, because my right honourable friend who sits on the ISC with me, indeed is the Vice Chairman of that committee, came to the House in the form of an urgent question and explicitly requested that the government return to the subject of the humble address to see if they wish to amend it to legitimise their decision not to provide that information. The government chose not to do that. They chose not to ask the House for consent. I think that is a highly questionable decision, and I think it, frankly, I think the government will come to regret not coming back to the House to obtain that consent. But let's move on, because my second point is that it is now known, and I won't say too much about this, but it is now known, it's in the public domain, that the ISC did receive a summary document. And indeed, some of that summary document has found its way into the public realm by means of a national newspaper, the Manchester Guardian, which clearly had access to information. And we've heard earlier that there may be an inquiry into how that information found its way into the press. But at a point, we were told that that information, or even in redacted form, would not be available in this tranche of information because it was required by the police. But we don't know when the police made that inquiry, when they decided that this was vital to their investigations, and we've been given no rationale as to why they might have come to that decision so late on in the process. For had they made the decision earlier, we would both saved a lot of time, and the expectation that we might have seen more about vetting would not have been fixed in the minds of members of this House. So I do think it's important the Chief Secretary is crystal clear about when that request from the Metropolitan Police was made, and it would be helpful if he could give us some indication of why. Clearly, he couldn't compromise the investigation or any subsequent legal action, but giving the House some indication of when and why the police changed their tune, as it were, in respect of the vetting file or the summary of the vetting file would be highly desirable. My third point, I said there were 5, and I know you're counting, Madam Deputy Speaker, and you'll be chastising me if I don't stick to my chronology precisely. My third point concerns mitigation, because as the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee said, there is some confusion about the character of mitigation. Certainly we know nothing's been provided in respect of mitigation. Nothing about the reaction to the flags about his associations with senior figures in foreign states or his personal circumstances. And yet, Sir Oliver Robbins gave evidence for Foreign Affairs Committee, and the chairman of it has made this clear in April, in which he said clearance could be approved, quote, if risks identified of the highest concern through vetting could be managed and or mitigated. And such mitigations were meant to have been noted in an email from Ian Collard, the Foreign Office Head of Security, noting the decision to grant Mandelson clearance. According to Oliver Robbins, that email recorded, quote, the ways in which we would manage his clearance and, quote, the mitigations. Sir Oliver Robbins' claim was supported by the top official in charge of gathering the humble address material, Kat Little. She told MPs that she had seen an email which, quote, sets out the decision to grant DV and some mitigations. So there was certainly a stated need to manage the risks associated with Peter Mandelson's appointment, and an acknowledgement that that might be done through some process of mitigation. But we've heard no more. Now, maybe that no detailed mitigation plan was drawn up. Perfectly possible that might have happened, for the very reason that these risks were so great they couldn't have been mitigated. But even if that were the case, surely there would have been box notes, there would have been communications, there would have been emails making all that clear. between the Foreign Office and the Cabinet Office, between UK vetting and the Cabinet Office, between ministers and officials, and yet we've seen nothing. So I will happily give way to my honourable friend.
My right honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that in addition to the concern he's expressed that there is no evidence of mitigations having been put in place, there's an additional concern which there wasn't much time to do those mitigations between the point at which UKSB recommendations were received and a decision by the Foreign Office was made to grant vetting, then there really wasn't much time for mitigations, as well as very little evidence that they were provided.
That's true, and that indeed might have been reflected in some of the messages that I have suggested to the government, that they might, even at this late stage, make it available either to our committee, perhaps that's the most sensible thing given the terms of the humble address, or if and subsequently in a redacted form more widely. So even if it were true that because of the pace of the appointment that a full plan couldn't be drawn up, I find it inconceivable, I go as far as to say unbelievable, there were no communications of any kind associated with the measures referred to by Sir Ollie Robbins and by Ian Collard. I give way to the...
Right honourable gentleman, I hope this is helpful. In the evidence, in the written evidence that Collard gave to us, he said at point 6, in answer to this question, when was the report received by the department? So that's they received an email from UKSV at 1:52 on the 29th of January, informing PSD that the report was ready for the FCDO to review. So that's the date you heard about the developed vetting. And then the email with which is the nearest thing we have to anything that has any mitigations, is dated the 30th of January at 10:12 in the morning.
The right honourable lady will know, furthermore, that Ian Collard, through a letter sent on behalf to the Foreign Office, told MPs he had sent an email, quote, recording the fact of the decision, but not any of the underlying discussions or reasons for doing so, and mitigations. So she's absolutely right. And when she said earlier she was unknowing of why this had occurred, I think the whole House would share her view. None of us quite know why on earth that material doesn't exist, or if it does exist, why it's not being made available. My fourth point, I'm coming to my exciting conclusion in a moment, so I know you'll be pleased to hear that, Mr. Speaker. My fourth point concerns the Declaration of Interest form. Now, we know from the first tranche of documents that were relayed to the House that a blank template on Declaration of Interest for Peter Mandelson to complete was made available. But the completed Declaration of Interest, from which presumably detailed actions could be derived, has never been made known. I understand this is another document that may have found its way into the hands of Metropolitan Police. If so, when did that occur? When did they request it? And again, why did they request it? Greater clarity from the government on the Declaration of Interest would be most welcome. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd say this, thanks to the learning of the Paymaster General, we were able to speak a little earlier of Gladstone and Disraeli. And Benjamin Disraeli, whose picture I carry with me at all times, many people carry pictures of their children, their grandchildren, I carry a picture of Disraeli. Benjamin Disraeli, I'd be happy.
Should I carry a picture of Gladstone?
Well, I would recommend not.
Well, before the honourable member responds, regardless of whichever picture Mr Martin would wish to carry, it's always decent to make sure you're in the chamber long enough to intervene on someone that's giving a speech. Sir John Hayes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll say no more, but
Come on, John, show us you're dizzy.
Except this. The Disraeli said that circumstances are beyond our control, but we all have control of our conduct. And, of course, it's true. The context in which the appointment of Peter Mandelson was made was beyond the control of the gentleman who's responding to this debate tonight. But the conduct of the government, as described by my right honourable friend, is a matter for which he and other members of the Treasury bench are answerable. And the conduct of this affair seems to me to be, at best, highly questionable, and at worst, something much more serious. So I simply say to the Minister winding up, there is still a chance to right some of these wrongs in what happens next. Some of the questions posed from across this House as it found its feet earlier today can and still should be answered. We won't get the full detail until the Metropolitan Police have conducted their own inquiries, I understand. But there's much that can be done to provide further explanation as to about the things we haven't seen and why.
Flo Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this debate. And let me start, as we must, with the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Pontypridd for raising the testimony of Lisa Phillips, of naming one of those of those victims, because they do have names. They are people who will be listening to this, who find this whole process re-traumatising and painful again and again and again. And the fact that this all seemed to happen from the ultimate boys' club situation of a boys' club which surrounded Epstein, a boys' club that surrounded Mandelson, a boys' club that was in number 10, that led to all of this happen. I think we've been just drawn here, even today, into this vortex that happened. And I don't like the fact that we are still having to be part of it, still saying his name when he did such dreadful things to so many people. But I'd like to also pay tribute to the women and girls who were abused and exploited by him and his associates, and that they do deserve truth, accountability, and to know that public institutions have learned lessons. Their bravery in speaking out is why this House keeps returning to question of standards, of judgment and transparency. And I want to ask the House to stand back a bit in my speech and look at the whole humble address process. As a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, we've been following this very, very closely indeed. And I would join with the member for Kenilworth and Southam in saying that I am not an enthusiast of the humble address process. I think that it should be used, but I do have questions about it. I have been very critical of the appointment of Peter Mandelson from the moment it was even thought about appointing him, that it should never have gone further than that. Through the due diligence process, the vetting process and the final decision. My constituents expect ministers to be held to the highest standards, and when those standards fall short, they do expect answers. Some areas I've got particular concerns about have already been raised by members during this debate. There need to be changes to the appointment system. This process tested that system to the limit, and it was an extreme circumstance with a new government, with a very high-profile position, done under very quick circumstances, and a very rare political appointment to an ambassador role. But that is where the system needs to be looked at when it's tested to the utmost. And I hope that in future the Foreign Affairs Committee will be given the opportunity to meet with political appointments in the future. There may be never another political appointment after this one, but if there are, it needs to be done differently, and we need to hear that that will be. I also have real questions about the due diligence process. I've been asking officials about whether this is a fail or a pass process. And due diligence is just a part of the process. It's not something that can be failed. So but I think that should be looked at. If there are enough red flags in the due diligence, would you even go ahead into vetting? Why did we even? There were a couple of red flags: Epstein, Russia, China, and these are pretty big red flags to me. And I think that part of the process should be looked at as well. But just moving on to the humble address process itself, it's an important tool for the opposition for transparency. It's an appeal to the King over the heads of government. One time used for ceremonial messages, now being more commonly used as a tool in this case. In February this year, the humble address was used for the publication of papers relating to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, when in opposition, the Labour Party unsuccessfully requested humble addresses on Rwanda plan cost and asylum system and the safety of school buildings, for example, and successfully asked for humble addresses on Brexit in 2018 and successfully in 2022, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the Lebedev humble address. It is useful, but seeking answers is not the same as backing any process, regardless of cost or consequence. And there's been no mention of the cost so far, the financial cost and the time cost of civil servants in the debate so far. Because I would argue that the humble address we have seen, this humble address, has not been a good process. It's been disproportionate. This humble address was drafted so widely that it's become a catch-all, not a focused request for information. And that's why many of us, I think, are finding this very frustrating. One consequence is clear. Certainly will.
Extremely grateful for giving way, and I agree with the case she's making. But would she agree with me that although she's right, wide humble addresses are deleterious both because there is an opportunity cost, while civil servants are looking at that and not looking at something else, and a real financial cost, the right moment to push back on an excessively broad humble address is when it's being decided upon. And the government has a majority. It's there so that the government can get its way. Would it not have been better on the 4th of February for the government to have said, this is too broad, I will only agree something narrower?
I will come into that, indeed, in my argument. And I think that I'm hoping that my speech today will be something we can learn for future humble address requests and to try and make them better, learning from this one. The consequence so far, I will, yes.
Rapidly from that point, or later, because my honourable friend is right, they could have done it at the outset, but they were provoked, encouraged, several times later to look again. So that it would have been wise even later on to have amended it in exactly the way that my honourable friend and she have suggested.
I think this humble address has been worked on by ministers, by civil servants, very diligently, very independently and scrupulously. But that has led to some huge costs, which I'm going to outline, and maybe those are the lessons that should be learnt for future humble addresses. Because, as the Minister said earlier in the week, £1 million has been spent by the Cabinet Office alone. There's a further £1 million spent by the Foreign and Development Office as well, and then further costs. There have been the costs of the independent KC and the 16 to 20 civil servants entirely dedicated to this role, the Intelligence and Security Committee time, many other civil servants involved in all the departments of government in this as well. These are huge costs. My constituents in Putney want the government money to be spent on making their lives better. So we should always question, is this inquiry making their lives better? And we need to make sure when we use parliamentary powers, we have a duty to use public money responsibly and proportionately. I want full transparency, but full transparency must be smart, targeted and proportionate. A humble address should be a power of last resort, not a blunt instrument. Because it was drafted on the hoof, without limits, it is taking up huge resource and time, and in doing so, risks making future scrutiny harder, not easier. Most humble addresses, Madam Deputy Speaker, ask for papers relating to X decision. This one asked for all papers relating to the appointment, including but not confined to 9 wide-ranging categories, spanning pre-appointment to post-departure, plus all electronic comms and minutes. The breadth of this is why the government said that given the breadth of this motion, this process will clearly take some time. And obviously it will be taking even more time because of the police investigation. And why it has cost £2 million and rising. I reiterate the need to be able to use this as an opposition tool. Maybe one day we'll be in opposition on this side. We want to be able to use this. I absolutely agree with that. But I do think there should be some guardrails put in place. And I ask that the Procedure Committee, alongside the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee, reviews how humble addresses are used.
Give way on that point?
I will.
I thank my humble friend for giving way. She's making a really important and really thought-out speech. I wonder when she talks about those guardrails, because my constituency in Harlow would feel the same as her constituencies about the time this is taking and the amount of government resources that's being used. But it's also really important we get that transparency piece. But would you agree that one of those guardrails should be to protect those minor officials, which is what the redactions that, of course, some discussion are seeking to do, because actually what this humble address should, what should happen in this process is those that are guilty should be punished, but those that are innocent should not.
And my honourable friend raises another good point, and has also been raised earlier, is about the rules around redactions to make sure that they are consistent between inquiries. There are many things we can learn from this, and we should build them in the future. But I would make 3 points, only 3. First, we need scope and limits. Motions should set out the subject, the time period, and the type of document sought, much more rigorously than this humble address did. Second, we need a proportionality check. When we voted on this, were not given financial information. Before the House votes, we should have an estimate from the government of the likely cost, staff time, how long compliance will take. That should be part of our measured judgment. We can weigh that against the public interest and use this information in our vote. And third, we should use the right tool for the job. There are select committees, as we very well know in the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. We have been rigorously looking at this. Written questions, FOI requests, police investigations, as there is in this, evidence under oath. There are other routes to transparency as well. And I'm not saying we should have used that in this case. This is the right thing for this time. But we should be prepared to check ourselves for future humble addresses that those other routes should not be used.
Before she sits down, may I just may I intervene? Because I wanted to congratulate her on her thoughtful and really important contribution, because I do think this is a moment where we need to make sure that if we use a humble address, again, we use it as effectively as we possibly can. But I'd also like to just ask her to highlight a little bit more, because we talked about the amount of money, but also the opportunity costs. And we heard, did we not, from the Foreign Office and from the Cabinet Office about the amount of time that civil servants were spending on this. And one particular gentleman who'd come back from Iran and was an expert on that, but was spending his time on this, as opposed to being able to give the right sort of assistance to the Foreign Office when it comes to the really important issue of what we should be doing with regard to Iran.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, because this is foreign affairs money that's being spent. Now, what else could it be spent on? It could be spent on aid, humanitarian aid. It could be spent on ensuring that our systems and processes are supporting those worldwide to make sure we're all safer. The Intelligence and Security Committee has been looking at this a lot, but there are many other intelligence and security issues we're facing in the world. There are huge amounts of very, very senior civil servant time spent on this as well. And they themselves have been reflecting on this process. And I think what I'm sharing is some of the frustrations that they are feeling as well, because they're the ones who've had to look through an enormous amount of papers that were well outside the very focused questions we're having. Why was Peter Mandelson ever employed in the first place? We should absolutely be looking at that with a laser-like intensity. But the wide-ranging other bits of paper, of course, you never know what you don't know until you've looked at it all. I absolutely accept that. But I think civil servants, the ones sort of in the middle of the process, have seen that this could be a far better process altogether. Certainly.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend for giving way. She's making a very important contribution about the effort, time and the amount of documentation involved in this. She's also talking about the amount of money and the cost that this has endured, and she's talked about a number of things that could have paid for. Does she agree that one of those things could potentially have been an inquiry into this, which is what the victims and survivors are calling for, and also the reams of information that could then be included in that have been necessarily not included in this humble address, given that it was not necessarily relevant to the appointment of Mandelson as the ambassador to the US?
I absolutely agree, and during my honourable friend's speech, when she talked about the inquiry, I thought exactly that. Shouldn't an inquiry and all this money be also making sure that we look at the victims, the justice that's needed? In my own constituency, I'm working with women who are the victims of the PIP breast scandal incident. 47,000 women are affected by that. They have never had any amount of parliamentary money spent on any inquiry into them. They would be looking at what we're doing here and want us to just look at the proportionality of it. And I always like to raise their case as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, so I hope you'll allow me that. But I think it's those kind of comparisons we have to have in our mind all the time. And as constituency MPs, we do. Yep. Madam Deputy Speaker, moving on from my 3 points about humble address, which I hope the Procedure Committee will be taking up, I also want to briefly address the issue about the full internal vetting document being published. I understand why colleagues opposite want this to be published, and I share their frustration about how the appointment was handled. But I cannot support publishing the raw vetting documents because it would do lasting damage to our vetting process, and I want to underline that. Vetting only works. Yes.
Wants to publish that document. The point was that it was a document that could have been made available to the ISC, not for publication, not for disclosure, to scrutiny, because it might have informed our understanding of the whole process.
Thank you, and I thank the honourable member for that pushback. But having spoken to those who do the vetting process, even understanding that anything you say may be disclosed to a parliamentary committee is itself an hugely chilling factor. Vetting only works if civil servants can give the most frank, professional advice without fear that anything they say will be published, shared with committees, and we may need to make sure.
Again, but I'm sorry, she could still develop her case if she talked about parliamentary committees in general. But I chaired the ISC for 4 years, and the ISC has been in existence, as I said in an earlier intervention, since 1994. The ISC never leaks. If it leaked, the person who leaked anything would be criminally prosecuted. Yes. And there is no question that if these vetting documents were shown to the ISC, of it having a chilling effect on anything, because the ISC is hermetically sealed, it doesn't leak about far more important things than the miserable private life of Peter Mandelson.
I thank the honourable member for that comment about the ISC. And I would just continue to take advice from that vetting process, that it needs to be more hermetically sealed even than this. We need to take real care over this. Anyone oversharing of this will have an effect on everyone that's asked to sit down and give the most frank information, the most private information, and we need to make sure that they're doing that so that their potential risk to our security as a country is very, very well known. We can't allow self-censoring because of this process here. We do not need to have those far-reaching unintended consequences of this process.
Would the honourable lady keep away? But is there not another argument, which is also that there are certain people who are thinking again about applying for jobs where they may need to have developed vetting, and those people may well be women, people from ethnic minorities, people who are gay, for whom any disclosure of this would be so profoundly embarrassing they would rather just not get the job.
My honourable friend makes the point very, very well. There are minority groups. There are people who just don't know whether what they are worried about in their past may or may not be an issue, and they will not share that. They will not even go for the developed vetting, which means that they can't rise up within the Foreign Office. They won't even go for the job, potentially, for fear of that. We cannot have that as the unintended consequence of this process here today. We cannot hear about that in 10 years' time. There have been other issues that have compromised our national security, maybe because they haven't been shared, or that have robbed us of very serious talent and opportunity from across the country because they have not joined the ranks of our civil servants because of the things that we are sharing or not sharing within this process. It's not about more transparency, it's less. It potentially could leave ministers with less honest advice. It potentially could weaken accountability and put unfair pressure on civil servants who serve governments of all colours with impartiality. What the public need is the outcome of the vetting, however.
I'd just like to say I agree with the Honourable Lady. As someone who has been through the vetting process repeatedly in the past, you are told when you go to a vetting interview that this information that you are going to give me is between me and you, the vetting officer, and the subject of the interview. And to even, of course, the ISC is hermetically sealed, but as a person going through that process, if you know that even if it is going to be given to anyone else other than the vetting officer, that makes you think, shall I be giving this information? And that compromises the entire vetting system.
I thank the Honourable Member for that very helpful intervention and understanding the inside of it. It's got to be between you and the vetting officer and not to think that this can be shared further. That is absolutely at the heart of it. The last time I will give way.
I'm extremely grateful. She's being very generous. I just want to develop this point from a slightly different angle. It could be, couldn't it, that what we're really interested in here is the conclusions of the vetting process, not in the material that led to the conclusions. So it is entirely possible that we can give all the reassurances the Honourable Gentleman makes, the Honourable Lady has made clear are important to those who contribute to the vetting process, but also make sure that in the interests of disclosure on occasions such as this House can be clear about the conclusions of the vetting process, but not be told the information, the raw information on which those conclusions were based.
I thank the Honourable Member, and I honestly have enjoyed these interventions because I think there's a spirit of dialogue in the House today that I really, really appreciate as we're tackling very difficult issues and we want to get it right. So I agree. What the public need is the outcome of the vetting. Who was consulted, what risks were identified, what decisions were taken, whether proper process was followed, what on earth these mitigations were. The Cabinet Secretary or relevant Permanent Secretary can be called to a Select Committee to answer those questions directly, as we have done in the Foreign Affairs Committee. This is scrutiny, but publishing the raw document is counterproductive. So to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I remain appalled by and very critical of the Mandelson appointment. My constituents deserve full answers, and I await the documents when they are released by the Metropolitan Police after their investigation. But we need to review this process that has cost so much financially and in opportunity cost, and put some guardrails around the use of these for any future humble address requests, so that it stays focused on the issues that are meant to be investigated. We must make sure that when we demand accountability, we do it in a way that's effective, responsible and sustainable. Thank you.
Yeah. Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been interesting, wide-ranging and at times painful to listen to debate because we are talking about a really terrible decision that was made by the Prime Minister. We're talking and hearing about the re-traumatising of victims who are having to keep hearing about this without seeing justice. If we were talking about a way to get justice, then that would be a different proposition. The member from Pontypridd has made an excellent speech, and I agree she has consistently been a champion for safety for women, particularly online, but it has constantly raised those issues. We've seen throughout the debate today from other members, not from the member from Pontypridd, a significant number of dead cats being thrown around or waved around. Or in fact, if you spend a lot of time going through these documents, perhaps red boxes that have been waved around, red boxes with President of the United States written on them, because it seems there's an awful lot of time dedicated to getting a red box for the President of the United States. An awful lot of civil servant time that could have perhaps been better spent being more transparent, for example, instead of chasing the specific maker of red boxes and getting them to print things on a red box. There have been other dead cats or red boxes around the mitigations, for example. I do think it's important that there should have been mitigations. I think that's the point that was made when the Prime Minister was first given a document on whether or not Peter Mandelson should be appointed. It said The advice that was given was that mitigations would need to be put in place. But the problem wasn't that mitigations weren't put in place. I'm not saying that mitigations were put in place. I'm not saying that we know which mitigations were put in place or that we don't know which mitigations were put in place. The problem was that the Prime Minister made that decision in the first place. The information that was given to the Prime Minister, the bit of paper that was given to the Prime Minister that talked about the reputational risk of appointing somebody who was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. It's not a reputational risk. It's a risk. It's a risk that will risk re-traumatising victims. It's a risk that will ensure that ensured that somebody who had close links with various companies and with Russia, for example, was given a position of power. Now, the Prime Minister knew that these were problems, and it was incredibly cute of the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee to try and talk about the fact that the Prime Minister really wasn't responsible for this. He delegated it to other people. The Prime Minister made the decision. The Prime Minister has held his hands up and said he made the decision. We can't say, nobody in this House can say that the fault is because the mitigations weren't put in place. The fault is with the Prime Minister for making a decision to make a political appointment and choosing somebody who he knew, who he was told, was friends with Jeffrey Epstein.
I entirely agree with what the Honourable Lady is saying. And does she agree with me, given that we have now established clearly that those blank boxes which the Prime Minister could have made a comment on when he was given the crucial information and the options leading up to the appointment of Mandelson, those blank boxes were intentionally blank when they are there precisely for the Prime Minister to record his response and indeed his decision. The fact that they were not redacted, the fact that they were genuinely blank suggests to me, and I can't think of any other explanation for this, that the reason the Prime Minister didn't want to fill them in was that he knew there was something shameful about the appointment that he was about to approve, and he didn't want it on the record.
It was also the case that it was very clear the Prime Minister had made up his own mind. It almost did not matter what people said. You know, there was the awareness that there had been an article published saying that Peter Mandelson had stayed in Jeffrey Epstein's house while Jeffrey Epstein was in prison. I mean, it doesn't get much worse than that.
Right.
The Prime Minister had made the decision. And actually, we can see from a whole lot of this documentation, and I'll just touch briefly on the fact that I do appreciate that redactions have been made. I appreciate the reasons for how redactions have been made. I appreciate this was a massive amount of work pulled together by a significant number of people dealing with things in all different formats. But there's a significant lack of consistency in this document that makes it really, really difficult to work out what's going on. There are, for example, spaces in this document. If you were to look at the Part 3, page 199, John Garvey apparently sends a blank message, to which Peter Mandelson replies, quite. So I don't know how you can reply quite to a blank message. It doesn't have stars, it doesn't say it's been redacted, it doesn't explain what this message was. At other points in the document, it does say what messages were, it does say what the redaction was, it does say that a certain picture was something, and I do, as I said, appreciate the amount of work that was put in to pull this together, but we're not getting the full picture. We're not seeing everything because of the fact that the document has been put together, in some cases, in a not very helpful way. I want to touch as well on the Morgan McSweeney messages and the fact that I mentioned already that Morgan McSweeney's lost his phone and therefore cannot provide WhatsApp messages. However, on page 173, he's provided group WhatsApp messages. He has provided those messages, specifically says Morgan McSweeney provided them to the Cabinet Office. It would be really nice, as a member for Birmingham Yardley said, if there was an explanation of why the information that isn't there. The member for Birmingham Yardley gave back a nil return. She was asked for her messages with Peter Mandelson. She replied to say there was no messages with Peter Mandelson. It would be helpful if on the Morgan McSweeney stuff, for example, we got these group chat messages and then it said he could only access these group chat messages through another method. He could not access his own personal messages, which is why we don't see them. Or he had disappearing messages on, and that's why we can't see them. We don't know the reason for it. We don't know if it's because there was nothing, or if it's because there was something but it's now gone. And I think that's deeply unhelpful in the level of transparency that we're getting here. In terms of the speech that was just made in relation to the member from Putney, sorry, I was trying to find your constituency there, her constituency there, the member from Putney, I've never had a constituent say that they would like less transparency. I've never had one say that they would like to know less about why the Prime Minister appointed Peter Mandelson. They want to know why the Prime Minister has appointed Peter Mandelson. I think that today's maybe the wrong day to make a call for there to be less information. I think absolutely discuss this later. Today we should be centring on talking about this decision. We should be centring on thinking about the victims and the fact that the Prime Minister made these decisions knowing about the victims, knowing about the fact that Peter Mandelson was friends with Epstein and continued to be friends with Epstein. It didn't matter what red flags were shown up by the processes. It did not matter. The political decision had been made. We know that. We know that the appointment was announced in advance of these things taking place. We know the decision was made. We know that for some reason that I'm still not totally clear about, the Prime Minister thought that Peter Mandelson was the best person for the job, was the best person for being in that role, was going to do the best thing for national security or for the people of these islands or for the Labour government. That was the decision-making process that the Prime Minister must have gone through. The member from the Liberal Democrats talked about the fact that we don't know what was in the driver's head. We do not have that piece, that really key piece of information. We can have the driver apologise and say, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done it. But until they explain why they did it, we are not all going to understand it. And the apology sounds hollower than I think the Prime Minister would like it to. We do know that in terms of the transparency, that even though there's a significant amount of work, significant amount of documents, that we don't have everything. We don't have some things because they've been held back because of the police investigation or because of national security. I completely understand and accept that that is the case. However, there are other things that we don't have. So on the 4th of February, the day that the humble address went through, I submitted a number of Freedom of Information requests to the Cabinet Office. I received an acknowledgement for those Freedom of Information requests. On the 9th of March, I received an email telling me there was a delay in responding to my Freedom of Information requests. I have received nothing since. Despite submitting a Freedom of Information request on the 4th of February, I have received nothing but one update, an acknowledgement, then one update from the Cabinet Office telling me we're very sorry there's a delay on the 9th of March. It would be very helpful if the government front bench could ensure that I get a response to my Freedom of Information request, because it's a legal requirement for governments and the Cabinet Office to provide responses to these things and to make clear if there's a delay, why there's a delay, or if they're not going to provide a response, why they're not going to provide a response to a Freedom of Information request. I'd be interested to know as well how many members of the public have submitted Freedom of Information requests that relate to the decision-making process, perhaps, or messages around Peter Mandelson, and have not received adequate responses from the Cabinet Office. I don't know why the Cabinet Office have not responded to me, but I'd be concerned if they were doing exactly the same thing with members of the public who don't have the ability to stand here and criticise the Cabinet Office. The last thing I want to talk about is where things are with the Prime Minister and his currency at the moment. The Prime Minister's not standing here defending himself. The Honourable Gentleman is once again, and I do not envy him, having to fill this role. We've heard a defence from very few members of any side of this House for the Prime Minister's decision. I don't think anybody is trying to defend the Prime Minister's decision, which brings us back to the Prime Minister's judgment and the fact that he made this decision. He made this decision. It wasn't as has been tried to say, some civil servants or special advisors that made the decision. It was a Prime Minister who made the decision. However much his arm may have been twisted, perhaps, as was suggested by the member, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, it was down to others who really pushed this, who really did the decision-making here. Maybe it was down to others, in which case, why would you have a Prime Minister who can be so easily led by others that they would be willing to appoint somebody who's friends with a convicted paedophile to the role, the most senior role in the ambassadorial service? So we must assume that the Prime Minister is not that easily led. We must assume that the Prime Minister cannot have his arm twisted by officials, in which case, or by special advisors, in which case he made the decision. And he's not here, standing here, explaining why he made that decision. He's not meeting with the victims, which is, I think, the worst thing that we have heard today, the worst thing that has been uncovered today is the fact that he's had requests from those victims and not met with them, despite the fact that in these massive documents we can see the people that he did meet with, who are people that my constituents would be much less keen on him meeting with than actual victims of Epstein. I think the Prime Minister has got a significant number of questions to answer. This is not the change that he promised when he stood in his manifesto in 2024. This is not a Parliament that is working for the benefit of people. This is a Parliament that is continuing to hide things from people, that is continuing to duck away from having those difficult conversations and from listening to the people that it really needs to listen to the most. And I think that the government needs to take a long, hard look at itself and change its priorities and actually listen to the requests that are being made from those people that have been harmed the most by this whole complete shambles.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a debate that I originally thought there would be a very large number of members wanting to attend, because it goes to the heart of so much about the political system of this country and indeed the power and influence of very wealthy people around the world. But I'm sure this isn't the only time we're going to be debating this, and I hope there will be a more thorough public inquiry into this whole issue at some point later down the line. I think we should also put a particular note of thanks to the member for Pontypridd for what she said in her speech, the way she put it, and the way she put centre stage the victims, some of whom are nameless, victims of the depravity of Jeffrey Epstein, the depravity of the whole golden circle surrounding Epstein, and the fact that one took her own life and died as a result of that. These were young women that were trafficked and exploited by very wealthy men who felt they could get away with it. And even after Epstein's initial conviction, they carried on gravitating towards the golden light of Epstein and the money that he exuded, the influence he exuded, and the way he'd made his money, which was actually all about helping the super rich in the United States to avoid paying tax by relocating them and their resources to the US Virgin Islands. The millions that he made and the millions that were not paid in tax by those very rich people are millions not spent on health, housing, education, and all the other things that working class communities need. And so somewhere along the line, he was sort of apparently almost forgiven for those crimes, and then comes back much later on. And we then now begin to see the whole horrible story unravelling. So surely there's an object lesson to us here of unaccountable power, unbelievable levels of arrogance, supreme levels of wealth, and the way in which politicians, probably less wealthy than Epstein and some of his mates, were seduced into that line of the super yacht, the private island, the private jet, the big dinner, etc. All of that is a corruption of our political system, and unless we do something about the influence of big business, super wealth and money in politics, then everything that Bernie Sanders says about the USA, that it's got the best democracy that money could buy, will soon be applying to this country as well. We've got to be much stronger about needing a much more pure form of democracy and accountability within our society. This debate is labelled about Peter Mandelson, and I remember when Mandelson first appeared in this building as the media director for the Labour Party. I remember discussing him with Tony Benn in the tea room, and Tony had met him at the National Executive meeting where he was introduced to the Labour Party, and I saw Tony that evening and said, what was it like? And he said, well, this guy Mandelson's going to give us all a lot of trouble. And he then wrote in his diaries that evening, I find Mandelson a threatening figure for the future of the party. And what Tony recognised was that Mandelson's whole objective was a political one. It was a political one to take the Labour Party away from its roots, to take it away from its trade union connections, to take it away from the working class communities and turn it into a party of business. As the member of West Derby was pointing out earlier, and others, that then eventually ends up with Labour Together and their huge amounts of money that they spent trying again to subvert the whole principles behind the Labour Party. And the results of all this are being paid for day in, day out, in hospitals spending 15% of their expenditure on private finance initiative, schools having to pay the debts of building schools for the future, and so on. The whole idea that the state should become an arm of business rather than the state providing services that are necessary for the people of our society. Mandelson was successful in many ways in turning things away from what their original purpose was. And so all the contracts that are now being agreed upon, I'll come back to this in a moment, are a consequence of that sort of philosophy and that sort of that sort of dealings that went on, political dealings that went on. When we had an early debate on this, I said there has to be a serious, open, public inquiry into the influence of business, money, and corruption on our political system. I understand the limitations of a security committee and the work you have to do. I understand the limitations of it, which is why I did the intervention on the chair earlier on. And I'm sure he may well agree with me that this will not be done and dusted by his committee. It will actually go on for a very long time because it goes to the heart of democracy within our society. And so I hope at the end of this, we do have an open public debate about money in politics. We do have a serious open inquiry which will get to the heart of everything that's going on. Because if we don't, then we're all the weaker for it. And as the member for Pontypridd pointed out, the victims of this at the moment are known to be those young women who had such terrible experience and terrible time at the hands of the rich and the powerful. And if we don't, then there will be other victims of the rich and the powerful further down the line. I want to just talk briefly, if I may, because I realise that time is of the essence, about Palantir. On the 22nd of July 2025, that's less than a year ago, Peter Mandelson sent an email to Morgan McSweeney. The subject was a name, Peter Thiel. Mandelson wrote, "This celebrated techie is in London till August the 9th. I don't know whether you have been approached already, but it would be good for the PM to meet him." So the ambassador for Washington starts trying to set up meetings with a tech entrepreneur who happens to be a friend and supporter of Donald Trump. And then in the second tranche of the so-called Mandelson files laid before Parliament, the email is one of a series of moments in which Mandelson personally connected the UK government to Palantir, the data analytics and surveillance firm co-founded by Thiel, and to the wider network of investors around it, at a time when his own consultancy, Global Counsel, still counted Palantir among its clients. Is that corrupt or what? That the ambassador to Washington owns a company in which he is trying to introduce them to the head of the British government by a series of private emails using his connections that he obviously obtained as through the Labour Party over a very long time. And In 2024, he did not divest his significant financial stake, despite official advice that he should do so before taking up the appointment, and I quote, "The retained role and interest of Global Council would have to cease if appointed His Majesty's ambassador." It didn't. He carried on with that, as we well know, because we also know that the firm was met by the Prime Minister with Peter Mandelson in Washington. And that is this mysterious meeting that apparently nobody was at, but it happened. There's no record of it, but everybody was there. There was no discussion went on because nothing was reported, yet we all know it took place because they were filmed going into it. And that was only a fortnight after he'd gone into the job. And days later, on the 5th of March 2025, a partner in the Silicon Valley venture firm 137 Adventures, an investor in both Palantir and the defence company Anduril, emailed an invitation for Mandelson to attend the Hill and Valley Forum, the Washington gathering that brings together defence technology executives and Congress. The sender's name was redacted, but the file notes Mandelson will be attending with Louis, who we understand to be Louis Mosley, the head of Palantir's UK business. So this very tight connection of people goes on. And according to Ethan Stone of Open Democracy, Mandel's security mitigations forbade such one-to-one meetings with former clients like Palantir, a restriction which, like divestment from Global Council, the former ambassador assiduously ignored. So he didn't fulfill the requirements to divest himself. He didn't fulfill the requirements not to follow up connections of them. And as others have pointed out in this debate, he was very generous and free with his email advice to just about everybody and trying to set up things all the time. Yes, of course.
I'm wondering if my right honourable colleague remembers the Labour Party talking about the COVID issues that there were around COVID money. And so many different Conservative ministers, for example, or Conservative peers who had made introductions with companies that they were linked with. Does he remember the Labour Party jumping up and down about how people shouldn't be using their level of power and their access to get preferential access? And does he see anything ironic about the situation with Peter Mandelson?
There are many ironies surrounding Peter Mandelson. The most useful thing he ever said was he hated me and wanted nothing to do with me and woke up every morning trying to get rid of me when I was leader of the Labour Party. I take that as a badge of honour, actually, because I wanted absolutely nothing to do with him and the politics that he had going on with him. But the reality was that he managed to land a deal for Palantir. That was his achievement. And in his farewell letter to the embassy staff, Mandelson singled out one achievement. The UK leaves the relationship with the United States, in quotes, in a really good condition, he went on to say, with a magnificent state visit and the new US-UK technology partnership, my personal pride and joy that will help write the next chapter of the special relationship set for next week. Obviously, the visit went ahead without him. But on the UK then confirmed that Palantir confirmed it would invest 1.5 billion in the UK and expand its Ministry of Defence contract to 750 million over 5 years, replacing a £75 million contract 3-year arrangement. The deal was folded into the technology prosperity deal that Trump and the Prime Minister signed at Chequers the next day. So in only a short time as ambassador, he embroiled us in all this stuff with Palantir, set up this technology agreement with the USA, and as we all know, because we get it from our constituents, people who use the NHS are alarmed that Palantir will get hold of their medical records. They're concerned that this company will get hold of the entirety of the NHS and Social Security records. In other words, crucial personal information on every single person that's lived or died in this country since 1948. Are we really serious that we're incapable as a society and a country of setting up our own technology arrangements? Because I do want data sharing within the NHS. I do want, when you go to the doctor, they can get your records quickly and sort out what's wrong with you. I want those there for an A&E department. But I don't want them shared by a company that is busy advising Israel on how it will go about its bombardment of Gaza, that is trying to get hold of other contracts all around the world. Do we have to mortgage ourselves to an American multinational that will have control of and access to vast amounts of data? Surely to goodness, we've got enough ambition, enough ability that we can develop our own systems within the NHS. We're all proud of the NHS, but let's not destroy it by handing it over to the private sector. Let's not destroy the whole philosophy behind it by giving it over to those that will make money out of it, rather than deal with the obvious health issues that so many people face. And so I hope that the lesson from all this is that when the political system becomes corrupted by a lack of principle, becomes corrupted by the amounts of money that are made available to people, and the private donations that are made and are still made by private health interests and others to members of this House and to the parties represented in this House, we are all the losers. Democracy is the losers, and ultimately the price is paid by the poorest and most vulnerable people within our society.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to be the last of the backbench contributions for this evening. And I say it's a great pleasure. I actually mean it, because unlike some debates which we've all been in, this one has been characterised by knowledge and a really serious approach to the subject in hand. So I've learnt a lot, so I'm grateful for many of the contributions. But the Right Honourable Member for Islington North did pick out quite a good point right at the start, where he said he was surprised that there weren't more people in the chamber to take part in this debate. But perhaps one of the reasons why it's relatively sparsely populated is because this feels like old news. It's easy to lose that sense of wonder and shock at the seriousness of the allegations which have led to the humble address. It's become old news, of course, that Peter Mandelson was grossly unfit for public office. We've known that for decades. Tony Blair knew it, not once but twice, because he sacked him for dishonesty. We've known for years that he was a byword for double dealing. After all, his nickname was the Prince of Darkness. That didn't come from nowhere. And we've known for years, unfortunately, of his continued friendship for his best pal, Mr. Epstein, and that he was such close friends and so on his side that he stayed in his house even when Epstein was in prison for child sexual offences. I mean, we say this too often without stopping to pause and realise what that actually means. It's an extraordinary statement. We knew that. The Prime Minister appointed him despite knowing these things, despite having advice on vetting from his then Cabinet Secretary. He ignored that advice. This was the Prime Minister, of course, who famously said he was going to put country before party, where on this occasion he appears to put party before national security. It's pretty serious. And then, of course, we've had the frankly unedifying spectacle some months ago of the government attempting, through obfuscation, to cover up this scandal. The front bench whipped the backbenchers to vote down the release of relevant documents, and it was such a grubby move, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it fomented such revolt amongst the honourable members opposite that the government was forced to climb down. And then there were, of course, not one but two stolen phones, which I accept. Perhaps that was what happened. But it wasn't just two stolen phones. There were no messages from the Chancellor of the Exchequer, no messages from the Deputy Prime Minister, although we do know that no one tells him anything, so perhaps we haven't learned, we won't have missed anything there. But no messages from the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister either. And then the use of disappearing messages with no record kept by the Prime Minister, in direct contradiction to the advice of the Cabinet Office guidance for the retention of records. All this found out, drip, 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 one painful and damning piece of evidence after the another. as a result of the Conservative-led humble address. And yet we're still not at the end. It's clear from those documents which have been released that there are obvious continuing gaps in disclosure. Messages have been leaked to the press, The Guardian, The Spectator, which are not included in the release to Parliament, even though they were ordered to be. The Intelligence and Security Committee, an organisation of eminent members of this House from across party, they have said, in their opinion, that the government is interpreting the exclusion on the grounds of prejudice to national security or international relations, and these are their words, these are being applied far too broadly by the government. And it feels, I'm sorry to say this, Madam Deputy Speaker, but it feels that the government is still at it, because they're withholding documents. We've talked a lot about the vetting file. If the vetting file itself is too difficult to disclose, then at least as the Right Honourable Member for Kenilworth suggested, the conclusions of the vetting file should be shared with the ISC. And it's important that the government, Madam Deputy Speaker, has no legal authority to take these decisions not to disclose. As the Intelligence and Security Committee said itself, and again I'm quoting, whilst the government may believe that there is a good reason to withhold various documents, it does not currently have the authority to do so. It's not for officials to decide what is released to Parliament. Parliament decides. And if the instruction, this is a direction from the High Court of Parliament to officials, if officials think that that has been too widely framed, then it is the responsibility of ministers to come to this House and persuade Parliament to change its mind. They have not done so. And this is one of the things which really worries me about the current administration in this country, is that officials appear to think that they can decide what is supplied to Parliament and what is not supplied to Parliament, and it undermines the administration of this country by democracy. This is where decisions are taken. We are the people who decide what authority is granted to the executive. And for officials to then decide, perhaps for good reason, that they're not going to comply with the direction of the High Court of Parliament, then it undermines our entire democratic process. And they don't have the legal authority to make that decision. It is for the government to stand up for Parliament. If they think that Parliament has made too wide a direction, come and persuade us of that, and you will no doubt get a vote here to correct it. Yes, I will.
I'm grateful. Just reflecting on the humble address and drawing particular attention to the scope, the Honourable Member will recall that it required the sharing of all communications between ministers and Lord Mandelson in the 6 months prior to his appointment, and all communications between ministers, officials and special advisers during his time as ambassador. Now that is a hugely broad scope that was drafted by the Conservative humble address. But does he think that when the government amended that and proposed to exclude only those things subject or prejudicial to national security and international relations, does he think that the government was serious in wanting all of that information shared with the ISC, or does he think perhaps that the government was trying to be too smart, too clever by half, and suggesting then that His Majesty's opposition was acting against national security and international relations?
I accuse this government of being too clever by half, but I am unable to put myself in their heads, but I hear the concern that the Honourable Member has. So we have this drip, 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 the failed cover-up, the partial disclosure, the embarrassing exposures, the continued unauthorised retention. When will the government realise that this isn't going to stop, that this painful sore, weeping sore for this government is going to remain open until they finally deliver what the humble redress requires of them?
Yeah. Which brings us to the front bench contributions.
Shadow Secretary of State, Alex Burghardt.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd just like to open my remarks by paying tribute to Sir Alex Younger, the former head of MI6, who has passed away suddenly during the course of this debate. He was an incredible public servant who gave an enormous amount to his country. He was incredibly wise and generous, and I know everyone in this House will miss him very much. What we have been talking about in all of these parliamentary encounters really is about the seeping of a kind of great poison. The evil of Epstein has seeped out into his relationship with Peter Mandelson, which has seeped out into Mandelson's influence on government, which is seeping out still to the way in which government has allowed itself to behave. And it's sort of time for it to stop. And I think that we are approaching the point where we may be able to draw a line, but that point is still quite a long way away because we're dependent on the police releasing their documents. And it's why, thinking in these ways, that I want to ask the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister that we try a new approach now, that we build on what's already happened, but that we go further so that the House can be more reassured about what is being shown sight of and what it's not being shown sight of. There is, as far as anyone can see, no good reason why the government cannot tell the House more in terms of high level. As I said earlier, the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister on Monday gave us something more high level in the 4 categories. But as I mentioned in my remarks, there is further that we can go. I also believe that there is no good reason why the information that has been given to the police cannot be given to the ISC. And the government could unilaterally decide to do that, doesn't need to ask anyone's permission, as has been raised by my right honourable friend who used to be the chair of the committee, my right honourable friend who is not in his place, who is a current member of the committee, and my other right honourable friend, still is a committee. This House has complete trust for the ISC. It entrusts it with the most confidential material that the state has on offer, strap-level material. And so I don't think anyone here would believe that sharing the material given to the police with the ISC would in any way run the risk of prejudicing a trial. And consequently, I genuinely invite the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister to give the House that. I also think all of us, even those who are not members of the ISC, should be entitled to know a bit more. And we should be entitled to know about the number of messages that are withheld. We should be given a degree of detail because there is no reason why that would prejudice an investigation or a trial. And I'll just go through a few points and then I'll sit down, Madam Deputy Speaker, and let the Chief Secretary respond. I want to return to his own messages, not because I think he's done anything wrong. I don't believe he has. But he disclosed to us the other day that he had messages that he didn't feel were relevant. And I wonder if he could tell us, they're obviously not in the return, but we need to know, because the humble address said messages that were between ministers and Peter Mandelson should be disclosed. I want to know the process that was gone through with those messages that led to them not being in the humble return. Were they deleted? Were they deleted after they had been shown to officials? Were they shown to officials and decided not to be disclosed? But it would be very good to have clarity because it might give us insight on how other such messages were treated. Second, on the question of Morgan McSweeney's messages, which we know still existed in April this year when he talked to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee about them and said that they would that they were already in the position of the government because of the inquiry that Wormald had done in September last year. Can he confirm that the process discovered those messages and that consequently that Morgan McSweeney was telling the truth to committee? Do those messages exist? I don't think it prejudices an investigation or a trial to know that those messages exist. Similarly, with Morgan McSweeney's messages, with the Prime Minister's messages, with the Chancellor of the Exchequer's messages, and so on, we deserve to know how many messages to whom are being withheld. There is nothing in that data that would prejudice an investigation or prejudice a trial. And I know that that's what we care about. I know that's what he cares about. Just, I think if the government were to cooperate in that way, it would show a willing and a transparency that we have not previously had. On the related to this is the issue that I raised, that was raised by several other members from the backbench, about other forms of electronic communication, particularly pictures, videos, voice recordings and attachments, none of which have made their way into the humble address returns. It seems very unlikely that all of them have been retained by the police, particularly when the messages they're related to are in the humble address return. And it feels like this is something that has slipped through the net. Can he tell us a bit more about that? And lastly, to return to the point the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee made, and my right honourable friends behind me made, during the course of this debate, I believe we have ascertained that the ISC did not see the mitigations. The Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee has not been able to detect any mitigations. I think we deserve to know whether there were any mitigations. Even if we can't be told what they were, even if we're effectively being told that they're going to be they're being retained by the police, there is no good reason why we should not be told whether they exist or not. There is nothing in that information that would prejudice an investigation or prejudice a trial. It is time for the government to just take us to the next level of transparency. I very much hope that that is what the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister wants to do, because ultimately all of this will come out in due course. And if it does, and it turns out that the government was unnecessarily withholding information, the scandal will continue again and again, and it will infect more and more people. It doesn't need to do that. Let's clear this up now. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Secretary to Prime Minister Darren Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank members from across the House for their contributions this afternoon and share in the condolences expressed by the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster on the news of Sir Alex Younger, the former Director General of MI6, who we have learnt during this debate has passed. As I've said to the House before, whilst it is right for members to discuss process and how the government has responded to the humble address, we must not neglect to remember the women and girls who are at the very heart of this matter. Their suffering cannot be forgotten in this pursuit for justice, a pursuit that has been denied to them for too long. On that point, can I start by particularly paying thanks to my honourable friend, the member for Pontypridd, for her powerful speech this afternoon, and take the opportunity to thank her for the work she carried out so diligently as part of this government as the Minister for Victims. The accounts that she has shared with this House this afternoon from victims like Lisa are harrowing and should remind us of the anger and suffering they rightly continue to feel each time we have had one of these debates. But my honourable friend's speech has made me think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that just reading the words on this page alone feels insufficient in the context of the cultural challenges that she raised. And I think, with your permission, I'd like to just take a moment to take that opportunity to ask myself questions about my relationship with Peter Mandelson. Did I consciously ignore the stories that followed Peter Mandelson? Indeed, know about many of them from many, many years ago. I don't think that I did. Did I ever ignore warnings that were put to me about Peter Mandelson? I didn't receive any to do so. But as I reflect on my honourable friend's speech, it made me think, did I, at best, subconsciously treat Peter Mandelson differently because I believed him to have influence and power within the Labour Party? And I think the answer to that question is yes, I did. Have I benefited from that relationship in the time I've been an elected politician? I think in part the answer to that question is yes, I did. And for that I'd like to apologise to the House, to the victims, to Lisa, and commit to then doing something about it. And in the first instance, can I say that I hear my honourable friend's request for a meeting with the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. I know that there is a request with number 10 for the Prime Minister to do so, but if she thinks it's appropriate, I make myself available for that meeting to discuss the issues that she has raised. And can I also just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I know my honourable friend will continue to be a strong advocate from the backbenches for the action this government is taking to half violence against women and girls, as well as to pursue the duty of candour on which I know she works so hard. And I look forward to continuing my work with her on these important issues. Briefly, yes.
The Minister has shown once again what a decent man he is, and he is doing a very difficult job in defence of somebody who knew a lot more than he did. He was not Chief of Staff at the time that the Mandelson appointment was being carried out. And on page 8 of the first bundle, we have the note from the Private Secretary to the Prime Minister, which says, we have sought a due diligence review, and your Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney at the time, has discussed Peter's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which we will go through with you, but your Director of Communications is satisfied with his responses to questions about contact. Yet we also know from earlier in the bundle that the Prime Minister specifically knew that Mandelson had stayed in Epstein's flat while Epstein was in jail for abuse of an underage girl. So the Prime Minister knew all that at the time. And then, what is the purpose of having a box at the end of this marked for the Prime Minister's comments on the alternatives he's being given, when, in fact, as we now know, clearly explained by the Paymaster General, there has been no redaction, the Prime Minister did not comment. Why did the Prime Minister withhold any remarks on this highly contentious matter, and where did he comment, and where did he give his decision? Because he certainly didn't do it in the place that he was supposed to do it.
Deputy Speaker, in relation to the first part of the Right Honourable Gentleman's question, he knows, because I've confirmed at the dispatch box to the House previously, that questions were put by the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff to Peter Mandelson following the due diligence report to ask for further information about the stories that had been reported in the newspaper, and that Peter Mandelson replied to those questions. That information was then considered by those in number 10. As I've confirmed to the House, that document, the questions and its answers, are one of the documents that have been held by the Metropolitan Police, and I have been advised repeatedly that I am not permitted to disclose what I have seen in that document on the floor of the House. And so I'm afraid it's just going to have to be one of those questions that remains until such time as the Metropolitan Police publishes its documentation. In relation to the second part of his question, I refer the Right Honourable Gentleman to the Paymaster General's answer earlier today, which is the answer to that question. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is now my 11th update to the House on this matter, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer members' questions. I'll speak to a number of issues first before turning to some specific questions from members, and then setting out what the government intends to do next. Since the humble address was passed on the 4th of February, the House will know that a huge disclosure exercise has been undertaken by government officials. The motion called for the disclosure of documents in respect of the appointment and dismissal of Peter Mandelson as His Majesty's Ambassador to Washington, alongside relevant communications. The publication of documents on the 11th of March, followed by the second tranche on Monday this week, has, in the government's view, done this. I hope the government has provided the House with the reassurance it needs that, with the exception of the small number of documents that are withheld at the request of the Metropolitan Police, which we intend to publish when we would be allowed to do so, that the government has discharged its duties to the House in relation to the humble address. Sure.
I'm extremely grateful. In those terms, at what point did the Metropolitan Police ask for the vetting summary? Because clearly it's now a known fact that there was an assumption that that vetting summary, not the granular detail, but the summary, was likely to be published, albeit in a redacted form, having been through the normal process.
If the Right Honourable Member will forgive me, I've noted that question from earlier in the debate, and I'll come to it in grouping shortly. Madam Deputy Speaker, I note the comments and questions from members today on the process that officials have led to support the government in responding to the humble address. As I have said each time I've been at the dispatch box, the government has taken its obligations to comply with the humble address seriously, and it has done so, in its view, in full. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do, though, hear some members' calls for the government to provide further detail on Peter Mandelson's vetting. As I told the House on Monday, we have shared the vetting summary and recommendation with the Intelligence and Security Committee. However, the vetting inputs that are collected as part of those investigations would never be published, because if the government did so, people would feel unable to answer those questions honestly and frankly in any UK security vetting investigation in the future, a point that had been made by a fellow honourable member who has been through that process. This would undermine our national security, not just in this instance, but the very basis of the national security system itself. This would have far-reaching impacts that no responsible government rightly should entertain. It is on that basis, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I welcome the comments from the Chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee, Lord Beamish, on Monday night, that he, and I quote, agrees with the government that the larger vetting documents shouldn't be released to the committee because of the potential impact on the vetting system. And as the former National Security Advisor, Lord Sedwell, wrote in a letter published in the Times today, and again I quote, the Intelligence and Security Committee has seen a summary of the issues that vetting inevitably raised. That should be sufficient for Parliament to judge the Prime Minister's handling of this episode. Any humble address requiring disclosure of Lord Mandelson's detailed submissions or vetting file would be a serious mistake. And in the other place yesterday, Baroness Manningham-Buller, the former Director General of MI5, said, and again I quote, I know that security vetting is very detailed. I have been subjected to it many times myself. It goes to your school, education, employers and friends, and people speak frankly. If for one moment they felt it was going to be published, security vetting designed to protect the most secret information would be of little value. Whatever else we do, we must hold on to that. However tempting it would be for whatever reason to know the full contents, they must not be revealed. I'm not talking about this case, but about a general principle. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hear the arguments put by Right Honourable and Honourable members in the House today, but I do say that not just the government's position, but the advice from the Chairman of the Intelligence and Security Committee, a former National Security Advisor, and a former Director General of MI5, their advice should be taken seriously. I shall.
Here through this debate, and not one person has asked for all of that information to be published. Not one. People have been asking for the summary at the end, the outcome. Did it say, read, he should not be granted clearance?
I've said repeatedly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the summary has been given to the Intelligence and Security Committee. I think the Honourable Lady may be confusing the summary and the recommendation from the interview information that was collected between the UKSV official and Peter Mandelson. And this is important, Madam Deputy Speaker, because, as the other Honourable Member said from the Liberal Democrat benches, when you go into an interview with a UKSV specialist, they tell you, you must tell me everything and it will go no further. If that were to be handed over to a politician, even a politician on the Intelligence and Security Committee, it would undermine the very basis of that work. Moving to the question of documents... sorry, I give way.
Minister for giving way, but I think we need to be very clear about this. The arguments he's making are right, but as the Honourable Lady points out, they're not a response to the arguments we are making. The argument that's been made to him by the Intelligence and Security Committee, as he knows, is that there is no harm to be found in the disclosure of the conclusions of the vetting process. We accept absolutely that the contributing material that led to those conclusions should not be disclosed. So I need him to be very clear that it is our view that the conclusions could be disclosed and there is no harm to be done to national security, which there would be if the contributing material were disclosed. The similar harm is not to be done by the disclosure of the conclusions. Will he confirm that?
Madam Deputy Speaker, and again it's important to distinguish between the notes and information collected in the interview process, which some members have called to be given to the Intelligence and Security Committee, and the interviewer's recommendation and summary and conclusions, which, as I say, the government has already given to the Intelligence and Security Committee. The fact that documents that have gone through the ISC have not appeared in the bundles of this week must be in relation to the fact that categories of information given to the Metropolitan Police are relevant to this question. Moving to the question of documents members may have expected to see in the second tranche. As I said on Monday, Madam Deputy Speaker, some messages may not have been captured where people may have previously changed their phones without having backed up messages or had disappearing messages turned on, and I noted to the House on Monday that included myself. So in my circumstance, to answer the questions from the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, it's not that I took a unilateral decision about messages that I felt were in scope or not in scope of the humble address. It's merely I have access to no messages to disclose. And that's an important distinction because the disclosure process that took place involved the Cabinet Office writing to every department in government, to Permanent Secretary and Principal Private Secretary level for all relevant ministers and special advisors and officials, to set out the guidance on which the disclosure process should take place. That is, for example, to include WhatsApp and other communication services, emails, personal devices, work devices, other messaging platforms, and a clear set of guidance about what would be in scope and not in scope. Permanent secretaries, as the accounting officers to Parliament for each of those departments, were individually made liable for ensuring that disclosure process took place in line with the guidance. The Cabinet Office did not go to each person in each department and conduct that themselves. They executed it through departments in line with the process that I have set out. Sure.
I just want to make sure that I understand. I hope he'll forgive me if I don't. So in his case, was it his permanent secretary as the accounting officer who verified that the messages he had were not admissible to the process?
His misunderstanding, Madam Deputy Speaker, is there were no messages to consider, and that was different. Very briefly, but I should make progress.
So the reason I brought this up in the first place was because on Monday he said, I do recall having some limited exchanges with Peter Mandelson over WhatsApp, including those I've discussed in the media. So I don't wish to push this point too far, but I just wish to understand there were messages. Who decided that they were not to be submitted to the humble address? Please, can you explain?
I've tried to explain the answer to that a number of times, Madam Deputy Speaker. There was no decision to disregard any messages because there are no messages to consider. What I confirmed on Monday was that I have had WhatsApp exchanges with Peter Mandelson, but I haven't saved them on my devices to be able to share with my principal private secretary. The only person who could release those messages if they had them would be Peter Mandelson, who has refused to disclose his phone to the process.
Mr Burkhardt, please can we observe the courtesies of the House and make sure the debate continues in an orderly fashion. Darren Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as an extension of that question, the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster asked me to comment on how this relates to Morgan McSweeney's messages. I'm afraid I didn't conduct that conversation or investigation, and so I can't answer the specifics of that question. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll now turn to some of the specific questions raised by members during the debate, which I have grouped in a way which I hope is satisfactory to the House. The first in relation to vetting information, but also information in relation to mitigations, both commercial and national security related, and then indeed in the question of attachments. I've already addressed the issue of vetting information. In relation to mitigations, just to confirm to the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have not personally seen any of the UKSV information, nor the summary, nor recommendations, nor any mitigation information that was put in place. So I can't speak to this question with personal experience. But what I can note is my comments from Monday that the Metropolitan Police have permitted us to confirm that categories of documents that they are holding include vetting information and conflicts of interest process material. And that, unfortunately, is all I'm able to say on the matter. The member for South Holland and the Deepings is... Oh, Asha.
Can I just therefore... Does he appreciate that there may be a difference between conflict of interest information and national security mitigations? And so he's able to tell us about some, but not able to tell us about whether or not there were mitigations in order to defend national security.
I do share the expectation of my right honourable friend that there would be a difference between commercial mitigations, for example, what investments you may have in particular companies, and mitigations that may have arisen from national security considerations. What I do not know is whether that was the case and how they were dealt with in any particular way, because I don't have that information to hand. Lastly, on this first group of questions, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Member for South Holland and the Deepings asked me to confirm relevant bits of detail in relation to the Metropolitan Police, dates and documents. As I've set out previously, I've been advised I'm not permitted to be able to put that on the public record, but I'm happy to go back to the Metropolitan Police and see if there's anything further we can add in due course. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Shadow... Oh, sure.
When the Metropolitan Police have concluded the investigation, all of that material will return to the ISC, and the government will then presumably want to publish the information, albeit in an appropriate and redacted form.
Again, I don't know, Madam Deputy Speaker, which documents the Metropolitan Police have, and so I can't speak to them in a particular fashion, but I share the sentiment of the Right Honourable Gentleman's point. The Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster asked me to confirm that there was a leak inquiry underway in relation to what appears to be information from UKSV being in the hands of Guardian journalists. I can confirm that leak inquiry is underway, but is not yet concluded. Questions were put to me in relation to questions of judgment and due diligence. I've already answered the point about the follow-up questions to the due diligence report, and can only reiterate the words of the Prime Minister to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson that he regrets the appointment and has apologised for it. The Deputy Chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee made what I thought was a very helpful contribution around thinking about codifying the precedent on which the government relies when making redactions in the future, and I can commit to taking that away and taking advice, not least in respect of what that might mean in terms of House business and government business, but I will do so. And my honourable friend, the member for Putney, I thought made some interesting points around how humble addresses may be used in the future, given that the House seems to have decided to want to use them more often than has been the case in the past. I was then asked by my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool West Derby, to confirm the government's continued commitment to the duty of candour legislation, which I can confirm. There have been, as he will know, discussions with families and others about refining some of the final points in that legislation. And the Honourable Lady for Aberdeen North asked me about freedom of information requests. I commit to taking that away and asking officials to try to respond as promptly as possible. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has set out previously that there are clearly significant lessons to be learned from the issues that arose from Peter Mandelson's appointment. So whilst the government considers that it has now duly discharged its obligations in respect of the humble address, it will nonetheless continue work on a number of important areas, including our commitment to bring forward legislation to ensure that peerages can be removed from disgraced peers, noting that Peter Mandelson has already been removed from the list of Privy Councillors, changing the process for direct ministerial appointments so that due diligence and national security vetting must take place prior to announcement.
I was expecting and hoping that he would come on to Morgan McSweeney's messages, which was asked by the opposition front bench, and be really clear about where those messages are and if they exist. If they are in the category of things that are with the Metropolitan Police, for example, can he commit to going to the police and asking if he can tell us that those messages exist?
I say politely to the Honourable Lady, I've already answered all of those questions. The Government will continue its review with Sir Adrian Fulford to look at recommendations on the lessons of the national security vetting system from the Peter Mandelson case. We're ordering an examination of any security concerns raised during Peter Mandelson's tenure as Ambassador, which the Government Security Group in the Cabinet Office is now taking forward. We're commissioning an independent review of how non-corporate communications channels are used in government, including WhatsApp. And in addition, the Cabinet Secretary has written to all heads of department to clarify the rules on record keeping and ensure they're being properly applied across government. The Government has also noted the Intelligence and Security Committee's comments on the management of sensitive information, concerns with which I share and have expressed that concern at the dispatch box, and the Government's committed to raising information security standards and will take further action on this issue. As I've committed to previously, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will return to the House to update on the progress of this work in due course. But on the basis of my statement today and on Monday this week, the Government now considers that it has duly discharged its obligations in respect of the humble address. I thank the Intelligence and Security Committee, the Public Administration Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee and Right Honourable and Honourable Members for their work on this matter and for their contributions to the debate today.
The question is that this House has considered the Government's response to the House's humble address of the 4th of February 2026. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Lawrence Turner.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a great honour to be able to bring this adjournment debate to mark the centenary of the General Strike of 1926. 12 years after the General Strike, the Welsh miners' poet Idris Davies asked, "Do you remember 1926, that summer of soups and speeches?" A reference to the bitter months endured by the miners and their families after the General Strike ended, and he referred to the strike itself too, which he called the great dream and a swift disaster. I am really grateful to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to Mr Speaker for granting parliamentary time so that we can answer that question in this place and in the affirmative, just as it has been answered at events across the country during the last month. The general strike remains the most extensive confrontation in our national history between organised labour on the one side and employers and government on the other, and it remains contested history. I would be very glad to.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way and congratulate him on bringing this important debate on the general strike. But does he agree with me that when we remember the general strike and we remember it as the national event and what it was, that we also reflect on the countless local stories of solidarity, mutual support and sacrifice that define so many communities, such as in my constituency of Cramlington and Killingworth, home of the train wreckers, where a local group of miners derailed the Flying Scotsman and suffered severe consequences as a result of that. It is such an important part of our labour movement, of our national story, that we remember these local actions as well.
Well, I thank her for her intervention and also for sending me a copy of the documentary on the Cramlington train wreckers ahead of this debate. It was very moving, actually, to see those men in their later years, and I think it is telling that the general strike tends to be remembered as local history, and indeed there'll be much to say throughout this debate about the general strike in Birmingham and elsewhere. By all means.
I thank the honourable, my honourable friend for giving way. Talking about local history, Wolverhampton and Bilston Trades Union Council has prepared a book on the 1926 general strike, and with his experience, does he agree that workers usually only go on strike as a last resort, but the right to protest and withdraw labour are part of the important civil liberties that we enjoy against abuses of authority and power, and that they should therefore be protected?
I do agree with him, and it's only right to say that through his role on the GMB executive and as one of the delegates to the National Policy Forum in opposition, that he was one of the people who helped draw up the reforms to employment rights which have been carried by this Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, the general strike raised profound questions, I believe, about the proper balance of state power and the rights of dissenters at times of civil contingency that we should ask again and with urgency by each generation. It is difficult now to capture some essence of the world that created the strike, the depths of poverty in the older mining districts, and the extreme social control exercised by employers in the villages put up around the more lucrative and newly exploited seams, or the critical dependence of the nation's economy at that time upon a coal industry that killed 1 in 1,000 of its workers each year and seriously wounded 1 in 10. So when working people rallied across occupational boundaries to defend the miners in 1926, they did show extraordinary solidarity, and their unions channeled national power at a degree perhaps for the first time, even if they're unsteady in exercising it and uncertain of its limits. I'd be glad to give way to the honourable gentleman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I commend the honourable gentleman for Birmingham Northfield for bringing this forward. I spoke to him beforehand to ascertain his focus, and my focus will be, first of all, the reason why I wish to be here, Madam Deputy Speaker, is because I remember when I went for my first job, it was to Henry Denny's and Sons in Belfast. The manager brought me in and he says, "Jim, here's the job, but now you have to join the union." I have to say when I heard it, I said, "Oh, but I don't think I want to join the union." He says, "No, you have to." Here's the reason why I want to say how it's important and why it's important. I joined my union, and my union fought my corner for me when I was with Henry Denny's, and I realised then, Madam Deputy Speaker, the impact and the importance of being a union member. Very glad to be a member of that union, and they helped me on many occasions. The 26 strike set the scene in stone for me whenever I joined Henry Denny, but it does more than that. Does a member not agree that workers' rights have evolved at pace and that determination to ensure people are paid a fair wage for a fair job is a foundational principle in every area of this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? Thank you.
Well, I thank him, of course, for his intervention, and I do truly welcome the cross-party support that he has demonstrated for the principle of trade unionism and for workers' rights. And it's only fair to note that right now additional enhanced employment rights are being considered in Northern Ireland as well as in the rest of the United Kingdom. In interpreting the general strike, it is important, I think, to know that union members were, as they remain, fiercely defensive of the independence of their individual organisations, and these were factors that mitigated against planning for the national confrontation that fell upon them. And ranged against the unions was a government determined not to repeat the humiliation of so-called Red Friday a year before. I will do it momentarily, and whose preparations, the government's that is, have been meticulous over the 9 months that followed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the honourable gentleman not only for my honourable friend for bringing this debate forward, but the really interesting speech that he's giving. He will know that one of my passions isn't just about Harlow, but also my interest in the 1924 Labour government, and particularly the Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party at the time, James Ramsay MacDonald. We had a conversation previously about this. He will know that James Ramsay MacDonald wanted to speak on the BBC to provide an alternative narrative to the government about the general strike and was blocked. Could he perhaps reflect on that?
Well, I thank him for giving way, and he displays customary ingenuity in mentioning Harlow, which, as a new town, I believe did not exist at the time of the general strike. But I will be coming on to the point that he made, and ranged against Ramsay MacDonald was, of course, Stanley Baldwin, a Conservative Party leader who convinced many of his natural critics of his sincere desire to bring about industrial reconciliation, summed up by his famous declaration in this chamber a year before, "Give us peace in our time, O Lord." That apparently heartfelt plea masked a hidden ruthlessness and an extraordinary singular capacity for political calculation. In 1926, the government made, not altogether comfortably, common cause with the coal owners who, taken together, could have been the archetypes of Baldwin's famous description of hard-faced men who looked like they had done very well out of the war. The British coal owners, unlike their counterparts in America and Europe, mostly represented small concerns that had failed to adapt, amalgamate and modernise, and they would go unmourned when Parliament obviated their role 20 years later. Now, Labour's opponents, organised Labour's opponents, sometimes claim that union leaders sought national confrontation or that they wished to supplant the authority of Parliament with that of a